Chapter 451 God Slayer, Saran. Saran was now full. In fact, he had never felt this satisfaction in the slaughter form until today. This kind of feeling was not brought by killing the vampire god, but from killing the deformed demon. It seemed that his thirst for slaughter was satisfied right after he used the Holy Avenger to strike down the deformed demon. Saran did not know why this was. Saran had no clue why, but a row of data appeared. Killed deformed demon. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 35,000 slaughter EXP. Unknown mutation. Extracting unknown energy. Transformation of divine power. Unknown mutation to the slaughter form. Special changes to the slaughter form. Transformation of divine power completed. Part of demonic transformation. A row of data appeared in his mind. Killing the deformed demon did not give him much slaughter EXP. Maybe it was because it came from the abyss. Many summoned creatures would not really die because of this. Although they had their own bodies, what really affected them was their soul characteristics. Something Saran couldn't figure out now. The soul was a mysterious thing. There were other data that appeared. Kill target. You've successfully killed the vampire god. Reinhardt. Target was a saint. Extracting divine power. You've gained 9 divinity. Target is shard of divinity. Absorbing fragmented shard of divinity. You've gained 5 shards of divinity. These were the first row of data, but this was only the start. There were still some data that Saran did not understand, but it obviously made him feel that some power had integrated into him. Successfully killed a deity. You have successfully killed the minor god of vampires. Reinhardt. You have gained the legendary background ability God Slayer. Your existence has caught the attention of some gods. God Slayer, Saran legendary background ability. After you succeeded in killing a god, your existence begins to be watched by many powerful people in the multiverse, whether it's the gods of heaven, the demons of the abyss, the devils of hell, or the underlord in some dark corner. They all begin to turn a part of their attention to you. This is a show of strength and a special challenge. There will be some gods who want to test whether you are qualified to join them, and there will be some who want to kill the challenger. In any case, your name has been spread to many places in the multiverse. Legend rating plus 50. Intimidation plus 100, Diplomacy plus 50. All tests in the future have plus 1 God Slayer effect. Saran understood this much. After killing the vampire god, he got a legendary background ability, just like the blessing of the Maid of Misfortune, but the effects seemed much more powerful. It was a pity that all the gains did not affect his combat ability. 50 legend rating and 100 intimidation probably could scare the shit out of some people. The most important thing was the plus 1 God Slayer. This ability to become immune to attacks must be gained slowly. Then there were the other data. Kill target. Target possessed the divine title of vampire god. Divine title integration failed. You are unable to absorb any of these powers. Target possessed the portfolio of hunting. Portfolio absorption is successful. You've gained part of the information for the hunting portfolio. Divine power transforming. Portfolio of hunting has transformed into data of slaughter. You've gained minor knowledge of the slaughter portfolio. Target possessed the portfolio of fear. Portfolio absorption is successful. You've gained part of the information for the fear portfolio. Divine power transforming. Some of your fear-related abilities have become stronger. You've gained minor knowledge of the fear portfolio. This was the earlier information. However, the following data confused Saran. The target contains an unabsorbed divine title of half-elf. The divine title and you have an 85% match. Successful extraction of the divine title. You've got part of the information about the half-elf divine title. The target contains an unabsorbed divine title of rogues. The divine title and you have a 91% match. Successful extraction of the divine title. You've got some of the information about the rogue divine title. After these 2 pieces of information, there was nothing more. Saran did not know why, but he had developed a certain special sense, but there was no information about that at all. Just like these 2 last pieces of information were only minor details, and there was no more information about them. Saran did not understand at all. However, now was not the time to think about it. The body of the vampire god began to dissipate rapidly after death. The body of a saint was special, unlike the body of a mortal. After the body of the vampire god disappeared, there was a special ring left in place, nothing else. The design of the ring was very simple, with the emblem of a vampire bat engraved on it. Saran picked it up and was shocked. He then calmly put it in his pocket. An artifact. Even though he had not checked it, the feeling the ring gave was similar to that of when he pulled out the Holy Avenger. Thud, thud, thud. Saran slowly came to the paladins and gave the sword back to the paladins. He could not possess this sword, no matter how powerful it was, unless he wanted to go against the entire paladin fleet. He had to give it back. However, he didn't return the Holy Avenger to the warden, or the paladin who originally held it. Instead, he threw the sword to the young paladin he met at the City of Wealth, Shang. The young paladin was a little dazed. His broken silver and white armor were covered with scars, and his cloak was dyed red with blood. When Saran threw the Holy Avenger over, he subconsciously reached for it, and the eyes of the others fell on him. Even though he was severely injured, he still stood straight. Different from when Saran held it, the Holy Avenger began to exude a sacred aura when it was held by the young paladin. The young paladin was shocked, and he looked toward the warden. Keep it for now. The warden was very surprised. Firstly, was the fact that Saran would throw the Holy Avenger to him. The other was that the Holy Avenger would have such a strange change after falling into his hands. The Holy Avenger recognizes this young man. Saran had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He gently tucked his cloak of proof against detection, then walked toward the darkness. Strengthen your faith, young man. The world will need your power in the future. This time around, Saran did not hide anything. His voice shocked the young paladin, and he immediately looked up at his back. However, Saran had already blended into the darkness, disappearing from them. Only his voice was heard. Chapter 452, Chapter 98, ET1. In a dark corner. As soon as he left the sight of the paladins, Saran stumbled, and blood came out from his mouth. He actually sustained severe injuries. After facing the vampire god alone, even with the power of the Holy Avenger, he was still hurt. During the battle, he could still suppress the injuries, but now that the battle was over, he did not have to hide it anymore. No matter what kind of people the paladins were, or if they owed Saran anything or not, the fact was Saran was of the evil camp. Thus no matter what, he had to act tough in front of the paladins. The paladins today were only slightly radical. Some changes had not been completely completed, and they were still conservative. It was only when the Avatar crisis devastated the realm that the Divine Avengers gave up some dogmas completely and regarded law and order above good and evil. That was because the damage brought by chaos was too terrifying. Right now, though, Saran wanted to find a spot, sit down and chug down a few bottles of healing potion. Let's do this. Saran panted and moved forward slowly. The wound on his chest had not yet recovered. It was a little inconvenient for him to breathe. Saran went to the place where the Shnik warlock was hiding and murmured to himself, "In order to help you get the Holy Avenger, I've tried my best. I hope you won't let me down." Everything that happened there was Saran helping him. Otherwise, a young man who just joined the Divine Avengers would not qualify to hold the artifact. After a short rest, Saran had recovered mostly. He brought the unconscious Shnik warlock out the underdeck. He was prepared to go back to the outer islands. This trip was a great haul. Not only did he get what he wanted, but he also killed the vampire god. Furthermore, Saran was now really in the realm of the gods. At present, what he needed to do most was to be familiar with this power. Many things in the field of gods still needed to be explored by himself. Otherwise, his rise would be limited. Even after the Queen of Spiders killed a god, the god of Oozlings, it took many years for her to fully integrate the powers. Saran, of course, didn't think that he would be better than the Queen of Spiders. Saran gained a lot this time. He also had a clearer understanding of the strength of the saints. The vampire god was just a god with minor divine power. Even though the vampire god only became a god less than a year ago, Saran had to pull out all the stocks and the help of the Divine Avengers. Minor divine power, lesser divine power, great divine power, greater divine power. With this battle, Saran roughly figured how powerful the long-time gods would be. He needed more power. Even a simple calculation in his brain predicted the power of gods at all levels. Minor divinity plus minor shard of divinity equals a god with minor divine power. Without calculating other abilities of oneself, as well as the power brought by the priests, believers, and the portfolio, it could be assumed that the power base of minor divine power was 1. Then minor divinity would be 10, and lesser divinity would be 30. If Saran was correct, this also applied to the shards of divinity. 10 for minor shard of divinity, 30 for lesser shard of divinity. 3 times the difference between divine power. 3 times the difference between shard of divinity. Finally, it led to a power gap of more than 6 times. If conservatively estimated, the fighting power of lesser gods may be more than 6 times that of the minor gods. This was only the difference brought about by divinity, shard of divinity and divine power. So how scary was greater divine power? Saran was shocked by the estimations he made, and he didn't want to think about it right now. No wonder it took so many years for the Queen of Spiders to go from great divine power to greater divine power. Saran calculated his final deduction value and found that it was no wonder that the gods of greater divine power were qualified to open their own realm. Judging from the final deductions, the gods of greater divine power could easily create a group of minor gods. It was no wonder that the Lord of Glory created several subordinate gods with minor divine power, but the Lord of Glory himself was still a god of greater divine power. Mordor, Outer Islands. On the side of the meeting hall was a forbidden area, and other people were not allowed to approach it at ordinary times. Even the pirate leaders under Saran must ask for permission in advance if they wanted to get close to this place. Then they had to go through a check by a steel golem. This was Gloria's laboratory. There were many secrets inside, but the most important one was related to the shadow plane. Success. In front of the alchemy platform, Gloria suddenly stood up excitedly. In her white hand, she held a piece of silvery metal that flowed. In the middle, there was a diamond-shaped purple gem with a faint wave of magic aura. Gloria gently tidied up her wizard's robe, and said to a clay golem that was obviously different, ET1. Start the 5th test of the Silver Sword of Gith Model 3. Take note of the readings during the test. Store all the information in this soul stone. The clay golem on the side nodded, and a special magic aura appeared in its eyes, which looked like a modified detect spell. This clay golem seemed different. It was a little thin, and there seemed to be no equipment for fighting on its body, and its appearance was closer to that of the human form. It seemed to have higher wisdom in both appearance and all aspects. There was a familiar thing in it, which was the pulse of a soul. It seemed that the golem had a certain existence in it. It was a tower spirit. This clay golem was the test object of Gloria. It was a basic tower spirit she created after using the precious soul stone. It only had a monster level of 5 but was used to further Gloria's understanding of intelligent golems. Its combat power was estimated to be no better than that of an ordinary pirate, but it had many spell-like abilities, most of which were modified detection spells. In terms of potential, ET1 had more potential to grow than all the other golems. Start recording. ET1 turned its jewel eyes and shone a magic light on the silver-white metal ball in Gloria's palm. Gloria nodded gently, clenched her hand, and held the jewel on the silver-white metal ball. She said slowly, test of energy transformation of elements. Replacing Shnik energy to transform the Silver Sword of Gith. Start. A faint magic aura emerged, and the silver and white metal ball in Gloria's palm suddenly began to change. In the blink of an eye, it became a beheading sword. The place where the gemstone was became the hilt of the sword, and in front of it was the silver-white blade. The first transformation complete. Transformation at 100% exclamation mark. The transition period was 0.1 seconds. There was no sign of energy rejection. ET1's eyes had a strange brilliance that seemed to record something into the crystal of its own soul. With a smile on her lips, Gloria said slowly, continue with the second stage of the test. Synchronously record the energy change of the experimental model. The silvery sword became a ball of metal once more. Then, under Gloria's control, it became a any-handed sword. a curved sword, a shield, and a silver white spear. Test complete. First stage transformations successful. Transformation 100%. Transition time 0.1% exclamation mark. No signs of energy rejection. ET1 continued to record the findings. Gloria let out a breath of relief and said, "Continue stage 2 tests. Begin stage 2 transformation." It still started as a ball of silver metal in Gloria's palm. It first turned into a knee-handed sword. Then it did not change back to the silvery white metal ball shape. Instead, it directly changed into a curved sword shape. However, just then, strange energy fluctuations appeared. The silver metal had some fluctuations as if there were some interference. Warning, warning, signs of unknown energy rejection. Elemental energy is severely disrupted. The second transition failed. Gith material appears to have some damage. Do you wish to continue with the test? Gloria sighed and whispered, "It still failed." End the test. Start the transformation of the second form again. Where could the error be? Why is there no problem with the first transition, but there would be issues when instantly going into a second transition? Is it because there was no Shnek energy to control it? Gloria could not help thinking. The weapon in her hand had changed back into a silver white metal ball. She murmured, "There is a bottleneck in the research. If I can't even solve the transformation of this metal, then it would be impossible to carry out the next research on the arcane energy device. I don't know if there are any new achievements on the mother's side, Pa." Just then, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened. Gloria, whose mind was interrupted, could not help frowning, then saw Lulu rushing in, gasping and stammering, Something bad has happened." Vivian suddenly fainted. Chapter 453. The Grain Goddess's envoy Vivian had fainted again. Even though she did not know why, Gloria was not that worried. That was because Vivian's breathing was very stable. Her condition was not abnormal, and she even felt that the power of Vivian was increasing to some extent. This time, the divine power fluctuated more violently. It was much stronger than the last time she remembered. For some unknown reason, Vivian's power would be improved automatically. However, Gloria figured it must have something to do with Saran. She just couldn't quite understand the whole thing. "Don't disturb her." Gloria raised her hand and cast a warning spell. Then she turned around and left the room with Lulu. She said slowly, "Stay here for now. Don't let other people come near to disturb her. Vivian will wake up by herself in a while." Lulu nodded her head, somewhat comprehending what she said, but she still quickly replied, "Meow." Lulu understands. "Stay here, and don't let others disturb Vivian's rest." When Gloria heard this, a smile came out from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and stroked the little head of the cat girl. In a soft voice, she said, "Good girl." Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps of a running person came from the outside, and then a young woman dressed as a maid came in. "What is it?" Gloria asked. The young maid came to Gloria's ear and whispered a few words quickly, then bowed and backed away respectfully. After hearing this, Gloria could not help but show a trace of doubt on her face, murmuring, "A priest of the Grain Goddess? Why would they come here?" "It's fine. I'll go and meet them personally." Mordor, Outer Islands. A slightly different warship docked in this increasingly prosperous port. This warship had a special rice stalk emblem, representing the Grain Goddess. There were temple guards on the warship. Guards were necessary when coming to such a dangerous place on the Outer Islands. The person in front was a middle-aged priest with an elegant appearance. He dressed simply but gave the feeling he had a high status. "This is the place?" The middle-aged priest looked at the bustling port and said with a little surprise, "I can't imagine a bustling place in the Outer Islands." Soon, Gloria's figure appeared in a group of escorts, while the middle-aged priest on the warship walked down with a smile. This group of people attracted a lot of attention. Some time ago, the priest of the goddess of riches, Kim, also appeared near the port. She frowned and looked at the temple emblem in the distance, murmured, "What are the people of the Grain Goddess doing here?" This place wouldn't have anything to do with her portfolio, right? A lot of people had noticed their arrival, but most only looked on. After all, The grain goddess had a deep background. Although she only rose in the last 1,000 years, the relationship behind her was enough to make many temples feel afraid. "Welcome, Your Excellency." Gloria glanced at the emblem of the middle-aged priest in the opposite direction and unexpectedly noticed that he was a figure with a certain status. Such a figure would play some role in the temples, probably someone close to the realm of legend. Since the harbor was not a place to talk, Gloria, as the hostess of Mordor, needed to host them. Soon the group was invited into the city of Mordor. Inside the meeting hall, after changing to a relatively quiet environment, the middle-aged priest immediately went into the topic and said, "Your Excellency Gloria, I'm here to discuss the opportunity for us to work together. I don't know if it's convenient for His Excellency Saran to meet me now." Working together? Gloria still didn't understand what cooperation was between Mordor and the Temple of Grain, but she smiled politely. What could this opportunity be? "Saran is not in Mordor recently, but I can handle everything here." As the Lady of Mordor, Gloria had the right to do this. "It's like this." Hearing this, the middle-aged priest nodded and waved to a follower behind him. At once, a young man came with a box. He picked up the box and put it in front of Gloria. He opened it gently and said, "The church is very interested in this thing, so we hope to cooperate with His Excellency Saran. I believe our sincerity will definitely satisfy you." So it's this thing. With only one look, Gloria immediately understood what this was. They were small crystals that were pungent in smell. One of the things Saran had entrusted her with in the past seemed to be the fertilizer used to help the crops grow, which had been in production for several months. She didn't pay too much attention to such trifle matter, but this inconspicuous matter had attracted a high priest of the grain goddess to come to the island. Right then, Gloria was surprised by Saran again. She didn't know whether he knew about this early on, or he was just lucky. "So, it's this thing. It seems that we haven't spread this thing out yet." "How did Your Excellency know about this?" said Gloria, in a casual manner. She acted as though this item was a secret of Mordor. All the actions of Gloria told the people there that this was not something trifle but a secret of Mordor. Since it was a secret, then it would be important. Important things were not cheap. Of course, with only one sentence, it had hinted at many things. With a faint smile, the middle-aged priest said slowly, "Nothing related to agriculture can be hidden from the sight of the goddess. Please believe that we have come here with absolute sincerity and that there would be mutual benefits. Am I not right?" Gloria looked at the priest and said, "That's true, but I don't know how we would cooperate." Finally, to the most important topic. After hearing this, the middle-aged priest smiled a little and said, "After our tests, this thing can meet the needs of crop growth, make barren land fertile, and the harvest of crops can be significantly improved. The grain goddess is a kind and loving God, so the church intends to promote this thing so that all believers could feel the joy of harvest. We intend to purchase large quantities and give it to the believers." Making the fertilizer was not hard. Any old high-grade wizard could see that the most important thing here was guano. This was a natural material around the outer islands. Previously, Saran decided to study this at the beginning because guano stone was the best natural fertilizer, which could be directly used after some simple processing. As an undeveloped land, it had existed for quite a long time. The indigenous people would not notice that the accumulated bird droppings were actually a kind of treasure. So at present, the whole mineral resources were in the preliminary development stage, and the reserves of guano on this island were still plentiful. The Temple of Grain had obviously noticed this. This low-end refining process had no value at all. What was really valuable was the guano stone mineral on the island where Mordor was located. The price of crops was not high, thus the value of the corresponding fertilizer couldn't be too high either. High-end alchemy could extract high-quality fertilizer, but the cost would be too high, which would completely exceed the profit of crops. Therefore, what Saran found was of high value based on the natural high-quality fertilizer of guano stone, because its cost was quite low, and it only needed simple processing. This relatively low cost could popularize the fertilizer and then spread to many places as an alchemy fertilizer. More harvest, more crops. This was a very significant thing for the Temple of Grain, especially since their believers were composed of farmers. If they could successfully swing this deal, the influence of the grain goddess would be multiplied. This was also why a high priest of the grain goddess would personally come to the outer islands. Chapter 454 Chapter 100 Saran's Dream. It was night, and it was incredibly cold. The cold wind blowing out of the Misoda Gorge almost had a chilling voice. Milan took a pot of mashed herbs and slowly walked into the front of the temple. There were groans of pain from the wounded, as well as the comfort of Serena's sister in a low voice. There was a smell of blood and disinfectant. There were bandages with blood on the ground. In the corner of the temple laid some wounded. The town's guard captain, Mokad, was sitting under the temple's stone pillar with a sword in one hand. There was a bloody wound in his left arm. This was left by a gnoll. There had always been a group of gnolls near Misoda Canyon. They believed in the demon lord prince of gnolls, Yeenagu, on the 422nd level of the abyss. These gnolls were very difficult to deal with. Since the half-elf group moved here, their struggle with the gnolls had never stopped. That's right. This was the town of the half-elves. The people here seemed similar to the humans, but in fact, they were all half-elves with little elf blood. Most of the settlers here only had a quarter of elf blood. Damn those gnolls. A town guard screamed bitterly because his wound cracked again. The caretaker who took care of him immediately told him not to move since the wound would not stop bleeding. Milan, who was only 16 years old, walked on with her head down. Because she was a half-elf, she looked very petite. She was only as tall as a 12-year-old human girl. But she was born with great dexterity. Many people in this town were good at it. Milan. A tall guard stopped wiping his weapon and went to the girl and said, "Go inside and have a look. See if your father has succeeded." The little girl nodded obediently, put down the pot of herbs, and went into the temple. The back of the temple was dead silent. This place was dedicated to Rogan half-elf god, Kester, who was the successor of the god of thieves, Mask. Because the portfolio of shadow fell into the hands of the goddess of darkness, Kester had to rely on his own race to include the weak field of half-elves into his own religious field. Since then, his faith had been widely spread among the half-elves, and his priests had become an important force within the half-elves. Behind the temple was a praying room. Milan cautiously walked closer and then went in. Inside, a middle-aged man in a priest's robe kneeled down. In front of him was a delicate shrine, in which stood a statue. "My lord Kester, you're the guide of rogues and the guardian of half-elves. Your humble believer, Bernia Kasadik, prays for your response. I pray you to give me magic to help my people. The gnolls are aging in our home. They believe in the demon lord of the abyss, Yeenagu, the prince of gnolls. We had lost many men under the claw of the gnolls. My great lord, your humble believer asks you to help us. Your believers need your magic to heal and protect. My lord Kester, your humble servant prays for your response. If you hear my voice, I ask for your guidance. Many people have fallen. We ask for help from the temple in Autumnfall, but we didn't get any response from them. We lack food, weapons, and soldiers. If you don't answer your humble servant's prayers, our world will be destroyed in fire." The prayer had become a crying plea. The middle-aged man kneeled in front of the statue and as though he had lost his faith. "Father." Milan's eyes were a little red. She walked quickly to help the middle-aged man who was falling. Her tears could not be held back. Her father had been kneeling there for 3 days already. He had continuously been praying, eating, and drinking nothing. However, there was no reply from the god. There was no divinity, no response. Even the glory of the temple was gradually disappearing. The attack of the gnolls had become more and more fierce. Uncle Barstan had been killed in the war. Brother Borrow had also been killed in the war. Even Uncle Colado had been killed in the war. Her father, who once was powerful and saved many lives, had become an ordinary man. He could no longer use any magic, cure wounded, or protect the town. His father was in great pain. Milan knew how much he loved the town he built. She knew that her father was willing to give everything for it, including his own life. However, Everything was going to be destroyed by the fire of war. The relentless attacks of the gnolls had made them suffer huge losses. The orcs from the other side of the mountain were ready to move while huge footprints of ogres appeared around the edge of the city. They lost the protection of the god, and the priests had lost their divine powers. Their losses in the battle had begun to multiply. They could only rely on herbal medicine treatments, but eventually, more and more soldiers would fall. His father was suffering. He had repeatedly prayed to the god, but there was no response. Milan. The middle-aged man turned around and looked at his lovely daughter. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his hand and stroked the long soft hair of the half-elf girl. Then he stood up unsteadily. Shang. Her father pulled out the long sword. Step by step, he went to the corner and put on a half-armor made of steel. He had not worn this armor for a long time. Milan slowly walked over and carefully helped her father to put on the armor. She understood what her father wanted to do. As a powerful priest once, he could only rely on his fighting skills now that he had no divine powers. Tomorrow, you will leave with them and go to Autumnfall. In our capital, you will be accepted and protected. I'll stay and hold the gnolls back. Her father's determined statement made her very teary. Autumnfall, Bone Hill. A group of fully armored half-elves was struggling. They made a campfire and sat around it with no spirit. Hold on, buckler. Hold on. Don't die. Priest Fina will save you. You must stay strong. The fighter tried to hide the pain. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. A wounded man was lying on the ground. His ribs were sunken in his chest, and his breathing was very weak. Such a serious injury could not be saved by medicine alone. On the other side of the campfire, a half-elf woman with long blonde hair knelt on the ground, holding a lifelike statue in her palm, praying devoutly. My lord, Kester, you're the guide of rogues and the guardian of the half-elves. Your humble servant prays for your answer. The fighter fighting for your faith is dying. He killed 6 gnolls by himself. He has conquered the ogres, orcs, and vampires. He fought bravely to protect your glory. Now he's dying. Your humble servant, Fina, prays for divine power to heal him. If you can hear my plea, please give me guidance. Tears dripped down. The groan of pain from the wounded fighter became weaker and weaker, and his breathing gradually disappeared. The eyes of the young half-elf girl were full of tears. She stood up in a daze, looked up at the stars, and could not see any light. Her faith was crumbling. She came to the fighter who died, knelt down, and stroked his cold face. Tears trickled down as she cried, "Brother, sorry. I'm sorry." Surface world. Spider Forest. Saran suddenly sat up. He was sweating all over, breathing violently. What was that? Saran had a strange expression. He put his hands on his temples and murmured, "Why is this happening? Why am I having dreams like this? Why are the dreams so real?" Chapter 455 Mortal's Body a Dream. His dreams seemed very real. Saran questioned if they were dreams or not. He seldom had dreams. However, for some reason, as long as he closed his eyes, he would constantly dream. All of these dreams had a similar beginning. People prayed to the god of half-elves and rogues, and he would dream about everything 1 or 2 hours after that. All of these things seemed very real. These dreams were not long. Saran's dreams were like episodes. Every dream was about someone else, and they would all last for around an hour. Sometimes he only shut his eyes, and he would be transported into the strange dream. He was almost going mad. Although he didn't know what the reason was, Saran knew that it must have had something to do with the god of rogue and half-elves and the divine power he absorbed. He had no time to explore the reason. Saran was in very poor condition. He felt dizzy most of the time and not able to differentiate between dream and reality. His mind was in a mess. Saran felt as though his mind was going to explode. He felt a strange flow of current, wild data jumps, countless 0 and 1s. Saran even felt that this was like the time he had been lying on his bed in Amber City for half a month. The only difference now was that he was so much stronger than before, so the pain was still within his tolerance. His body was able to resist this crazy feeling, so he had not completely collapsed. But the sense that his mind was going to explode still persisted. Saran really thought that his mind was going to explode. From the time he left the Underdark, His mind had been severely deteriorating. Sometimes there would even be blanks in his consciousness. That was because there were voices in his ear. This jumbled voice pierced directly into his brain. Hundreds of words were all connected together. It should have been a messy voice, but he could hear each and every one of them very clearly. The end result was that his brain was under a lot of stress pain. He even wondered whether he had become a kind of processor. His brain was like a supercomputer, constantly receiving a large amount of information, all of which were transmitted to Saran's mind, making his spirit and body bear a huge burden. This was the pain from a mortal body. Saran was in great pain now, as the time he was awake was less than a few hours. His consciousness was blanking out. Instead, he felt more like a god, looking upon his realistic dream realm from a high place. Whenever there was a prayer, his brain would be filled with information. He was suffering greater than any battle he had ever had. This kind of pain was not from the body but from the mind. His head was in pain, very swollen, dizzy, and uncomfortable. He couldn't even clearly describe it, because he felt that he couldn't organize his thoughts quickly enough. His brain was always flowing with countless tiny leaping electric currents and countless data. This pain that was directly acting on his brain was driving him crazy. He wanted to go back to the outer islands. However, the fact was he was conscious less and less of the time. It was as though he had become a madman. He had been wandering in the wilderness with an unconscious woman. Occasionally, some monsters would come to provoke them, but they would all become souls under his blade. He had been wandering inside the spider forest, and within a week the news had gone to the people around there. Towns were made aware of a certain rogue around the area. There was rain. The cold rainwater fell from the sky as it was around May now. With the arrival of summer, rainstorms became more and more frequent. It was said that the river diversion had taken place in the south, directly flooding many places, resulting in the displacement of many people. This was a road toward the Valoran Principality. After passing by the border of the Spider Forest, entering the Black Wilderness, toward the Valoran Principality, they saw at the front of the group was a heavy cavalry riding a high horse, with well-equipped infantry guards on both sides. Most would figure out that these were the escorts of a noble. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. It was obvious they were moving quickly, as they did not seem to want to stop and rest. However, there was some commotion ahead. Then the whole group stopped. The big knight rode ahead, shouting, "What's the matter? Why did you stop all of a sudden?" There was someone in front. In the middle of the group, inside an exquisite carriage, a young noblewoman leaned out her head and said, "Sir Eden, what happened?" The knight looked back and answered, "Nothing big. There are two travelers ahead. I'll make them move aside at once." Pa! A pair of sturdy metal boots landed on the ground, and the burly Sir Eden put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He was on high alert because they were very close to Spider Forest and the Black Wilderness. In front of him were two people, a woman, a man. The woman was holding the man's hand standing in the rain. She wore a veil so he could not see her face. However, Sir Eden was able to see the man behind her. At a glance, he knew that the man was difficult to deal with. The only thing that puzzled him he only stood there holding the woman's hand. Sir Eden was just about to make them move, but suddenly he seemed to have noticed something. He was shocked, and his voice softened a lot. He said in a deep voice, "What does your excellency want by blocking the road here?" "A witch." Sir Eden had noticed the wizard's robe on her. "We mean you no harm," said A. The woman held the man and walked closer while the man merely followed on. "We only want to hitch a ride. We'll leave when we arrive." Inside the carriage, a pretty noble girl stared at the two people in front of her. Sir Eden, who was responsible for protecting her, normally wouldn't let anyone near her, let alone get on her carriage. But now, not only did the two outsiders come to her, but they also sat in her carriage. The noble girl wanted to say something, but the woman in front said softly, "Relax," and the noblewoman became relaxed. "There shouldn't be any problem if we are just hitching a ride with you, right?" For some reason, she became relaxed. The whole group moved quickly and normally, as though nothing had happened just now. The rain was still pouring outside. The tall woman took off her cloak, and her face was covered with a veil. After the young man sat down, She took out a clean cloth and gently wiped the man's cheek and wiped off the rain on his body. The young man sat still, his expression was dull, his eyes were dull, and he looked like a puppet. This made the girl very curious. She stared at the two with her eyes wide open and asked, "Is he your slave?" The woman with a veil said no without looking back. The girl was confused, then asked, "A companion?" The woman shook her head. The girl was disappointed. She carefully observed the two people in front of her. The woman was very careful as she helped the man tidy up his clothes. Then the girl asked excitedly, "Is he your husband?" The woman let out a soft laugh and shook her head again. The girl could not guess any more and said, "I'm out of ideas." The woman with a veil stood up. She looked at the girl in front and said slowly, "He is my master, my God." Chapter 456 Severed Faiths. The rain gradually stopped. As the evening came, the group finally chose to set up camp. They had been on their way in the rain all day, and everyone was very tired. There was a lot of noise outside because it was not easy to raise a campfire just after the rain. Many soldiers could only eat dry food, but it was not good without a bonfire at night. Everyone would be cold and wet at night, which would affect them. Sir Eden ordered men to search for dry wood while giving another order for the preparation of a small burner to be sent to the carriage. The group was equipped with small charcoal stoves, a delicate copper stove that could cook something directly with charcoal, but only enough for 1 or 2 people. The interior of the carriage seemed like another space. There was some invisible power. People became very quiet when they got close to the carriage. Time went on slowly. The sky became dark, while a fire was made, and the soldiers made a big pot of meat stew. Sir Eden ate some dry food, had a bowl of stew, and went to organize the night watches. Sir Eden was a retired soldier. He was loyal to the lady of the family. In the Valoran Principality, it was not necessary for a man to inherit the family's wealth and status. The elder daughter of the family could also inherit it. After finishing with the arrangements, Sir Eden planned to check out the carriage. However, when he got near it, he changed his mind and thought it was not good to disturb them now. The carriage was quiet. Of course, this was because the outside could not hear anything inside. In fact, from the beginning of the night, the face of the young man in front of Catherine had become distorted. He seemed to be suffering greatly, and he made a terrible roar with his hands holding his head. She felt afraid. Then she blacked out. The solid wood board of the carriage was easily crushed by young men like Tofu. If not for the help of the veiled woman beside, the carriage would be broken into pieces by him in the blink of an eye. "Master." The veiled woman pressed her hand on his forehead and said softly, "Relax, relax. Let my mind be one with you. I will help you share the pain." "My master, you have to let go of yourself. Otherwise, your mortal body would not be able to bear the huge information from the gods. You'll become mad. You're going to go crazy. Let me enter your mind. Otherwise, I can't help you cut off these faith connections." That is the belief connection belonging to the last god. His power is interfering with you. You have to learn to reject these beliefs. You are a supreme god, not a tool trapped by an old faith. Let me help you cut off all the connections. Then build your own realm. If not, the previous god would replace you. He would take over your body and live inside you. You must reject these faiths. You are not the one they serve. Believe in. What you need is a new faith, a new realm. My master, let me help you cut everything away. These old faiths should be buried with the old god. Her Shunic energy field expanded. The veiled woman held the young man's hands and then put her forehead on the other's forehead. In a moment, her face turned pale, while the young man's face gradually relaxed. Pain. The veiled woman was sweating profusely. In an instant, she seemed to hear countless voices, saw countless pictures, and the huge information hit her brain. Even if she was a Shunic warlock with a profession level of more than 30, she felt an unbearable feeling. There was too much. Too much. The prayer of mortals, of believers. It was like a nightmare, as all of this flooded into her head. Autumnfall. The once prosperous city had now become destroyed. The weakening of Whiterun had begun to affect its surrounding area, and another recent event had severely affected Autumnfall. The priests had lost connection to its god. the impetuous enemy began to harass them more frequently. The soldiers without the protection of the priests had died a lot. What's more, it seemed that the news couldn't be concealed. More and more people felt panic, and the enemy's attack became more and more frequent. The bad news was sent back here, and a large number of refugees gathered outside the city. Losing the protection of their god and priest, many ran to the city of Autumnfall. Furthermore, half-elf towns big and small were all attacked. Gnolls, orcs, ogres. These creatures, which were chased out by them previously, were now back to take back their fertile land. High priest. Something bad had happened. A rushing footstep was heard, and a young priest came running in. The young man whispered to the middle-aged priest, and the middle-aged priest became worried. Immediately, he ran toward the temple for the god of half-elves and rogues. This was his largest temple in the material realm and the center of his faith. As the successor of the god of thieves, the god of half-elves and rogues lost too much power in the struggle of gods. Because he failed to master the portfolio of shadow, the belief of the rogue began to be handed over to the Shadow Lord, Lady Luctimera, and the Mistress of the Night. He inherited only a weak priesthood. Thus he could only spread divinity to his own race, the half-elves, which was sandwiched between the humans and elves. That was why his first divine title was of the half-elves, followed by the rogues. The half-elves were his main believers. At one time, he was promoted to lesser divine power by the belief of the half-elves. Unfortunately, because of the failure of the struggle in the portfolio of rogues, he was once again reduced to minor divine power by the Shadow Lord. Now, as the first batch of gods were falling from the heavens, his temples were now dim. As the largest temple of the material realm, every change here meant something big. The glory of this god was fading. From the moment this god fell to the material plane, the glory of this temple had been dimmed a lot. Fortunately, the decline stopped gradually. Although the power of the temple weakened a lot, it still retained part of it, which made many believers feel a glimmer of hope. But not long ago, another shocking thing happened. That was, the statue of the god in the temple had suddenly become dim and was just like an ordinary statue. This process continued on for a whole day. On the second day, it seemed to have recovered some power. Even though it was weak, it was a glimmer of hope. However, what happened next shocked everyone in the temple. The statue of the god of rogues and half-elves in the center of the temple gradually lost all its divine brilliance. There was still remaining power in the temple, but there was no more divine power in the statue. A trail of cracks emerged on the statue. Then, all of a sudden, the statue erected in the center of the temple collapsed. Wrong. It was as though their faith had been shattered. With this temple as the center, all the other statues began to dim and show cracks. Finally, all the temples around in the material plane became dim, just like candles being extinguished one after the other. Fallen. The god had fallen. This time, the god was completely gone, and there was nothing left. His divine name had passed. Chapter 457 Awakened Saran. Saran was very confused during this period. Not only did his brain constantly receive the prayers from the believers of the dead god, but every prayer made him feel a certain willpower affecting his mind. It was strong, some willpower, more powerful than the will of fear. Although the god of the half-elves and rogues had died, he was not completely gone because he had many believers left in the material plane. The prayers of the believers did not call Saran's name, but the name of the dead god. At this time, Saran, as the successor and carrier of the priesthood, was rejecting them. This power conflicted in his body, and the remaining will of this god was making the final dying struggle. When prayer appeared, their will became a little stronger, and Saran needed more power to fight it. In the end, Saran almost completely lost his perception of the outside world. His spirit, his will, his thoughts were all fighting against the pervasive faith, prayers, and the will of the dead god. This was a battle. If there was no interference from others, Saran may become crazy for a long time. Finally, the winner would gain everything. Note: the battle between Arthas and the Lich King. Saran didn't believe he would win. In fact, his willpower would not be crushed. The thing that really affected him was the faith of the previous god, as the amount of information was too huge. There was a spell that had been banned. The spell was called Casus's Investiture. This was a level 12 spell and the most powerful spell in history. With the power of this spell, Casus, the great arch-wizard, overturned the first generation goddess of magic, then seized her power and temporarily changed himself into a divine form. But then, something unexpected happened. Casus, who was probably one of the most powerful arcanists in history, exploded because he could not bear the huge information of the goddess of magic. This eventually led to the end of the Netherall era. No matter how people said that the arcanists could beat the gods, one thing was sure: those were just legends. Casus was probably the most glorious but most aggrieved arcanist. He was breathing hard. Saran sweat all over, but his eyes became clearer and clearer. His pain was subsiding too. The 0 and 1s in front of his eyes were gradually returning to normal. The current flow in Saran's brain had become much weaker. After the extreme pain, he felt a wonderful and inexpressible spiritual power. That was to say, Saran, who received the divine title, was like a computer. After various strengthening and self-draining, his brain's computing ability had become quite amazing. However, his brain, after contacting the belief network that served many gods, was nearly on the verge of collapse, just like how a computer was about to burn its CPU. However, in this case, the will of the believers to pray for their dead god was putting a lot of stress on Saran. The magic network was only a small part of a bigger network. Above the 9 layers of magic network and legendary spells was an even more powerful network for the gods, the faith network. Previously, the level 12 spell Casus's Investiture accessed the power of this powerful network that served the gods. However, after the archwizard self-exploded and died, the second generation goddess of magic completely blocked the network above the 9th layer magic network, transforming it into a network that served the faith of the gods, which made it convenient for many gods. In short, the faith network was made into a channel to quickly transfer divine power. Saran was now like the archwizard that exploded. The archwizard exploded after accessing the faith network. Saran was exposed to a large amount of information belonging to the god of half-elves and rogues on the faith network and was in a state of madness. This was because his processing power was not enough. His shard of divinity was not powerful enough to contain the vast amount of prayers coming in. More importantly, the prayers were not calling for his name. However, even though Casus exploded after receiving the information, Saran could still endure it. The reason was that the Avatar crisis was coming. Both the lower-level magic network and the higher-level faith network would become weaker around the period of the Avatar crisis. At that time, the gods could only connect with the very devout believers, instead of people that prayed occasionally. Gods had this power. Holy name God field, when his temple, altar, image, etc., or his believer speaks his holy name, any object related to him, any person who speaks his holy name, can enter the perception of the god within an hour. This was why Saran was suffering, and why many wouldn't just call upon the holy name of their gods. Saran was like a primitive computer, which was now connected to the huge network of the interstellar age without enough external programs. The crazy amount of information almost drove him crazy. As a person who just contacted this network, Saran didn't even understand how to cut off from the network. Just then, the Shinnik Warlock appeared and cut away his connection, cutting him away from the faith network. Saran was now temporarily off the faith network, not in contact with the network. Saran now had a chance to breathe, and his mind was gradually recovering. As the will of the previous god lost the calling of his believers, it became weak and was erased by Saran in the blink of an eye. All the statues of the previous god lost their power, and some even cracked and fell. He was now dead. Saran had now taken over his divine title, but not his believers. The reason was simple. Holy name. The believers were still shouting the holy name of the original god of half-elves and rogues. What Saran needed to do now was to respond to their prayers and their calls with a new holy name that belonged only to himself. The statues of the previous god became ordinary items. However, the temples that served the god of half-elves and rogues still had some divine power. more observant believers would notice this. This meant that the divine title still existed, thus the temples still had divine power. Oh, what happened? Was I too tired? Did I fall asleep suddenly? The noble girl shook her head and got up from the carriage. She looked up and saw the man and woman. At first, her expression seemed to be a little startled. Then she began to remember something. She asked, "Have I slept for a long time? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something?" You've slept for a while," said the veiled woman. The noble girl rubbed her head and said, "Really? I guess I did." She looked at the two people in front of her. Everything was not different from her memory. It seemed that nothing had happened. The only difference was that the man's eyes seemed to be much brighter. She had a look at him, and somehow she wanted to worship him. The girl shook her head to shake away the feeling. When she looked at the copper stove in the carriage, she was shocked. The copper stove. The copper stove that Sir Eden brought had 5 clear finger marks left on it at some point in time. Chapter 458 Saran's return. The day went past quickly. When they arrived at Howling Wind Canyon, the veiled woman and the man left the group. When the two left, the noble girl immediately lifted the blanket covering the floor. She saw that there had been marks left on the hard floor of the carriage. She drew a dagger from her waist belt and thrust it straight down towards the wooden floor. She left no mark on it. The floor was made from the ebony wood from the north. The girl picked up the copper stove and looked at crushing marks and muttered, "Was that man a monster? Maybe a barbarian?" The two came naturally and left naturally. No one suspected anything or was confused about anything. The girl was only curious about what had happened but was not emotional. She was not scared, but rather just curious. Thud. Heavy footsteps were heard, and Sir Eden's voice came from outside the carriage, and he said in a deep voice, "My master, we're almost Verdun." It's said that a female aristocrat came from the Frost Kingdom recently. She is very active in the aristocratic circle in the south and is also the descendant of Queen Isabella like you. This lady has amazing financial resources. If you want to inherit the title, you would need more allies. Maybe you should take the time to meet her. The girl put down the copper stove, tidied up her dress and said, "All right. I know." Shipwreck Bay. The business at White Shark Tavern was still great, even though the drinks here left some people sick. Many people, however, didn't come for the alcohol. This was the largest trading area of Shipwreck Bay. As for what they were buying and selling, it was clear after just one look at the fierce people here. This was a secret meeting spot for the pirates. The door of the tavern was pushed open with force, and the wind and rain blew in. The fierce pirates sitting near the door frowned at once and looked at the two people who came. A young man, in a broad cloak, a tall woman with a veil on her face. The pirates looked at the man, and then their eyes fell on the veiled woman. The broad cape could not cover her gorgeous body, voluptuous chest and slim waist. Some whistled after seeing her. The two did not care about the pirates. The young man went straight to the counter, looked around, and said, "Get Sea Dog to see me." Sea Dog? The fierce-looking bartender was cleaning glasses. He was taken aback when he heard this, then realized that this was a nickname of his boss. However, no one called him that around here. Who is this young man that dared to call our leader Sea Dog? Even the big boys here call him Lord Dog. Does he want to get skinned? The owner of the bar looked up and down at Saran, who looked like a young adventurer. His expression was not friendly at all. Noticing this, the people around also came around Saran. It seemed like something was going to go down. The pirates in the tavern all seemed to be enjoying the show. Saran frowned. He noticed that the woman behind him made a funny smile. Immediately his expression changed. He turned around and glanced at the nearby thugs. In an instant, his eyes were like sharp knives. Then saw the group of thugs retreating with pale faces, sitting down in fear. "Bring Sea Dog to see me," Saran angrily ordered. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the whole tavern, making all the gloating people seem to be strangled, making it hard for them to breathe. Ping. The cup in the tavern owner's hand fell to the ground. His face turned pale in an instant. He seemed to have thought of something, trembled, and said, Yes, yes, Your Excellency. I'll go at once. The tavern became silent. The owner of the tavern sent people to inform the leader in a panicky way, and he came to Saran in a shudder, sweating to explain something. I want a quiet room. Saran didn't care about the minion pirates here. He glanced around and said slowly, I want an express ship tomorrow. Ask someone to prepare it immediately. Gather the leaders here. I have things for them to do. Saran went upstairs. When he left, the other people in the tavern seemed to regain the ability to breathe, gasping for air. Those who were unfriendly all became pale-faced. His Excellency. It seemed they finally knew who that young man was. Then they were almost scared to death. Inside the room, Saran ignored the frightened pirate minions and waved for them to get out. Saran spread out a large map and then pointed at several places. The veiled woman had a very interesting expression, but she seemed very quiet. She just watched quietly and did not speak. How much power do you have left? Saran asked as he looked at the map. The veiled woman thought for a moment and then said, I can barely reach the realm of legends. The curse of the Queen of Spiders was very strong and directly affected my soul. Saran nodded gently and said, can you cast a large area? Next suggestion. The veiled woman smiled and nodded, no problem. Rushing footsteps were heard outside the room. When the person reached the front of the door, he stopped, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Saran looked up and said, coming. Sea Dog walked in. There were also 3 minor pirate leaders who Saran was familiar with. They were now all dressed up in bright clothes. Sea Dog even became a little fatter. It seemed that these people were very comfortable in Shipwreck Bay. Saran looked at him up and down, and immediately Sea Dog began to sweat. At a time like this, Saran was not interested in beating them at all. He reached out, pointed on the map, and said, send someone to inquire about the information near the city of Autumnfall immediately. No matter what it takes, I need to know any information about the half-elves right away. Sea Dog wiped his cold sweat, nodded, and answered, don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll send people out immediately. The information will come back fast. Saran glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, summon the pirate leaders in the nearby waters and send the news back to the outer islands. 3 months later, I will hold a military parade in Port Mordor. A military parade? All the pirate leaders there were slightly confused. Then, they realized what he meant. With a shocked and excited expression, they immediately nodded, don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll send someone to inform the other pirate leaders right now. Military parade? Usually, only big nations would show their prowess, right? Could it be that His Excellency plans to? The pirate leaders there were filled with excitement as Saran was finally going to take this step. Saran's fingers tapped gently on the map, and he pondered for a moment, and continued, let Cassadok the Dragonhead warship at the port of Tylan, pass the news to Arendelle and tell Giant to bring his fleet back. Since the Elder Princess has come back, those Vrykul pirates would be nothing. Just leave a group of guards for the Chamber of Commerce there. Call back the Western Fleet too. Tell Scarface to take notice of the movement of the southern island nations. Tell the 3rd and 5th Fleet to sail to the Eastern Sea route. Saran drew his finger across Whiterun, and then he went along the river until he reached the seaport in the Southeast Sea. He said in a deep voice, sent someone to inform the Eastern pirates. We may need to pass through their territory sometime later. Orders were given out. Even though they weren't sure what Saran was planning, the pirate leaders knew this was something big. What was His Excellency planning? Gathering the fleet of 3 seas. Chapter 459. Demon Lord. Blood dripped slowly. There were dying groans of the wounded nearby, and the excited howls of gnolls. Eugene was disgusted by the sound, so he picked up a javelin and nailed the wild barking gnoll to the ground. The whole battlefield was quiet. In fact, the battle was over. Eugene didn't even look at the angry gnolls, he just stepped forward. All the orcs who saw him along the way fell to their knees. Their warriors of the Sabertooth clan suffered a lot of casualties, however, even after they had lost the protection of their god. These half-elves were not as easy to deal with as they thought. Sarat broke the arrow on his chest. The simple orc leather armor could not stop the half-elf's bow and arrow at all. However, he was the most powerful warrior in the tribe, strong enough to resist the enemy's arrow shots. When Eugene's old figure came to him, the huge and violent orc, like a giant, fell to his knees. He lowered his head humbly and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Shaman." The air was filled with a stink of blood. Their warriors of the clan were treating the wounded, while the gnolls were eating the bodies of the half-elves. This scene made Eugene feel very unhappy because even as an orc, he hated the gnolls very much. If it wasn't for defeating the army of Fall City, they wouldn't have joined forces with these dirty and disgusting gnolls. "We're back." Eugene stood on the high slope and looked down at the black land in front of him. His old face could not cover up the extraordinary years of his prime. The scars on his face were like dazzling metals, showing how much he had battled. The green grass and fertile soil. Eugene slowly fell to his knees, and the skull pendant on his chest touched the ground. The shaman, an orc, who had gone through a lot, kissed the ground. His rough calloused fingers grasped the black soil and tasted it. It was a fishy, bitter taste, but Eugene was enjoying it. He slowly stood up, pulled out the spear on its back, and then thrust it heavily into the ground in front of it. He looked at his tribe and shouted with all his strength, "We're finally back. We have taken our land back." All the orcs roared. The tribe's fighters pounded their chest and let out an angry roar. Corpses, corpses, and more corpses. The gnolls were enjoying a feast, but at the back of the line, there was a group of big gnolls with black fur who were looking at everything in front of them with bloodred pupils. They were stronger and more powerful than other gnolls. They were in steel armor and had heavy flails. Most importantly, they were exuding an evil aura. Heavy footsteps were coming closer. A gnoll approaching 3 meters came slowly. He was wearing full-length armor, with the blood-red streak on his special armor. The frighteningly strong gnoll was holding a very special weapon, a 3-ball flail. The heavy flail was covered in blood, pieces of bone, and flesh. The big gnoll leader came to Eugene. He looked down at the orc shaman he didn't care about the fact that he had just killed gnoll. Instead, he said grimly, "The army of the half-elves has failed. Where is the item my master wanted?" Eugene turned to look at the gnoll in front of him. Even though he was huge and oppressive, Eugene was not affected at all. He had faced giants since he was young. To him, the size of the gnoll only meant that he was an easy target. Eugene looked at the gnoll in front of him and said slowly, "One of the heads of the Flail of Ages is in the hands of the half-elves. We have only defeated their army. So how would we get the part for the artifact so quickly?" The gnoll leader looked at the old orc in front of him. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "Where else is there to fight? Within half a month, the part for the artifact must be presented to my lord, or your tribe will disappear completely. Ghouls would hunt you at night, and gnolls will slaughter your entire tribe. The wrath of my lord is not something you can bear." Yenagu, Prince of Gnolls, the demon lord of the 422nd layer of Abyss, the god of Gnolls. He conquered Dor-Esain, the king of ghouls, in a struggle of the Abyss lords. Thus he was now also the master of ghouls and controlled a large group of ghouls. This lord of the Abyss may not be as difficult to deal with as the other terrible beings, but his anger was not something an ordinary mortal could deal with. The power of any demon lord was equal to that of the gods, and there were large demon armies under his control. Yenagu, Prince of Gnolls, used a flail as a weapon. A 3-headed flail. Eugene's cold eyes were fixed on the gnoll without fear of the other's threat. The leader of the gnoll looked at him and turned to walk toward the back of the battlefield. "Damn these gnolls." The massive orc warrior looked at the leader of the gnoll and said slowly to the shaman, "Your Excellency, do we really want to give them the artifact?" Eugene gave him a look and said calmly, "Yes." But Eugene turned and walked down the hillside. He looked at the land in front of him and said slowly, "The Flail of Ages was once regarded as the most powerful weapon in the world. Only the Holy Avenger of the Paladin could rival it. Because of fear of its power, the artifact was torn apart again and again. Many have died under the Flail of Ages, and the sons of Slaughter even used it to kill a god. Now Yenagu, Prince of Nulls, wants this weapon. If he couldn't make the weapon, then nothing big would happen. However, the day the artifact is complete would also be when he would die. Eugene slowly walked away. The orc stood there and somewhat understood what Eugene said. With his intelligence, it was hard for him to understand all that. Mordor, Outer Islands. Gloria appeared around the portal to the Shadow Plane. She quickly cast a few protective shields and went inside the portal. With a swift change of the scene, in the blink of an eye, she had come to the Shadow Plane. At this time, the Shadow Plane had changed a little. There were some special buildings here, and 2 iron golems as guards stayed here. The progress of understanding the Wizard Tower was slow because there were too many secrets that they could not understand in the Arcane Empire. However, they were still the senior witches of the North. Because they had a good understanding of magic, they still had some research results after some time. Mother Gloria's figure quickly appeared around the maze. She looked at the fallen witch and asked, "Are there any findings?" There was still a hint of remaining energy fluctuation in the air. The fallen witch turned to look at her daughter and said softly, "Hayplane." This maze, like the council's, is maintained by a hayplane. I can feel the energy pool, but I can't locate this hayplane. Gloria became serious, and said slowly, "There's a hayplane here. Can you find the entrance to hayplane?" The fallen witch shook her head. With a flick of her finger, which was wearing black lace gloves, a projected structure appeared in front of the two, with 4 different tiers occupying 4 corners. Then she explained, any hayplane is developed by an element pool. Earth, water, wind, fire. These are the basic elements of the material plane. The energy pool, as we know, is the energy core of a hayplane, and is an important factor in the growth of a hayplane. Look here. The 4 points on this maze are crossed at the elemental pool. There is also a hayplane hidden here. It is because of the energy supply of the hayplane that this wizard tower can support for so long. The projection changed. With some unknown means, the fallen witch used a simulation to display the general structure of the maze. Taking the wizard tower in the center as the center, special energy signs appeared in 4 areas. There are at least 3 energy pools here. The fallen witch looked at the wizard tower in front of her eyes and said slowly, there should be an element pool in the tower, which is responsible for maintaining the daily energy consumption of the wizard tower. There is also an element pool under this maze, which is responsible for transforming the energy supply to the wizard tower. Finally, there should be a larger energy pool in the hayplane that we don't know about. If the last energy pool is still working, from the end of the Arcane Empire until now, if the power had been supplied non-stop, then the hayplane would be very big. Gloria's eyes showed a flash of brilliance and said, "Mother." "You mean?" The fallen witch looked at her and said, "That's right. There is an undiscovered standalone dimension space, possibly larger than the hayplane of the Witch Council. However, the entrance may be in there." The fallen witch looked at the distant wizard tower. The expression of the 2 witches became serious. They couldn't go in. Even if they combined forces, they wouldn't be able to go in. Chapter 460 The Master of Mordor Port Tylan, the Sea Temple. The Naga priest slowly emerged from the blue water. It was unknown if she had met with something good during this period. The divine brilliance in her eyes actually became more and more obvious. Although the sea goddess was a cruel and evil god, she was also a very generous goddess. The entire sea goddess system had a few existences that could be seen, which was also the reason why in the midst of the struggle between the sea goddess and the storm lord, they had always been in a weaker position. No matter how powerful the main god was, they couldn't do everything by themselves, especially in the matters of the material plane. If the main god of a god system went to battle entirely by themselves, the degree of importance of the matter would have been very serious. Saran's back. There was a sneer on the corner of Naga's mouth, and she slowly went, "This guy really doesn't move fast if there are no benefits." Sent someone to tell him that the Dragonbone warship is about to be completed, and have him finish what he had promised me. That priest Jin BTCH fighting with us for everything just because they have money. It's time for her to eat grass for once. In one of the darkest parts, The temple guard went away following the orders. The Naga priest raised her hand gently, and a blue water ball appeared in front of her. The ball that was made up of seawater appeared like a crystal ball. She watched silently for a while, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It won't be long before we get rid of you traitors." The figure of the Naga priest walked towards the secret chamber of the temple and said slowly, "Do you really think that fallen trash is qualified to compete with the sea goddess?" Saran's figure set foot on the grounds of Port Tylan. There was already a group of pirate leaders waiting for his return near the port. Saran just glanced at them and said, "Have all the latest updates compiled and let me see all of it. Send someone to ask the Sea Temple if the things that I want are ready. Have someone assembled the resources of Snake Island." Within a week, Hovneth heard of the supplies delivered to Raging Sand Island. There is a use for them later. Saran had a lot of things to deal with. As the pirate king who controlled a huge sea area, the number of pirates under him had already been in the tens of thousands. In the end, not only pirates but also merchants, sailors, and guards had become his subordinates. At this time, even the Shinnik warlock seemed to be a little surprised by Saran's power. Although Saran had already mentioned his identity on the way here, he did not mention that the force he had controlled was comparable to a kingdom. What he saw on the way here was that, no matter what Saran needed, he would have plenty of manpower and material resources to prepare them, as long as one was not an idiot. They could feel the terrifying mobilization power that was behind the scenes. Even a king would have difficulties mobilizing an armed fleet at will. While Saran was busy with his business, the Shinnik warlock was observing the world. She was not so familiar with the material plane. She spent more time on the astral plane in her life. Her darkest and most painful period was not on the Earth's surface, but in the Mind Flayer's nest in the Underdark. Since then, the number of times she had returned to the material plane was barely a few. Saran only spent a day in Port Tylan, and then he returned to the outer islands. Port Mordor. Saran's return had not been publicized much. In fact, many people did not know that he had already come back. At this time, Port Mordor has been expanded 2 to 3 times compared to the past, and many port depots have already been built nearby. There were a lot of caravans coming and going. Some of them that were going to the Amazon rainforest used this as a transit station, and some that were not afraid to die were getting ready to trade with the Aborigines. It was said that a large tribe of indigenous people had a big fight with the female Amazonian warriors some time ago. It was said that even the Storm Lord had taken action, but the victory still seems undecided. The Aborigines had fought with the female Amazonian warriors for thousands of years. Unless the temple intervened directly, it might even continue for another 1,000 years. Besides, father of dinosaurs, Yubtao, a very ancient god. He used to be called the master of the rainforest and an old rival of the Storm Lord, but then he seemed to have become silent afterward. The specific reasons were unknown, but it was written that he seemed to have created an abomination, which was called Godzilla by the adventurers. This god has not appeared for a long time. Only his faith was spread in the more remote and desolate areas of the outer islands, and occasionally, one could see the druids who believed in him. The movement of the Temple of Riches was very fast. Port Mordor was about to be built into a prototype port city, and the largest share of which undoubtedly belonged to the Temple of Riches. The belief of the Mistress of Riches has been widely spread among merchants, sailors, and guards. In contrast, the belief of the Sea Goddess could only be accepted by pirates. After all, the Sea Goddess was more frightening to them, and the merchants were obviously more willing to accept the teachings of the Mistress of Riches. Regarding the competition, Saran did not care one bit. He did not have much interest in these two domains. In his plan, pirates were just a blade, and he also did not want to be controlled. If he included the pirates in his opportunities, he would have been restricted by the Sea Goddess. This was something that was not worthwhile. On the way to the city of Mordor, in his hands, Saran was playing with a ring. It was engraved with the emblem of a vampire bat. This ring was called the Progenitor's Ring. It was a very good artifact. It was a pity he could not equip it, The reason was very simple. This artifact ring had a race restriction and could only be used by vampires. Saran would be cursed by the ring even if he wore it with the help of omnipotent hands. Blood hunger. Saran also did not want to suck humans' blood for no reason, so he had to throw it away for now. Item type: the Progenitor's Ring +1. Item level: Grade 1 artifact. Description: this is a ring containing a divine power. It was blessed with some power by the vampire god. Anyone who wore it could gain the supreme authority among the vampires and greatly improve their own strength at the same time. This ring had the power to control other vampires. It could directly control some of the weaker vampires. This ring has a special curse on it. Any non-vampire life form wearing it would be affected. Requirements: race restriction vampire. Effects 1. All tests +2. Effects 2. Progenitor's True Blood. Improve the grade of the vampire. The bloodline of the wearer would gradually purify over time, and finally, reach the level of the vampire's progenitor. However, this process may take thousands of years. This effect has no effect on ancient vampires. Effects 3. Dominate humans. This ring has powerful magic power and can cast the spell, Dominate Humans, once a day. Effects 4. Dominate vampires. This ring has powerful magic power, and can cast the spell, Dominate vampires, once a day. Effects 5. Control vampires. This ring is blessed with some power by the vampire god. The wearer of this ring can command the vampires. This was the artifact ring left by the demigod vampire. To some extent, it should be something very weak. The actual combat effects might perhaps not even be more than the Lich Ring +5, but it also had some special abilities. For example, Progenitor's True Blood and Control Vampires. It should be similar to the power of the Vampiric Divine title, but it was attached to the ring by him. It was unknown if it was because the ring was infused with his divine power. The city of Mordor was already in sight. Saran turned around and took a look at the Shinnik Warlock behind him, and said slowly, "Is Greater Restoration and Remove Curse really useless? The priests of the Mistress of Riches and the Sea Goddess are here, and they may be of some use." The Shinnik Warlock took a look at the city in front of her, shook her head gently, and went, "It's useless. Mortals cannot interfere in the realm of gods. Unless you can get one of the two goddesses to eliminate the curse for me personally, the power of mortals is useless." The low roar of the Quetzalcoatlus resounded. In the sky, a shadow flew by, and a Quetzalcoatlus, which has become 2 to 3 times larger, appeared, hovering over Saran's head continuously, sending out a roar of excitement. They were welcoming the Master of Mordor. Chapter 461. The Mistress. The Quetzalcoatlus hovered over Saran's head but did not descend. The movement already alerted the other people in the city of Mordor. Some of them seemed to have realized Saran's return. "It looks like Vivian trained it very well." A slight smile appeared on the corner of Saran's mouth. Then his face was a little worried and murmured, "Vivian didn't come. She should be the same as before, right?" It was unknown why. This time, Saran did not sense the will of the Dreadlord nor the demigod vampire when he killed the demigod vampire and acquired his divinity. The former might be that the demigod vampire wiped out the presence of the Dreadlord after he had ascended, while the latter might be that the demigod vampire has not completely died, or that he has not completely disappeared. The existence of the gods was different from that of ordinary people. To seal the gods meant betting with their own souls. After the death of the mortals, their souls would go to the other worlds for reincarnation, but after the death of the gods, their souls would disappear completely. Under normal circumstances, Saran should have directly absorbed the soul power of the demigod vampire, but at the last moment, the Hellpoemer stole a part of it using the Requiem of Hell. It was not clear between this strange legendary poemer and the devil in Batter's Hell. He probably knew more about the Field of Souls than Saran did. However, it was not the right time to think about it now. Saran was planning to see Vivian first. The city of Mordor was already in front of him. Saran looked at the city in front of him that had greatly expanded and then turned to the Shinnik Warlock behind and went, "What do you think of this place?" The Shinnik Warlock chuckled softly and slowly went, "Master, you made me think of someone. A legend long, long time ago. He was also a legendary pirate, but his legend has already been buried by history. Saran's face showed a trace of interest and said, "Die. Who is it? Do tell. Maybe I've heard of them." It seemed that the Chinook warlock rarely mentioned her name. She took a look at the distant Port Mordor and slowly said, "Balduran, a legendary pirate that has once appeared in history. He is really similar to Master, but he was still a pirate in the end, whereas Master has already gradually stepped into the eternal kingdom of the gods. He built the Baldur's Gate, a place that has long been lost in history. There should have been no legends about him in this world. Even though his name might have been more widely known than the gods at that time, he was eventually buried by history. This place reminds me of Baldur's Gate, Mordor. Although there are many similarities between it and the city of Mordor, one difference island that this place would stand for a long time because of its owner. Balduran? Saran has never heard of this name. The years were so merciless. Apart from the mighty gods high above, even the powerful legends would be gradually erased by history. As the Chinook warlock had said, there was already no legend about the Balduran in this world. But Saran has heard of the name Baldur's Gate. It seemed that this was a very old and ancient city. Its name had some connection with the Son of Slaughter, but it has been too long to know. Saran looked at her and asked, "Where did you find out about these?" The Chinook warlock looked up at the sky and said slowly, "The astral plane." Astral plane travelers have been observing the changes in this world. Maybe thousands of years have been a vicissitude for the world, but for the residents of the astral plane, it was only a small part of the long history. Astral plane travelers will record the history of many planes, which may span over tens of thousands of years. Saran smiled and did not ask further because Gloria had already appeared at the city gate. "You're finally back." Gloria was dressed in a black wizard robe, her white fingers wore black lace gloves, and a diamond ring inlaid with huge dream-like luster. Her long silver hair glowed in the sun. Even the loose wizard robe could not cover up her exquisite and perfect curves. When she saw Saran, there were traces of joy on her face. However, when she saw the Chinook warlock with a veil behind Saran, she could feel that she was a beauty just by intuition. Suddenly, her face changed a little. Then, she changed again as if there was nothing at all. She walked to Saran gracefully and elegantly. She naturally reached out and took Saran's arm. It was unknown whether she intentionally or unintentionally pinched his arms. She said elegantly, "Is this our guest?" Our guests." The strange jealousy and specific tone of her voice made Saran smile, and the Chinook warlock in front could not help laughing a little frivolously. Then, she gently came in front of Gloria. Di slowly knelt on one knee, but her knee did not touch the ground, just slight squatting yet kneeling position. The Chinook warlock took Gloria's right hand, while her expression was still at a loss. She bent down and kissed her fingertips, and said in a slightly magnetic voice and coquettishly went, "My beautiful mistress, I am my master's follower Di, a Chinook warlock from the astral plane. Nice to meet you. Maybe I can be of help to you." It was unknown whether it was intentional or unintentional. When the Chinook warlock got up, she showed her a full and plump chest under her lapel in front of Gloria. All of a sudden, she was at a loss. My lord." The voice of the Chinook warlock sounded in Saran's mind, and her tone was a little frivolous. "My mistress is so beautiful and amazing. And she's really cute." Saran's had a convulsion at the corner of his mouth. He left with Gloria, who was holding his arm, and answered directly with telepathy, "Don't cause any trouble." Frivolous laughter rang in his mind. With a smile on her lips, the Chinook warlock replied, "This way, mistress wouldn't be jealous, won't she, master? It seems like our secrets are not suitable for too many people to know." A group of people entered the city of Mordor. In the past few months, the city of Mordor and the memory of it that Saran had, has changed a lot. The road was much wider than before, and the drainage ditches on both sides have been completed. A sculpture was erected on the central square, which was Saran's heroic posture. More than half of the neat brick and tile houses have been completed. The encampment and the schoolyard of the garrison have been completed. The gate has been rebuilt and expanded once, and the land reclaimed outside was now a lush green wheat field. It might not be as prosperous as Port Mordor, but the prosperity of Port Mordor had a kind of noise and ostentatiousness in the air. But the city had a heavy sense of dignity. That was what Saran needed. The prosperity of the port was only the fireworks in the air. This was his real foundation. In the conference hall, Saran had a room set up for the Shinikorlok, and then he went to Vivian's room. There was no accident. The little girl once again entered her previous stat. She fell into a deep sleep. Lulu. Along with Saran came the fallen witch. When she saw Saran, her eyes turned bright, as if she had sensed something that Gloria had not found. She had been looking at Saran with profound eyes, but she did not speak. She just followed him quietly. Occasionally, she would look at her daughter at the side with a little sense of guilt or with some other emotions. In front of Vivian's room sat a little cat girl. She did not know how long she did not go to sleep. Her big beautiful eyes had already become the dark circles of the eyes today. She wanted to doze off, but she strongly held on. When she heard Saran's voice, she jumped up in a flash, as if she were a little confused. Meow? Lulu's still here. Lulu has been keeping watch on her master. Lulu is not lazy. Saran leaned over and touched her little head. He felt a little hurt and went. Lulu is very obedient. Go to have a rest first. We are here. The little cat girl shook her head and said timidly, no. Vivian slept for a long time. Lulu is a little worried. Lulu will stay here until she wakes up. Meow. Chapter 462 Good and Bad, half each. The room was silent. Vivian was peacefully lying on the soft velvet bed, her small hands folded on her chest, just like the Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tale. When he saw Vivian's peaceful sleeping posture, Saran's eyes suddenly softened, and even his whole vigor softened in the end. All the other people in the room were sensitive. Gloria looked at Saran, who sat beside the bed and caressed Vivian's long, silky hair. Her eyes had suddenly turned a little complicated, unable to say what kind of emotion it was. Even though they were so close, the most important thing in Saran's mind was still Vivian in front of him. The fallen witch reached out and held her daughter's hands, but she did not speak. Gloria turned to look at her mother, and her face gradually calmed down. She shook her head as if it was nothing, as if to tell her that she did not care. It was easy for a woman to yearn for more, but she had never wanted to fight with a little girl ever. Maybe she was just rueful. How long has she been sleeping? Saran got up and stood up. His face was much more solemn. He put his hand on Vivian's white forehead, closed his eyes, and felt something. He whispered, had she ever had a divine power rampage? This time, Gloria did not understand what Saran had sensed, but she said softly, it's been 7 days. This time, there was no abnormality. She has been sleeping quietly, without any signs of her power rampaging. When Saran heard it, he frowned and went, is it? It seemed like something had also been discovered. In the eyes of the fallen witch, a faint magic light appeared. Then she went forward and mumbled, the devil's breath in her body has gotten more and more obvious. The fallen witch. As a witch who traded with the queen of succubus, Macanthut, she was not pure human now, so she could sense it more than Gloria did. Saran, as a demigod and also the son of slaughter, was inextricably related to the abyss demons. So after Saran sensed something, she noticed it and found something unusual. Vivian's demonic breath was getting more obvious. Even if she did not have any instances of her divine power rampaging this time, it does not necessarily mean that it was a good thing. Saran went silent for a while. His divine perception seemed to have made him sense something in the dark, so there were traces of worry on his solemn face. The fallen witch came to Vivian's side. She gestured towards Saran, trying to reach out and touched Vivian's forehead. With Saran's permission, the fallen witch leaned over her forehead and pressed it on Vivian's forehead. Then, she could not help convulsing a little. Deng. The fallen witch turned pale and retreated 3 steps back. When she saw that everyone's eyes fell on her, she murmured in a low voice, bottomless abyss. The more powerful Vivian is, the closer she is to the bottomless abyss. Saran's biggest worry has finally happened. The stronger the divine power of fear that Vivian had inherited, the more the attraction she garnered from the bottomless abyss. The transfer of the power of the demigod vampire has greatly strengthened her as the body of the resurrection of the Dreadlord. If the situation continued to deteriorate, Vivian might be directly summoned into the bottomless abyss. In the yesteryear, amongst those infamous and outstanding Son of Slaughters, some of the most powerful ones were summoned directly into the bottomless abyss. Vivian's strength was making her approach closer to the bottomless abyss. This distance was not one that was a substantial distance in space, so Gloria could not feel it at all. But Saran, the Son of Slaughter and a demigod, could feel it, and so could the fallen witch who traded with the Queen of Succubus, because they all had the breath that came from the bottomless abyss. Saran was lost in thought. He reached out and stroked Vivian's long, silky hair. He turned around and looked at the others. He said slowly, "Let's go out first. I'll find a solution to this bottomless abyss." For ordinary people, it was a terrifying place. But for Saran, it was just one of the most dangerous places he had ever been to. Vivian's transformation made him realize something. Although he solved the biggest problem on the material plane, he also concentrated the divine power of fear onto Vivian. This meant that the time for him to finally face the Dreadlord has shortened. The task for the Sons of Fear was to kill each other. The demigod vampire superseded Lillian, the Witch of Terror, who should have woken up in Amber City. He killed a large number of Sons of Fear. Although there might still have been some survivors, the congregated amount of divine power of fear was still quite huge. Reinhardt changed the original resurrection process by ascending into the vampiric divine title. However, when he was killed by Saran as he was an important threat, the resurrection process of the Dreadlord was revised back again. The divine power had returned to Vivian's body since she was the real body. Saran did not know how much time he still had, but he had a strong feeling that his schedule to the bottomless abyss had been greatly advanced. At present, the only variable was whether he wanted to go to the bottomless abyss before or after the Avatar's crisis. If it was before the Avatar's crisis, it would be incredibly difficult to fight against the Dreadlord. But, if it was after the Avatar's crisis, then Saran's victory over him could reach at least 60%. Vivian could no longer get stronger. As a child, all her powers were like rootless duckweeds. This was what the Dreadlord wanted because, in that way, he could easily take his powers back. Otherwise, how could he take away the powers of a child of God that had obtained them themselves? "You guys go out first." Saran sat by the bed and looked at Vivian, who was sleeping. He turned around and looked at the others. He said softly, "I want to be here alone with her for a while." Gloria glanced at the fallen witch, turned, and left the room. Saran sat at the foot of the bed and watched Vivian's face. He reached out and stroked the little girl's cheek. Then he leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. He murmured, "Don't worry. Older brother will always stand by your side. No matter the difficulties, I will face them with you." The little girl's mouth showed a faint smile. She couldn't hear Saran's words, but she was aware of Saran's presence. Time passed by. Saran sat by the bed and looked at the little girl in front of him. From time to time, he reached out and stroked her long, silky hair. His eyes gradually returned its calmness. When he got up and left the room, Saran's eyes returned to the cold and merciless ones. Finally, he looked at Vivian, who was sleeping in the room, and a strong sense of killing reappeared on him. He murmured, "The Dreadlord, whoever it is, those who threaten Vivian are all going to die." 3 days passed quickly. Finally, the others came to know about Saran's return. The priests of the Temple of Riches and the Sea Temple came to visit him, and he also met with the representatives of the Temple of Grain who stayed here. Saran himself had no idea that the fertilizer in his plans would attract the priest of the Grain Goddess, but since there was such an opportunity, of course, he needed to make good use of it. He was not sure how much he could change the future now, but whatever he could change, a bit was still a bit. Maybe there would be miracles happening in the world. Saran had a lot to deal with. There were some new discoveries in the shadow plane, but it was a little difficult to break through the defense front of the wizard tower. Saran was worried about being attacked by the arcane crystal pulse cannon. One must cut off the power of the wizard tower before they could enter it safely. Intelligence from the autumn fall nearby has been sent over. Half-elves have not had a good time in recent days. At the same time, they have been attacked by creatures such as half-beastmen, gnolls and ogres, and more. For the current plight of the half-elves, other nearby races were looking on coldly, because in this turbulent period, many gods have fallen into a deep sleep one after another, and they did not want to expend their power elsewhere. Saran held on to the report and thought for a long time. In the end, he put it aside for a while and prepared to think about it a few days later. The half-elves would not die out so fast. He was still a person from Order Evil. He knew that it was better to help in the hours of need than to add help instantly. He was waiting for the chance to reap the most benefits. Being evil might still be beneficial based on this point. Chapter 463 Ceremony. A quiet night. Saran wrote and drew on white paper with a quill pen. Since returning to the city of Mordor, he finally had some time to study higher grade spells. Saran learned all the spells below grade 3. But the difficulty of mastering them would be increased if the level of spells continued to rise. It was unknown if the reason was that he advanced into a demigod. Saran's understanding of arcane magic seemed to be much stronger than before. He had at least doubled the speed of mastering high-grade magic that he thought was difficult to understand before. The exact reason was still unknown, but it must have had something to do with the power of the Shard of Divinity, because Saran already had divinity, and he could not do this before. There was still a lot of slaughter EXP stored. But Saran was not eager to improve his professional level, because, for him, the benefits of increasing 1 or 2 professional levels were not significant. The most important thing was to decide his own path. It was the path for the future. Although the realm of the gods was very powerful, it also had great limitations. That is, it was difficult to change after the power was formed. Although gods had all kinds of powerful power, their own profession was fixed. It didn't matter if it was the Queen of Spiders or the other gods, the profession with the highest level would still become the core of their power. Without a doubt, Saran's current power core was the rogue, but the path he wanted to take was not the rogue, the god of half-elves and rogues. The former one was the most restricted sense of the racial divine title. The key to determining the amount of their own divine power was whether the race was prosperous or not. To be honest, the half-elves had no potential to compete with the potential of humans, elves, dwarves, and beastmen. Even halflings had protection from a god with powerful divine power. After all these years, the half-elves only had a minor god to support them. Within the half-elves inner circle, the belief was also not unified, and the influence of humans and elves' god systems was very severe. Saran never intended to stick to the half-elves' divine title. It was just a springboard for his future. The rogue divine title. This divine title had appeared at most at great divine power and was also fully supported by the shadow field. Saran did not expect much from this either. As a former top rogue, Saran knew the advantages of this profession, but he was also very clear about its disadvantages. Rogue was an indispensable part of his power, but it could not become the core domain of his divine title. Otherwise, his growth would be limited because the potential of the rogue's advancement would be greatly reduced after entering the legendary domain. So what if you had an even stronger ability to preserve your life? Saran had already passed the period where he needed life preservation. He needed more powerful fighting power, especially when he needed to face the Dreadlord. Hand of Despair. This top-level legendary assassin was the optimum. His strengths and weaknesses were also prominent. Maybe it was fine for ordinary people, but it was deadly for gods. Saran could not take the rogue as the core ascension, or he would have to go hard against the Shadow Lord. There was no professional limit to racial divine titles. Saran had a chance to decide which profession his core domain was before he really ascended to become a god, because it was very difficult for him to change after he became a god. The combat power of rogues was very limited after the legendary domain unless they were advanced into Shadow Lord or other special professions. These were no problems for ordinary people, but for Saran, who was stepping into the field of gods. It meant that he must step into the shadow domain in order to be promoted in the future. Otherwise, he would be stuck here. In this way, he must kill the Shadow Lord, and the Shadow Lord would regard Saran as an important enemy. For now, Saran's success rate in defeating the Shadow Lord was practically 0. Ta-ta-ta. The soft footsteps sounded outside the door. Saran rubbed his forehead and put down the quill pen. He thought it was Gloria outside, but when he realized that he had been intimate with Gloria for the past 2 days and that she had entered the shadow plane contentedly this afternoon for the study of the elemental pool, Saran knew that it was definitely not her. Who would it be? Saran frowned slightly and then heard the knock on his door, coming. As soon as Saran's senses unleashed, he knew who was coming from the door already, because she had a demonic scent similar to Saran's. The fallen witch, Gloria's mother, the electorate of the Queen of Succubus. The door opened gently. The figure of the fallen witch appeared in front of Saran. She was wearing a black wizard robe, but it looked like a cheongsam when it was spread at the end of her thigh. Wearing black silk stockings on the slender and strong thighs, the top spider silk from the underdeck was filled with unspeakable beauty. The long silky hair was pinned up like a noble lady near her temples. There was no adornment on the fallen witch. Through the thin wizard robe, one could see the slight bulge towering on her chest. There was nothing worn beneath it. Saran's breathing was a little short, but there was a bit of confusion and a bit of headache. He was afraid of this woman, but there was no denying that he was attracted by her beauty. Different from Gloria's beauty, the fallen witch had another kind of strange charm, which was more evil, more desolate, and full of temptations. You seem troubled. The fallen witch's expression was calm as if she was not seducing Saran at all. She came directly in front of Saran and sat on the desk with her round and upright hips. The sensual atmosphere was not any magical effect, but a charm that she had naturally exuded. Corinne looked down at Saran with her blurred eyes. Her white fingers brushed her chest, and she suddenly breathed quickly. She had been paying attention to Saran's changes. When she felt Saran's speeding heartbeat, there was a frivolous smile on the corner of the fallen witch's mouth. She touched Saran's cheek with her index finger as if she was talking to herself. Since you intend to enter the realm of the gods, all the rules of the mortal world wouldn't restrain you. The life of the gods is long, very, very long. In the endless river of time, are you going to live alone like this, instead of having more people to accompany you? Keek. You know what? Sometimes I clearly feel you are evil, but sometimes I find that you are more restrained than me. Ah! The figure of the fallen witch soared up, and then her entire body fell on Saran's knee. A pair of strong hands dug deep into his lapel. The rapid breath, the accelerated heartbeat, and the burning heat felt in the buttocks. The beautiful face of the fallen witch appeared a little red, and her breathing gradually became a little disordered. Saran felt the difference of her hands, bigger and softer than Gloria's, which was another kind of ultimate enjoyment. Just rubbing it for a while. He slowly took out her hand, and gradually calmed down. While still holding on to the fallen witch in front of him, he said slowly, "Say it. Why are you coming to me tonight?" You should know the influence of this kind of thing on Gloria. You should also know I don't want to make her sad. If there's no reason why, as her mother, you wouldn't have come tonight. Silence. The fallen witch stiffened up for a moment, and then she slowly broke away from Saran's arms. She got up to tidy her wizard robe and then said in a seemingly calm voice, "I know it's impossible to hide from you. It's a ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat. She blessed me with the power of divinity, and I must please her at the right time. It's a fallen's pleasing ceremony. This ceremony must be completed, or I would be punished by her. It will be extremely painful, depraved, and evil. If you don't want to help me finish the ceremony, then I'll go out and find others now, and kill them all after the ceremony." Speaking of this, the voice of the fallen witch trembled slightly, but still seemed calm. "Me and Gloria's father were a combination of interests. We have met less than 5 times, and no other man has ever touched me. You are the best choice for me, and you should be the most pleasing ceremonial choice for the Queen of Succubus. But if you refuse, I can only perform the ceremony in other ways. Speaking of this, the body of the fallen witch was obviously shaking even more. Saran could not help sighing. He got up and stood up, handed his hand to the fallen witch, and said slowly, "Pass it over. I've seen the fallen ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus before. There is no way to satisfy her this way." The body of the fallen witch trembled for a moment, and then a strange redness appeared on her face. She took out a whip made of special silk and handed it to Saran's hand with a little trembling of her hands. Then she gently took off her clothes, turned her back to Saran and showed her white back and beautiful curves in front of him. The fallen witch slowly knelt down with her back to him, singing strangely in her mouth, as if calling for something. An invisible energy field emerged in the position of the fallen witch's collarbone. A strange kiss mark suddenly seemed to come alive, and then her whole skin was covered with a layer of red. Kiss of the Queen. The blessing ceremony of the Queen of Succubus, Macanthut, was also the emblem of the evil fallen. It could give people powerful power, and even directly enhance the attributes of human beings, but it also represented the soul of human beings into a deeper fallen abyss. The sound of the whipping was clear. A red mark appeared on the white back of the fallen witch. Her whole body trembled violently, her breath was short, her face was crimson, and her mouth made an uncontrollable voice that sounded both like pain and happiness. P.S. Because part of the plot needs to be modified, there is a slight adjustment. Vampiric Touch gifted ability. You have successfully integrated the divinity of fear. When you activate this gifted ability, you can gather negative energy to erode the enemy's life force and temporarily transfer it to you. Any enemy you touch directly after activating this ability will lose 3 spellcasting score HP and absorb up to 60 horsepower. These health values would be transferred to you, and your injuries would be treated. If it exceeds your health value, these life forces would be reserved for 1 hour, and your maximum life force would be increased additionally. The effect of this spell can't be superimposed. The opponent may die directly due to the complete consumption of the life force. Usable once a day. Chapter 464. The correct usage of omnipotent hands. A soft sea breeze came in. Saran stood on a reef and looked at the sea in the distance. His entire body seemed to be like a sculpture where he fell into deep thoughts. His face showed a rare color of fatigue, which seemed to have consumed too much energy, and his expression showed a color of laziness. Light footsteps came. The figure of the Chinook warlock appeared behind Saran, tilting her head and sizing him up, and playfully went, "Master, ever since I saw you, I have never seen you so lazy and tired before. Keek, is it because you used up too much energy last night?" The Chinook warlock's words became frivolous, as if making fun of Saran was very amusing to her. Saran turned and glanced at her, and did not answer her question, but said slowly, "Try to recover your strength. If you have the energy to care about these issues, wouldn't it be better to think about how you could recover?" The corner of the Chinook warlock's mouth raised into a grin, and she easily sat next to Saran like a butterfly and had a good big stretch and said, okay. In fact, it's actually quite good now like this. At least you don't have to hear the mess in other people's heads every day." What a rare leisure time. Was it mind reading? Saran was a little stunned when he heard her words, and then looked at her seriously, and said slowly, "Is that right? Then have a good rest. We still have a lot of time to prepare." He did not know the domain of the Chinook warlocks, but if the Chinook energy was too strong, they could really know what the others were thinking. Then control the thinking of the other creature. Saran's telepathy could only do a part of this, and the perceived ability of a demigod was also useful, but it could only be effective on the ordinary people. The stronger the target, the weaker the effect. "Master." The Chinook warlock looked towards the sea in the distance. After a moment of silence, she said slowly, "The Jinn priest of the Temple of Riches is very interesting. I'm going to learn some priest skills from her, and if I can, my sub-profession is going to be a priest." Saran listened to her words and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Are you sure?" The Chinook warlock smiled and said slowly, "It's actually a very simple thing. But if you want to advance into a higher domain, I'm afraid I might need your help. A blessing of divine power. Saran nodded thoughtfully. With the current ability of the Shanic Warlock, there were limitations in any domain of sub-profession. If the psychic power was too strong, it would occupy more space in the soul. She might be able to be a priest as a sub-profession easily. But if she wanted to advance her priest to the domain above legendary, I'm afraid it would take a long time. Or, Saran to bestow divine power to her. Divinity was only a passive power. Even the biggest change was the blessing of divine power. Vivian's powerful strength was the accumulation of the divine power of fear. It was difficult to transform divinity into real power, but the divine power could replace the effect of spells. Almost all the electorates of a godly temple had the divine power bestowed by a god. Even if necessary, they could directly mobilize part of the divine power of the god and become an incarnation of the god. If the Shanic Warlock really wanted to raise the level of her priest, she could only rely on Saran to bestow her divine power. Someone's coming. Dia landed lightly, turned to look at Saran. Her eyes seemed to narrow, and slowly said, "It seems like someone was not satisfied last night, and was ready to come to the Master to continue again." As a Shanic Warlock who once had a professional level of more than 30, maybe she did not have enough respect for the gods in her heart. The shadow of the fallen witch appeared. Saran was sitting crossed legs and stood up and walked while wiping his curved sword on the reef. When the other party approached, only did he say slowly, "It should have finished, didn't it?" The fallen witch looked at his back and nodded softly, and went, "Yes, thank you." Saran paused as his fingers that were wiping the curved sword stopped momentarily, then said, "There's nothing to thank me for. You're Gloria's mother anyway. I can't be sitting and waiting for you to sink deeper into the domain. But you'd better also think about your future. The Queen of Succubus is not like a nobody in the abyss. After you've signed a contract with her, she has already branded your soul. Unless you enter into a field comparable to the gods, you will be her plaything and slave all your life. This time may have passed like this, but have you ever thought about what to do next? I've never seen a fallen ceremony to please the Demon Queen before last time, but I've seen a desecration ceremony that was trying to please the Queen of Spiders. A group of naive guys think that blood, killing, sacrifice, prostitution, chaos, and fallen can satisfy the Queen of Spiders, but they never thought about the existence of the Queen of Spiders. She has seen too much in the long years, and how difficult it would be to please her. Do you know the final fate of those people? Speaking of this, Saran turned to look at the fallen witch behind and obviously saw her body trembling. "I don't know," said the fallen witch, while shaking her head gently. Saran smiled as if trapped in some kind of memory, whispered, "The priest in charge of the ceremony was turned into a Yoklol, and the Queen of Spiders sent the Driders to eat the sacrifice completely. Those who survived by chance have also been transformed into monsters that were half human and half spider. You may have more knowledge than me, but you must know the Abyss better than I do. Those Abyss demons are not as easy to deal with as you think, and their chaotic nature can do anything. They won't be so easily satisfied. You think if I didn't do it yesterday, you could just find some ordinary people? Hee. I'm afraid if you do that, it would have been Glorious Nun who came yesterday. They would kill all the people in the ceremony with the golden whip with their hook, and then satisfy the Queen of Succubus by tormenting you, because this kind of pleasing ceremony is just a pastime of the Queen of Succubus. Who was the Queen of Succubus? The divine title she was in charge of was the darkest and most depraved field of emotion and desire. It was naive to think that this little mortal thing would be enough to satisfy her. If she was really so easy to satisfy, I'm afraid some warlocks could easily please her. Saran fell silent. He remembered a sacrifice ceremony he had attended before. He used a dragon egg to sacrifice for a lower grade demon lord. As a result, everyone almost died in it. Just a dragon egg could not satisfy its appetite at all, and its chaotic nature made it attack the other people who were sacrificing it. Saran sighed wearily and said slowly, "In the short term, there should be no problem. Even the Queen of Succubus should have been satisfied last night. Maybe when the world changes, the contract on your body would also change. The beauty of the fallen witch's face showed a trace of redness, and her body trembled involuntarily as if thinking of something. Her eyes fell onto Saran's long, white fingers. Then, in order to cover up her feelings, she left a little flustered. Saran did not speak. He just looked at the sea in the distance, as if thinking about other more important things. Ordinary means were practically useless when trying to please the Queen of Succubus, because the legendary book of exotic fantasy was made by the Queen of Succubus or her daughter, which was the most degenerate and lustful magic book in the multi-universe. But Saran was not totally helpless. After all, he was one of the top rogues in the world. The pale golden shadow spread at his fingertips. Saran put the curved sword on his knee and played with the pure golden dagger in his hand. His fingers had become a virtual shadow, and the pure gold dagger was so fast it could not be seen by the naked eye. Kaka. Saran put the dagger on the rock and murmured, "Or should I melt it? If it's mixed with pure gold, maybe we can forge a second legendary curved sword. Maybe I should go and ask Gloria." She mentioned that night that there seemed to be a new breakthrough in the Silver Sword of Gith. Weapons. Without the Holy Avenger in his hands, Saran could only find ways from other places. After all, he had the greater dual-wielding combat ability. In order to give full play to his combat effectiveness, 2 legendary curved swords were necessary. There was still too little advanced equipment. It was unknown if he should take some time to visit the Wizard City. Now, the amount of money in his hand should be able to afford some legendary equipment. Saran stood up. He took a look at the distant sea and turned to walk towards the port. Chapter 465 Big Moves. End of Book 3. Sea Temple, Port Thailand. The Naga Siren priest was sitting in the back of the temple. For some reason, she had put on a gorgeous sacrificial robe today. She seemed to be preparing for something important as her expression was quite serious. However, when she heard the report of the marine life in front of her, her face began to turn disturbed. She frowned at the blue water in front of her and murmured, "What is Saran doing? Moving his troops at a time like this? Is he planning something big? Is he going to take revenge on the Principality of Rosat, or something even bigger? Damn it." The Naga Siren priest hit the ground with her staff and muttered. How many Navy units had he mobilized? The Navy. For some time now, she had been referring to Sran's pirates as the Navy. The distorted shadow was hidden in the seawater under the temple. It had no specific shape, but it was a kind of sea creature with a strong aura. It looked like a mixture of a sea creature and a sea monster. It had the strength beyond high-grade professions but less than a legendary figure. This kind of creature had appeared in the sea temple more than once. Its whole body was hidden in the sea, and speaking in the Naga Siren language, it said, hundreds of warships were mobilized near Port Thailand. The Dragonhead warship also docked near Port Thailand. There have been 50 medium-sized ships mobilized to Snake Island. There was also some stuff that was shipped out. There is a large number of ships in Shipwreck Bay. There are around 300 warships being mobilized. If we count the small pirate ships, then there would be around 600 ships. There's more warships coming back from the Frost Kingdom, the patrols in the Southern Island Kingdoms, and the surrendered pirates of the West. These are only a fraction of the troops. Saran has controlled and annexed many chambers of commerce in this period of time. There are also many merchant ships and frigates that can be mobilized in secret. He could conservatively have thousands of ships to mobilize. The Naga Siren priest was shocked. She went into thought, and muttered, has he become so powerful? This guy. How could he expand so quickly? The distorted figure in the sea was also silent. After a while, he said, Your Excellency. Since Saran's rise, he has never seemed to have failed. This gave him an unimaginable appeal among the pirates, let alone his own excellent skills. Now from the south coast to Arendelle, any chamber of commerce that wanted safe passage on the sea had to kowtow to him. The pirates earned by robbing people, but now he had taken up the responsibility to guard the ships. Even though this is built on bullying the other merchants, without a strong force, Saran would seem like he was blackmailing the merchants. However, with his power now, He could rightfully tax them. He taxed them but provided protection services. This was how a kingdom was like. The Naga Siren priest's face became more and more serious and somewhat unwilling. She murmured, "I'm afraid that his influence will increase even more." The sea creature in the sea said, "Your Excellency, I'm afraid we can't control Saran now. He has been growing rapidly since the annexation of other pirates on the south coast. Arendel's naval battle made him defeat the regular army of a kingdom, and his fleet expanded even more rapidly. Many pirate groups who were waiting ultimately joined him. Furthermore, he even succeeded in attacking the southern island kingdoms. After that battle, Saran had basically rounded up all the south coast pirates. Even the merchants of Shipwreck Bay and Port Tylan are all with him. If not for him mobilizing his troops, we would not have known how much power he had." The Naga Siren priest let out a sigh. "That's right. If it wasn't for Saran mobilizing the fleet that stirred up many people, the priest would not have known how powerful he had become. Pirates, merchants, guards. The pirates controlled by Saran were only the power on the surface. He used violence, annexation, or forced other chambers of commerce to submit. The guards, under the control of the Chamber of Commerce, fell into his hands. Marine trade was not like land trade. More than half of the people on a merchant ship could be counted as combat effective. Sailors had received combat training, and the guards of the Chamber of Commerce had many talents. Although Saran divided part of his interests, the slave trade, the ocean trade, and the eastern trade route were almost all controlled by him. Snake Island, Port Tylan, Shipwreck Bay, Raging Sand Island, the west coast, Arendelle, the southern island kingdoms. Mordor. Since the defeat of Ashrad, Saran's armed forces had been expanding rapidly. Otherwise, they would not have been able to support the expedition of Arendelle and the war against the southern island kingdoms. "Bring me a map." The Naga Siren priest stood up suddenly and asked a temple guard to bring her a map. Heavy footsteps were heard. The guard quickly brought a map, and the Naga Siren priest spread it out quickly before her eyes, then frowned and watched carefully. She held out her finger and pointed at the outer island's city of Mordor, then drew a line directly connecting to Port Tylan. Then 3 lines connecting Snake Island, Raging Sand Island, and Shipwreck Bay. Soon the Naga Siren priest's face turned pale. Her fingers connected from Raging Sand Island to the eastern trade route, and then from Shipwreck Bay to the west coast, Arendelle, the southern islands kingdoms. The First Fleet, Third Fleet, Fifth Fleet, the Dragonhead warship in Port Tylan, Giant, Scarface, Knight are all in Shipwreck Bay. Here he has powers in the City of Riches, Raging Sand Island. This is the fleet of Ashrad. This is the territory of the Principality of Rossat. He had placed his 6 fleets here. Saran. He had mobilized so many navy fleets here. Now he even brought the fleet from Arendelle and Southern Island kingdoms back. Damn it, what is this guy doing? The Naga Siren priest slammed the wall and turned to stare at the map. She had a feeling that Saran was plotting something big, but she couldn't understand what Saran wanted. With this amount of power, he could already invade a kingdom on land. Tens of thousands of fierce pirate army, huge fleets could directly block all the coastlines of any kingdom. His relationship with the Northern Witch Council was unclear, and now he had a closer relationship with Arendelle in the Frost Kingdom. When the Naga priest unfolded the map to examine the power of Saran again, there was a trace of fear, a tremor, and an inexpressible shock in her heart. As an opponent and ally with Saran, the Naga Siren priest knew how weak Saran was and how she could completely control him. But now this man had become a terrible existence that she needed to look up to. He had witnessed all this but as a competitor. A tentacle-like thing came out from the seawater and pointed at 2 places on the map. Your Excellency, Saran had placed his mutant pet here, and Deadman's voice hidden here. Hearing this, the Naga Siren priest trembled all over. Chapter 466 Chapter 1 Pirate Domain. It was a quiet day. Saran sat in the hall and looked at the information sent in front of him. The situation in the mainland had become more and more chaotic, and the war in the southern countries showed signs of further spread. The aristocracy's long history of oppression and exploitation had already accumulated enough hatred, which would explode like fireworks as long as the people were stirred up. As for the people who were instigating in secret, even with Saran's intelligence collection ability, they could not be sure. Currently, the guess was that they were demons and some evil cult. The irony was that many gods stood with the nobles to maintain law and order. Even the good gods had to help these evil nobles to maintain social order. That was because if the order was broken, then more chaos would come out. Autumnfall should be able to hold on a little longer. Saran put down the scroll in his hand, and his index finger gently knocked on the table, murmuring, "The half-elf's secret is still there. Even if the priest loses their divine power, there are druids and wizards who can still use magic." The elves had refused to help them, and it seems that the humans are also suffering a lot from the ancient red dragon in Whiterun. It is said that there appears to be some gnoll from the abyss. I don't know if they can make it to the time I need. Yenagu, Prince of Gnolls. Have the claws of this dog extended to the material plane, or is it trying to assemble the flail of ages? He sure wants to die. Saran showed a wry smile and soon drew a huge and ferocious gnoll image with a pen. The gnoll had a huge three-headed flail and wore a fine gold armor. Yenagu, the Prince of Gnolls, was one of the most familiar lords of the abyss to Saran. The reason why he was familiar with Yenagu was that he had the gnolls and ghouls under his command. To a certain extent, he was the boss of the abyss for adventurers. Other abyss lords were difficult to deal with, but only Yenagu had a bunch of gnolls and ghouls minion. After all, gnolls and ghouls had no high challenge rating, even if they were from the abyss. They were still easily beatable. Saran had stayed in the 422nd Abyss layer for some time. Maybe I should send some men over. Saran looked at the picture as if he remembered something. Then he threw the paper aside and murmured, "Yenagu's minions are not strong, but he would still be a terrifying existence in the material plane. It seems that I have to make some preparatory plans." Saran stood up and walked out. Half a month went past. Within this time, Saran had set up many things, also gathering much intel. There were not many things worth mentioning. The first was that someone saw the traces of Lady of Cats and dancing. This goddess of minor divine power seemed to have fallen to the material plane. Saran once encountered her followers, who were almost spoiled by the mistress of the night. She once degenerated to the evilest forbidden area, and she shifted to chaos and evil. The second news was that it seemed that the god of traveling and exploration had also come down. This was a lesser divine power god, but his location was still unknown. Third was about the High Lady of Sylvan Moon, whom Saran was concerned about. Her believers had become more active. Saran was not worried about the other matters, but he was somewhat worried about the High Lady of Sylvan Moon. That was because this god previously killed the Witch of Terror, Lillian. Mordor had always been orderly, and everyone was busy with their thing. Saran got up and walked toward the port of Mordor. He had some new abilities that he needed to test. Some people thought that a demigod was the advancement of the legendary figure. However, a demigod was another life form, a mix of mortal flesh and lore. The legendary realm was a mortal's limit. If the gods had no portfolios and fields, then they were only powerful legends. Profession level 20 was a legend. Profession level 40 was also legend, but the power gap was relatively large. Regardless, they were still the same life form, but demigods were different. They were another life form and the starting point of another path. Saran had awakened another ability. In fact, he had already been accumulating this ability. Just that after he became a demigod, the ability unlocked itself. Domain Pirate. When he got the first notification for this field, Saran was surprised. However, this notification came up more, which led to him mastering this ability. Saran always thought that the first domain he would gain was the Shadow Realm. Domains. This was the most basic of all deities. Even though the divine title of the vampire god was vampires, his domain included hunting, fear, and night, etc. These were all domains. They were all supportive structures of the divine title, and the first step toward divine power. The legend was the starting point of all gods. so it was possible for the legendary rogue to master the ability Shadow Realm, which was actually the foundation of becoming a god. However, this foundation had basically been blocked to the others, because there was the Shadow Lord. As long as this god did not fall, there was no way to extend more into the Shadow Realm domain, the Pirate Domain. This was something Saran was unfamiliar with and not even sure how big the domain was. It doesn't seem to be a domain of battle or a profession, because piracy was just an industry, and there were all kinds of professions in it. There were many extensions of domains with many gods. A powerful and ancient deity could even have dozens of domains, so that he could directly seize other deities' titles at the right time. For example, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. Without the power of the domain, it was hard to fit in with a new divine title. It's like how Saran could not integrate the power of the vampire completely, because he was not a vampire himself. The same was true, if he was not a half-elf, he would not have been able to gain the information regarding the half-elf divine title. There was actually a great limitation on race-based divine titles. However, other than the race-based divine titles, it was much easier for other divine titles to be integrated. Many gods relied on the strength of a domain as a springboard to affect the powers of other gods. The Pirate Domain. Saran wasn't sure if this was a useful or useless domain because he doesn't intend to use pirates as his domain. This domain was completely controlled by the sea goddess. The sea was her domain, so pirates without a sea would just be a joke. Furthermore, the potential of the pirate domain was smaller than that of the race domain. Who was to produce, to create, to work? The pirate domain seemed to be very limited. Even though Saran had borrowed the powers of the pirates, he had no intention of using it as his divine title. However, Saran's understanding of the domain of piracy had greatly improved because when he mastered the power of the first domain, he finally advanced to become a real demigod. This was the start of becoming a saint. It was his first step to extend into the realm of God and his opportunity to gain more ability. For example, the opportunity now. Some unexpected changes had taken place in Saran's brain data, and there was no doubt that his existence was closer to the divine template. It had begun to integrate with the power of the divine. Right now, there was a new direction for Saran. Comprehend languages. Demigod realm. Mastering the ability and able to understand all languages, you would also gain the ability to communicate with other intelligent creatures. Use 30,000 slaughter EXP. 3 divine power to master. Comprehend words. Demigod realm. Mastering the ability and able to understand all words, you would also gain the ability to communicate with other intelligent creatures with writing. Use 30,000 slaughter EXP. 3 divine power to master. Multiplane communication. Demigod realm. You would be able to communicate with specific creatures across space and planes, including calling, praying, and sacrificing some creatures to you. Gods use this ability to connect with their own followers, and demigods can also rely on this ability to develop their own followers. This ability can span most of the planes. Use 100,000 slaughter EXP. 10 divine power to master. Astral teleportation. Demigod realm. A demigod would have the ability to travel across planes. This is an ability after you've integrated with the law. Even if you do not possess any arcane ability, you would still be able to teleport to the astral realm. Use 100,000 slaughter EXP. 10 divine power to master. Note, the abilities plane teleportation, plane travel, random plane teleportation, random plane travel, all require this ability. These abilities were awakened because Saran had stepped into the realm of demigod. However, mastering these abilities required slaughter EXP and divine power. Slaughter EXP was easy to get, but divine power was something Saran did not have much of. He still hasn't become a god yet. So how was he going to get divine power? Finally, there was also another more crazy ability. It was not brought about by the domain but the Shard of Divinity. Change form. Shard of Divinity ability. A deity can change its own form at will, or change the form of other people. The effect is equivalent to greater polymorph. In theory, a deity can transform into any creature he has seen and understood, and gain some of these creatures' abilities at the same time. Or, he can turn a creature into the form he wants it to be, such as a frog, a rabbit, or a chicken. The spellcasting level of this ability is determined by the power of the god. Use 1,000,000 slaughter EXP. 100 divine power to master. What the hell is this? When Saran saw this ability, the first thing that popped into his mind was 72 transformation. Chapter 467 The Fire of War. The Pirate Domain. Saran stood on the lighthouse, watched the busy port, and went into thought. Navigating on the sea required guidance. Thus the lighthouse was an important facility of a port. The 210-meter-high lighthouse was completed with the help of the Witch Council. Ordinary construction technology was very troublesome. Only witches could easily build such a high building. Because of the lighthouse, the nearby routes had become much safer. Even if they were far away, they could see the light in the dark. The sea breeze blew over. Standing here, Saran could easily overlook the whole port. He looked at the Sea Temple and the Riches Temple, which were built on the left and right sides, respectively. He muttered, "The pirate domain." The work of a pirate belonged to the plunder domain. But the real domain of plunder should be full of aggression, full of all kinds of other categories, such as Yenagu, the Prince of Nulls, who was a god of the plunder domain. The Nulls do not produce, so they rely on plundering others to live. The pirates also do not produce anything. If not for the rules I set up, they could only rely on plundering merchants. The limit is too big. Pirates are like mountain robbers, horse thieves, and others. Their numbers are greater because the sea was big. There isn't enough potential. It is almost impossible to use the pirate domain to affect the plunder domain. It seems like this can only be an extension domain. Saran's hair blew in the wind. After he thought about it, he had a better plan for his future. Pirate domain. You have an unprecedented reputation among pirates. This domain ability can give you an extra bonus on anything related to pirates. It will be easier for you to gain the respect, worship, and follow of other pirates. When you defeat a group of pirates, it will be easier for you to make them give in. In combat, you can activate the pirate domain. Any pirate in the realm will gain a courage bonus. The effect is equivalent to the level 6 spell Greater Heroism. Note: the Divinity of Fear and Legend rating enhances the pirate domain. This was the ability of the pirate domain. All domains had a special ability. The shadow domain, for example, allowed the person to shudder through the shadow plane. Greater Heroism level 6 spell. This is an enhanced version of heroism, which can greatly inspire the courage of others. After gaining the buff, you can temporarily gain +4 morale bonus, and be immune to any fear effect. In addition, you can temporarily gain additional HP equivalent to your spellcasting level in the battle, and gain a maximum of 20 horsepower. Courage. It allowed a person to become stronger. Some should have died, but they would be able to fight on. This was like having a shot of adrenaline. There were many such examples. Many who had severe injuries were able to fight back the god of death for some time. Saran's pirate domain had been strengthened by his fear divinity and legend rating. The specific effect could not be determined, but immunity to fear was likely to be the bonus effect of the fear divinity. The bonus of legend rating should be reflected in a morale bonus. Saran had 10 wizard levels. Within the scope of the pirate domain, all pirates under his command could gain 10 extra temporary HP, which was close to the vitality of one profession level. Obviously, the ability of this domain could not raise the combat effectiveness of individuals. Saran came down from the lighthouse and watched several pirate minions who had just been dragged out of the pub in the port and taken away by the security patrol because of drunken fighting. He could not help murmuring, "Why do I think the path of the pirate would not be good in the future?" Saran thought that pirates were playing too big of a role in his plan. He thought that he should explore other forces or train the pirates into a proper navy. After clearing his thoughts, his plans were clear. Saran without hesitation chose to upgrade comprehend languages, comprehend words, multiplane communication. Teleportation could come from the wizard profession. Cross-plane travel was also achievable from a high-grade wizard. As for the ability change form, there was no need to think about it for now. Saran now had no divinity, and wasting the slaughter EXP would be too enormous. Thus he could only choose the most important abilities. Comprehend language and comprehend words were important in any plane. Saran couldn't constantly rely on his Shinnik ability as it consumed a lot of energy. Then there was the multiplane communication, which was important. This ability would determine if he could take control of the half-elves. In theory, Saran was now in a state between demigod and false god and could already develop his believers. Right now, Saran needed a pious believer to communicate with him. Then he would be able to use multiplane communication to tell him his real name. Saran, perhaps he wouldn't be able to provide divine powers, but communication was a start. Autumnfall. The war had made this beautiful city full of holes. The city was full of refugees who had fled from all over the country. The crazy attack of orcs and gnolls had affected many places. Many residents of towns and villages were forced to flee to the deciduous city because only the city could provide them with shelter at this time. The simple fences could not stop the gnolls at all. Even the high walls of Autumnfall were seriously damaged in the successive sieges. Among the enemy were gnolls from the abyss, while the siege machines of the orcs were devastating. They had support from an abyss lord. Some of the siege engines were obviously beyond the mind of the orcs. The temple of the half-elf and rogue god, even though this god had completely fallen, and his statues had lost its glory, his priests did not completely leave. Even though they had lost their faith, they still needed to live. The attack of orcs and gnolls had increased the pressure on the city's defense. Although priests were unable to use magic, the combat skills they had were still there. They were not unarmed spellcasters, but were in full armor and could cast magic. The priests also began to fight, fighting like the fighters in the front line. They were still priests and were not so easily defeated. Even though they had lost their faith, there was still the need to protect the city. The old and young. Roaring screams of killings were heard. There were a large number of refugees in the shrine, but most of them were old, weak, women, and children. All the adult men had been recruited as militia. The holy and glorious temple in the past had now become a refugee shelter, full of cries of children. Mothers were comforting their children. They lacked food. The orcs launched an attack before the crops were ripe. A young and beautiful mother did not have milk to feed her children because she was hungry. She could not help crying when listening to the sound of her child crying. Even though she had squeezed her breast, she still couldn't squeeze out even a drop of milk to satisfy the hungry crying child in her arms. She had not eaten for a few days. There was a trace of compassion in other people's eyes, but they couldn't help either, because all they could share was clear ice porridge. The cry of the child hurt the mother's heart like a knife. Shaking her hands, she took a dagger from her waist. The young mother stared at the child in her arms and cut her finger with the dagger. Blood came out. She put her finger into the baby's mouth. Hunger made the young child suck desperately. The mother gently wiped the blood on the corner of the baby's mouth with her other hand, and smile finally appeared on her pale and beautiful face. Chapter 468. Chapter 3. Faith. Father had died. In order to cover their retreat, Father decided to lead the militia to stay. After more than 100 people stayed to fight, less than 10 people finally came back from that battle. Father had died gloriously in battle. The militiaman who broke through told Milan that her father had not stepped back even though he was seriously injured. There were countless gnolls killed by him. Indeed, even though he had lost his divine powers, her father was still so powerful. However, he still died in the end. Milan's heart was full of sadness, but she did not cry even if she was just a child. She knew very well that the moment her father decided to stay, that there was a great chance he would die. Otherwise, he would not entrust herself to Uncle Bam to take her to Autumnfall. The village had become a desolate area. Milan knew how much his father devoted to that place. He built the town by himself. It had taken him 20 years to become a wealthy town from a small village, but now everything had been destroyed in the war, and her father had chosen to fight to the last moment to protect it. Her hometown had been destroyed. They had become homeless refugees, and even though they were taken in by Autumnfall, they could only temporarily settle in the abandoned shrine. The temple, which had served his father for a lifetime, was abandoned in a short time. There was no priest was praying, and no believer was serving. It seemed that the people soon forgot the existence of the God and had to face a more difficult fate. Autumn Fall was in a bad situation. Although Milan did not understand many things, she knew that there was not much food in the city. In order to satisfy the fighting men, the old, women, and children only had clear porridge for 3 days. Milan still had some food. It was given by the former high priest. He came here at noon yesterday and watched Milan kneeling in the prayer room of the temple. The high priest, who had served this god, sighed. He told Milan that the god had fallen and that no matter how she prayed, it was useless. The old man looked at the fallen statue, left a little food, and then turned to walk away. Although he couldn't use magic, his fighting skills were still far superior to many soldiers. Hunger made Milan feel weak. This morning, she secretly gave the little food she had left to a young mother who was nursing her baby. She saw the mother cut her finger with a dagger, then fed her child with blood. This was a shocking scene. This reminded her of her passed-away mother, thus she gave her the remaining food she had. It was quiet in the prayer room. Milan felt that her legs were numb. She doesn't know why she was kneeling there. Maybe this was how she could feel close to her father. The city was surrounded by the gnolls. In the same way, her father too knelt in the prayer room all day and night, praying for the response of the gods, hoping to regain his divine powers to save his home. The high priest told her that their god had fallen. Milan knew about this because all the statues had lost their brilliance. She was a very talented girl and had inherited her father's innate perception. If none of this had happened, it might not be long before she would have become an apprentice priest and, little by little, become a priest in charge of a temple. However, that would take many years. Because she was playful and her father spoiled her, he seldom forced her to pray with him. Milan was sad. As a young girl, she was now surrounded by loneliness and fear. Uncle Bam was called upon to fight. When she saw him the day before yesterday, his arm was injured. Today he may not even come back. No one comforted her, and no one had the energy to deal with a little girl at such a time. Everyone in the temple had fear in their eyes. They don't know what tomorrow would be like or what the future would be like. Milan felt helpless. She was only a normal young girl and could not do anything in the face of war. That was why she could only pray for help. The high priest had told her that their god had fallen. As a god, he had died and won't respond to any prayer. However, the little girl did not give up. She was not a priest. She was just a little girl who had a clerical talent but hasn't officially decided to believe. So she decided to pray to all the gods. No matter who could save them, she would like to give her faith, life, and soul to this god. She would fight for his glory all her life. Her faith was strong. Even though there was no reply after 3 days, she still prayed. She prayed for the help of the gods and the help of the great gods to help these poor people. She was willing to give all she had for this god, become his most loyal servant and follower, and strive to spread his glory all her life. Unfortunately, there was still no reply. In the coming period of the Avatar crisis, no god would pay attention to such a humble little girl. All their energy was devoted to dealing with the unknown future. Moreover, in the absence of any holy emblem, image, or altar, the gods had to pay their own power to listen to her call. In this nearly abandoned temple, all her prayers and calls could only be delivered to one place. That's the person who was holding the divine title of half-elf and rogues. She was tired, hungry, and saddened. Milan did not know why she was persistent or what she was persistent for. She just knelt numbly on the ground. Her petite body humbly knelt down, and constantly prayed to all the gods who might respond to her prayers, praying for even a glimmer of hope. A drop of tear fell down from her delicate face. The little girl who had been strong and did not cry since hearing the news of her father's death, could not help crying. The prayer room was oddly quiet. She could even hear the drop of her tear hit the floor. However, just as she was becoming hopeless, a strong willpower appeared in her mind. Soon, some great power directly crossed space and allowed a sacred name to reverberate in her mind. Her heart and spirit could not help shiver. Saran. Chapter 469. Saran's arrival. Finally, a god had responded to her prayers. Milan was filled with joy. She was trembling with excitement, and her whole body was crawling on the ground, greeting the strong will that came to her with the most humble heart. My Lord Saran, your most humble servant prays for your help. Please save my people. I am willing to offer you everything. As long as the great Lord is willing to save us, your name will be holy in my heart. My faith, my life, my soul will always fight for your glory. I shall pick up your sword ! And bear your shield. Your enemy shall be my enemy. You will be my faith. I am willing to devote my whole life to you. Fight to spread your great glory. I will spread your faith in the world. No difficulty will change my loyalty to you. I will fight for you till I die. When death comes, my soul will return to your realm and follow your steps forever. Her voice echoed in the prayer room. Milan's expression slowly became calm and finally had a persistent look. She swore on her soul. Her pure mind was accompanied by a terrifying burst of energy, which directly interfered with the surrounding space and made the surrounding air seem to stop. Gradually a divine aura appeared. Milan's delicate body was shrouded in a huge force. At this moment, she directly completed the process of advancement and became a real priest. However, this was only a start. Powerful energy was making a mark on her. Divine energy. The existence which replied to her prayers went across space and gave her divine power. That was because she had formed the legendary, divine covenant. This little girl not only gave her faith to the God who answered her prayers, but also touched the realm of the God with pure spiritual power, and directly completed the divine covenant, forever following the God with mortal flesh. From now on, no matter what kind of predicament she encountered, even if she died for some reason, the God of death would not be able to get her soul. Her soul was now Saran's. Her soul had been marked by Saran. This was the rule of the gods, because no god would simply let go of their divinity. Even evil gods would think like this. Only the most devout could receive divinity in such a manner. That was because they were the root of a divine realm. The divine aura slowly dissipated. Milan slowly got up, and her eyes seemed to be filled with some kind of divine glow. She was now the vessel of a god. She was an apostle of the God who dedicated all her things, including life and soul, to the God. Her eyes were the eyes of the gods. She was now a vessel for the God she believed in. Milan looked at everything. She walked out of the temple slowly. In front of her were many refugees, all of whom were old, weak, women, and children. At the moment, they were all surprised to see the little girl walking out of the temple barefoot. There was a loud rumble in the distance, and the sound of fighting came from them. The women and children were all frightened. Milan observed everything. Her eyes were filled with glory, making people who looked at her want to bow down. Her white dress moved with the wind. The little girl walked slowly towards the wall barefoot. Her steps were so light that it seemed that she wasn't walking on the ground. Even a little bit of filth would not touch her white feet. At this moment, the little girl was like an angel that came to the battlefield. Outer Islands. Saran's figure was directly suspended in the air, surrounded by a twisted space, as if it was some kind of connection, connecting his mind with a little girl. Her devout prayers were heard in his mind. This clear and tender voice was like rolling thunder in Saran's mind. For a moment, countless electric currents and numbers jumped in her mind. Finally, the power of the shard of divinity was fully activated. Saran's brain was like a powerful biological computer. In an instant, he crossed space and time and came to the little girl. Her will, her mind, and spirit. He was an emotionless person. He was ruthless and decisive. There were countless people who died under him. He got what he had today by killing and slaughtering. That was who Saran was. The master of Mordor, the king of three seas, the greatest pirate in the realm, the god of the half-elves. At that moment, he was moved by a little girl. When the divine covenant was fulfilled, he did not hesitate to give her divinity, turning her into his first true believer, making her into his chosen. Saran's slaughter exp drained quickly. In the absence of his own divine power, he did not hesitate to choose to consume his slaughter exp to give power, and at the same time, giving 2 divinity points. She would become Saran's apostle, his chosen, his spokesperson in the mortal realm. However, this was only the beginning. Because Saran had accepted her faith, then he would have to complete his promise. That was because they had formed a covenant. Saran was a person who will never violate the oath. Thus, at the cost of burning slaughter exp, he fell on the little girl forcibly as a demigod. Right then, Saran's consciousness fell onto his first apostle, using her eyes to see everything there. The fire of fire was still going on. There was a lot of shouting and killing everywhere. Saran saw a large number of wounded and corpses. The orcs attacked the once beautiful city frantically. From time to time, there were black fernals climbing up in front. This was not an ordinary knoll. They had a very obvious demonic smell. There were the believers of Yenagu, the prince of gnolls. They were evil creatures blessed with abysmal power. There were countless half-elves fighters fighting in the front line. From time to time, there were spellcasters at the back. However, the number of them was too small to stop the crazy enemies. There were few spellcasters everywhere. Saran looked at everything. Right at that moment, he went across space and time to observe the battlefield. Chapter 470. A leader broom. A dull explosion was heard coming from the battlefield. With the bleak sound of the bugle, the orcs swarmed like a tide, and the whole city wall had become a bloody killing ground. The primitive and wild orcs broke into the ancient city wall again, and the figure of the gnolls from Abyss shuttled among the army of the orcs. They jumped at a very fast speed and looked for the opportunity to kill any unsuspecting enemy. These nimble enemies brought great casualties to the half-elves. "Milan," said a hoarse voice. In an instant, a middle-aged man with blood all over rushed over with a heavy hammer in his hand. He swung the hammer and smashed an orc who climbed the wall down. Then he rushed towards this side at full speed, shouting, "Are you mad? What are you doing here? Go down now. Go take care of the women and children. This is no place for you, pa." Another strong orc climbed up. The middle-aged man picked up an iron shield and hit it. In an instant, he pushed the enemy 4 or 5 meters away. The orc fell from the wall and died. "Go on now." The middle-aged man looked at the little girl in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot because of the crazy fighting. His highly strained spirit and mind did not notice the abnormal situation of the little girl at the moment. He reached out his hand to grab the girl in front of him and planned to take her away. The situation on the battlefield had become more and more difficult. At this time, there was no spare time to take care of a little girl. She would only create more trouble if she stayed here. Facing the middle-aged man walking toward her, the little girl frowned slightly. She moved her steps and turned around lightly. Then she passed by him without him even touching her sleeve. "Huh?" The middle-aged man was shocked. His hands caught nothing, not even close to the little girl. Just now, all her actions were so flowing, revealing an amazing dexterity. Milan did not look back. The middle-aged man was only a priest that had lost divine powers. He was not someone she would pay attention to, or waste her time. That was because her time was bought by divine power. Roar! An orc fighter in armor rushed to the wall, and a beautiful white figure appeared in its sight. It was a beautiful little girl, dressed in pure white, like a holy lotus blooming in the bloody battlefield. This pure white was so striking on the battlefield that it was full of blood. In an instant, she irritated the orc with bloodshot eyes. It roared without hesitation and waved his sword toward her. Its madness wanted to destroy the pure white lotus, staining her white dress with blood. Shang! Milan flew like a butterfly. In an instant, she passed by a half-elf guard and got a long and narrow elven curved sword in the palm of her hand. Her figure doesn't stop at all. Swiftly, she passed by the orc in front of her. A cold light slashed through the air, and the orc stood stiff on the ground. Thud! A clear sound of something falling on the ground. A head fell to the ground as the headless body of the orc fell down slowly. Blood gushed out, but there was not even a drop of blood on Milan's white dress. She jumped onto the wall just like an elegant butterfly. At that moment, everyone that was fighting in the battlefield saw the white figure. Her presence seemed to have awakened the courage of the soldiers. Even though they were tired, they still let out a burst of energy to push back the enemy. Roar! From the corner of the wall, the gnolls of the abyss jumped up. These powerful monsters with blood-red pupils noticed the existence of the little girl. They rushed over from all directions, just like dark shadows sweeping by. and rushed to the little girl in front of them. They wanted to behead the only white light on the battlefield. Facing the surrounding enemy, the little girl let out a sarcastic smile. She gently stepped on the floor again, and another elven curved sword was in her other hand. Shang Milan's figure rose to air in an instant, her whole person rotated at high speed, the dual swords turned into a cold light of the sky. In a flash, she rushed out from the black shadow. There were blood drops falling from the blade in the air. Behind her were sounds of falling flesh, as heads of gnolls fell from the sky. Dang! The little girl landed on the ground. She frowned as she looked at the worn elven swords and threw them away. The battleground was filled with weapons. She gave a cold look at the others and instantly found two curved swords again. Then her figure turned into a white shadow and swept through the air. As the white light moved, countless orcs and gnolls were left dead on the ground. All of them were killed with one strike. None of the enemies could last more than one move. Even the gnolls from Abyss could not last for 1 second. The battlefield became silent. Milan's figure moved like that on the wall and had killed more than hundreds of orcs and gnolls. The attack of the orcs was now suppressed. With a blow of the bugle, the crazed orcs retreated like the tide. Cheers were heard. The enemies were now retreating from the wall, and the half-elves alive cheered on. Dong, dong, dong. The dull drum sounds came from the rear of the orcs, which seemed to have choked the cheering half-elves. It made them stop cheering and looked at the orcs nervously. The orcs separated like the tide. With the sound of the war drums, a huge monster appeared, obviously of the lineage of the drake. It had a strong dragon horn, a huge body, strong limbs, and a hard dragon skin. The orc shaman had appeared. Eugene stood on the huge dragon-like beast, holding a white bone spear in his hand. He smeared the powder ground from the ashes of his people on his face and showed his scared upper body. It was as though he had returned to that winter. At that winter, the shaman too faced an enemy that was threatening its tribe, an army of giants. Roar! The old body couldn't hide its power. Eugene looked at the battlefield and roared for the tribe, for our children and grandchildren. When Eugene pointed to the bloody wall in front of him with his spear, countless orcs roared wildly. They clinched the simple weapons in their hands, hammered their chests hard, and the tiredness accumulated in the past days had turned into a frenzy of courage. For the tribe! For the tribe! Countless orcs roared and rushed toward the battlefield with bloodshot eyes. This was a battle that would determine the fate of the orcs for the next 100 years. Since the land was taken away by the half-elves, and the orcs were pushed to the barren lands, hunger had always hung over their heads. However, the orcs did not die because of this, nor were they defeated. That was because they had Eugene, the greatest orc leader in their history. He led the orcs to explore the wild northwest. He traveled around the mainland alone to find a way to make the clan stronger. He united all the orcs with fraternity and tolerance. He treated the enemy cruelly and mercilessly but treated his race as if they were his own children. He killed the winter wolf in the Frost Kingdom and went into the Death Swamp alone to kill the Black Dragon. Eugene supported the clan with his old body. Eugene never married or had children in its life, nor had any spouse. The first thing it did after defeating the army of half-elves was not to celebrate the victory but to kneel down on the ground and kiss the black fertile land under his feet. This orc was called Eugene. He was the backbone and hope of the orcs. Chapter 471 Eugene. The Ascend. The flame of battle was reignited. With roaring drum beats, the orc army rushed in once more. 700 years. It had been 700 years. From the moment the city of Autumnfall was founded, the orcs had lost this land. Among their oldest ballads, they also recorded how fertile the land they once had, the beautiful land flowing through the Agate River, but now they could only struggle in the wilderness of the northwest. Eugene's rise brought the orc clan back to power. They defeated the ogres, the lizardmen, and even the dwarven army, and occupied a good land in the northwest. However, Eugene was already old. He didn't have much time. Unlike the other spellcasters, Eugene and the orc tribe all knew about this. It was clear to them that after losing this great leader, the clan would go back to disintegration and decline, and be trapped in the terrible wilderness again. Without the protection of gods, They could only survive in the wilderness. So when the half-elves showed signs of decline, Eugene did not hesitate to lead the orc army to launch an attack and even reached some agreement with Yenagu, the Prince of Gnolls. This was a great opportunity for them. The opportunity for the orcs, in fact. They were using Eugene's capability to gather the orcs to launch an attack and get back their land. All the orcs were in the war. In order to prepare for the consumption of war, the clan had tightened their belts for many years. They could go into another period of glory when they reclaim the land. Or if they lost, they would face another 100 of years of hardship. This was a war that would determine the fate of the races. Since the war had started, the orcs would not give up until the end. They needed to create their own future. The orcs were not smart. Most of them were not smart at all, but Eugene used his whole life to tell them one thing. They were the pioneers. They would have the opportunity to use their blood and sweat to forge a future for the orcs. Eugene would be with them until the end. Until Eugene fell, the orcs would not give up. On top of the wall, the white figure stopped. Milan looked at the regrouped orc army in front of her eyes and frowned. Her eyes fell on the huge dragon-like beast in the distance, and then she saw a familiar figure. Eugene. The Ascend Eugene, a profession level 27 battle shaman and the leader of the orcs. In the chaotic period of the Avatar crisis, not only was the disaster, but with it, there was also opportunity. However, the opportunities were not only given to the adventurers, the NPCs in the world too had the same opportunity. The Ascend Eugene, Whitebone Spear Eugene, Dragon Slayer Eugene, Gladiator Eugene, Pioneer Eugene, the Sage Eugene, the Finisher of Giants Eugene. In Saran's memory, the NPCs which could become gods were not easy to deal with. Eugene the Whitebone Spear. He was definitely one of the most difficult enemies Saran had ever encountered. If not for his lowly birth, Eugene was born into a family of gladiators. Just after he was born, he was branded as a slave. He had no divine blood at all. If not for this disadvantage, he would have become a god already. However, even without any divine blood, Eugene still grasped the opportunity to become a god. Saran could not even see any hope for the half-elves because as long as Eugene had not fallen, they would have to face countless orcs who were willing to die for their cause. The ancient drum beats were heard once more. One by one, the orcs' eyes were red, going into a frenzy. Eugene woke up the spirit of ancestors. Although the orcs had no god of their own, their countless sacrifices had produced another sort of power. The souls of the warriors who died in the war did not return to the underworld. They remained in some place in the grey wilderness in the form of spirits, waiting for the birth of the orc god. The power of shamans was not weaker than the powers of temples. Dong, dong, dong. In the frenzy of war drums, the orcs rushed up like a tide, and in an instant, they shook the defensive formation of the half-elves. These orcs who fell into a frenzy did not know pain or fatigue. Until they died, they would attack with all their might. Saran had not seen such a large-scale battle for a long time. The last time he saw such a scene was on the battlefield of the Abyssal Bloody War. Countless demons and devils fought. This was a battle that would determine the fate of a race. Autumn Fall was the last defensive line of the half-elves. If they were defeated here, then the half-elves would have to wander in the wilderness once more. Milan looked at the battle in front. Thousands upon thousands of orcs flowed like a tide of iron, able to break the defense line at any moment. In these circumstances, in my name Saran. The pure white figure floated into the sky. Her voice became somewhat holy at the moment, reverberating over the battlefield. In Milan's eyes, the radiance of divinity emerges, gazing at everything in front of her, and slowly saying, "Follow the ancient covenant. I am the god of the half-elves Saran. Summon my ancient ally. With my holy name, I shall compensate you with satisfaction." Milan's petite figure looked down on all the people in front of her like a god. Her gaze passed through space and pointed her white finger at the sky. Dragon Covenant. Chapter 472 Dragon Covenant Brew. The air vibrated with Saran's voice, and in an instant it seemed as if an invisible spiritual force had spread out, covering the whole battlefield. The orcs' attack stopped abruptly. A terrible intimidating moment made all the people on the battlefield freeze in place. Not only were the orcs froze, but also the half-elves on the city wall were also shaken. Dragon aura. A very powerful dragon aura. It was stronger than any giant dragon that Saran had ever seen. Even before they reached the battlefield, the terrible dragon aura had frightened everyone. The giant dragon beast that Eugene rode on even kneeled on the ground directly. Its huge body was even a little shaken, almost trampling the nearby orc soldiers to death. Soon, there was a crack in the sky, and a portal to another realm appeared. Interdimension summoning. When Saran activated the Dragon Covenant in his holy name, he did not summon the brass dragons on the material plane but directly communicated the contract to all the brass dragons in the multi-universe. The existence of the gods was superior to mortals, thus when Saran activated the contract in his holy name, it may have even attracted some very ancient existence. Roar. A terrifying roar came down from the sky. Immediately, all the soldiers on the battlefield stood still and looked at the sky with fear. Great a frightful presence. Saran and Eugene were both shocked. A great wing blew down. A huge figure swooped down from the crack in the sky. But it was just the beginning. When the first huge copper-colored figure appeared, it was followed by two adult giant dragons. Although they were much smaller than the first one, they were all adult brass dragons. The wind had blown up the sand, and their terrifying aura suppressed every creature there. The leader of the dragons looked like a huge shadow. He looked at Saran's avatar with its dragon's eye that looked like a metal ball and then turned its eyes to the orc army in front of him. The dragon's mouth was filled with fire. Not only the first brass dragon, but the two other dragons also had a fire. The dragon breath of three dragons came down from the sky. With the surging heat wave, the fire directly devoured the orc army in front of them. The three dragons flew across the orc army while breathing out fire from their mouths. Ancient brass dragons. Saran, with his holy name, had summoned a monster level 30 or above ancient brass dragons. The power of the giant dragons would become more and more powerful over time. The material plane only had adult dragons. When the strength of a giant dragon reached a certain level, many of them would leave the material plane and go to other worlds. It was rare to see ancient dragons in the material plane. The only exception was the ancient red dragon around the city of Whiterun. This ancient red dragon was only moving its nest, and the whole southern region had become chaotic. With the effect of the dragon aura, the life of these ancient brass dragons had caused their scales to become slightly discolored, but its protective ability was far superior to that of other giant dragons. Such existence hardly paid attention to the things in the world because they were the terrible existence close to gods. The dragon breath of the ancient dragons almost burned everything. Even the weapons made of steel were easily melted into molten iron. The two other adult brass dragons also used their dragon breath to crush the orc army. The orcs could not fight back at all. The orcs did not even have any method to attack the dragons in the air. Dragons. They were already above mortal creatures, thus their arrival was like a catastrophe. No. Eugene's red pupils watched the giant dragon in the sky, watching countless orc soldiers being burned into charcoal. He let out a roar angrily. Then he leapt up and threw the white bone spear in his hand. The battle spear shot through the sky. The elemental energy on it made it seem like thunder. Dang! In the face of the white bone spear, the ancient brass dragon swung its tail, and with amazing skill, hit the spear and deflected it. Unbelievable. Saran had never seen a dragon with such skills. Perhaps only after a long time could dragons reach such a level. A horn was blown. A huge black gnoll appeared beside Eugene, holding on to the orc chief and shouting, "Retreat." The enemy had used Greater Dragon Covenant. We would only die if we stayed here. Retreat now. These dragons will not stay for long. If we still have our dragon, then we can come back again. My lord Yenaga would send more reinforcements. The gnolls cannot die here for no reason. The dragons hovered above the sky. The orc army was now covered by a sea of fire. Even without Eugene's orders, most of the orcs had retreated. The orcs were no match for the dragons. Even in his peak, Saran may not be able to defeat these dragons. Unless a saint incarnated by a deity suddenly appeared, Even a team of legendary figures may end up in destruction. That was because ancient brass dragons had a challenge rating of above 24. Among all the orcs and elves, they probably couldn't form a team that was above 24 challenge rating. They had retreated. The orc army had retreated. All the orcs ran panicky. Their high morale had been crushed by the dragons. Eugene's old figure stood in place. He looked at the charred bodies of countless warriors with sad eyes and finally looked at the white figure on the city wall with angry and hateful eyes. The ancient brass dragons hovered in the sky but did not continue to attack. They didn't obey anyone's orders at all. After finishing the responsibility of the contract to defeat the orc army in front of it, the dragons remained in the sky looking at the orc shaman. They felt threatened. There was a certain power in the old orc shaman, some sort of ancient power, which discouraged the dragons from attacking him. This kind of power may kill them. In the end, Eugene also retreated. Even though the chance to defeat the half-elves was in front of him, he still failed in the end, caused by some little girl that had a deity's aura and the three ancient dragons. A previously fallen deity, Saran. This name, which seemed familiar to him, appeared at a crucial moment and crushed his plans. However, he would not give up. Even if it meant going against a god, he would not give up. Because for the orcs, this was a crucial war that would determine the future of the orcs. Eugene would never give up just because they had lost one battle. He was determined that when he came back, the city Autumnfall would be his, or else everything they sacrificed for would go to vain. The three dragons looked as the enemy retreated. Finally, their eyes were upon the white figure on the wall. The ancient brass dragon frowned as it felt that the divine aura on the girl was dissipating. She was not the god's real body, just a chosen. However, it did not become angry, because no one would dare to owe them their wage, not even the gods. Three huge figures flew over the wall of the city, and many half-elf soldiers were shaking involuntarily. The ancient brass dragon flew directly to the most magnificent building in the city and then relied on its perception of gold. Soon the dragons smashed the door of the city's storehouse. Three huge figures entered the storehouse. They ignored all the people present there and plundered the gold and jewelry. Dragons were not silly. Since the contract was for them to protect the city, then naturally, the city could bear the fees for their protection. They didn't even need others' agreement to take their wage. The brass dragons took all the things they wanted but were still not satisfied. They turned their attention to the decorative super arcane crystal pulse cannon in the city. They seemed to like the silvery white cannon. The dragon felt that the cannon was infused with plenty of mithril. So, it opened its mouth and snapped off that part, then flew to the crack in the sky. Finally, the three brass dragons disappeared and left the now broke city of Autumnfall. These chaotic good brass dragons didn't care that much. As long as they felt they had saved the city, they naturally believed that they could take as much as they wanted. Chapter 473 Chapter 8 Divine Power. Dragons were very smart. Although they understood that no one dared to owe them money, they also knew that it was more difficult to find a god to pay than to plunder a city. That was why they didn't hesitate to plunder the storage of the Autumnfall. Although the god told them where he was at, the smart brass dragons realized that flying half a continent to find a god for reward was not as fun as plundering a city. They were chaotic good brass dragons. Thus, after saving the city, they would do what they want. After, a god was a god. Negotiating with a god would surely be harder. In Outer Islands, Saran floated in the air, while the divine aura in his eyes was slowly fading. His whole person became tired. That was why other gods would rarely appear in the mortal world. This was an action that directly needed to consume their accumulated power. Even powerful gods that had gradually accumulated their own power bit by bit, which was hundreds of thousands of years. The new gods were very weak. They don't have much power of their own, and some of them couldn't even give out divinity. However, Saran had no such concerns. Relying on the data flow in his brain, he could directly use his slaughter EXP to replace the divinity. Although the cost was very heavy, It could save tens of hundreds of years. But this was not something to be used all the time, as Saran also did not have so much slaughter EXP to consume. He still needed to build up his divinity. That's when priests and believers were important. With enough divinity, he would be able to learn divine laws which were important. This was similar to ability points, only divinity was more important. Thud. Saran slowly opened his eyes, looked at the amount of slaughter EXP he had left, and his mouth twitched slightly. With the short divine intervention, he had spent 300,000 slaughter EXP. Fortunately, the enemy he killed could give him slaughter EXP. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of slaughter EXP. Now, he still had half of his EXP. Divine Avatar. Saran observed his day 2 and murmured, unless it is to kill a stronger enemy, Divine Avatar is always a losing business. If it's a demon, maybe I could earn more than 100,000 slaughter EXP at a time. I wonder if it could be used in the future. Normal soldiers gave too little slaughter EXP. Most of the slaughter EXP recovered by Saran came from the gnolls from the abyss. They had given Saran at least 100,000 slaughter EXP. The orc soldiers did not give much EXP. There was not much change in the data. The most obvious change was that there was one new page, Divine Power, 1. Under Saran's divinity point and a shard of divinity, a new divinity power value had been added. There was now a new row of data. This was somewhat different from what Saran understood. Divine Power, 160. To advance into minor divine power required 100 divine power. Mastering the divine law of change form. Shard of divinity limited at 160. He finally had divine power. At this moment, even Saran became excited. He had been involved in the field of gods for so long, and only now had he gained one divine power. However, this was only the beginning. With divine power, he would be able to give it out and strengthen his faith, finally gaining more divine power. Saran believed that after this, he would gain more divine power. Men. Saran walked out and order the fleets to head to Raging Sand Island and get the pirate leaders ready. Move the cargo to Raging Sand Island as well. Bring a message to the Eastern people. I'll meet them 2 days later. He gave out a string of orders. Since he had achieved a breakthrough in divine power, he had to act fast. It was now night. Saran sat in the meeting room and watched the chart in front of him. His eyes were always looking at something as if he was thinking about a difficult decision. Thud, thud, thud. Rushing footsteps were heard. When Saran looked up, Gloria's figure was in front of him. At that moment, Gloria's beautiful face showed little excitement. She came to him directly with a black metal book, and said, "Look at what I found. It's near the maze we've been to." A spell book. A spell book from the arcane period. There was one spell book there. Saran looked up. He didn't seem to understand why Gloria was so excited. Although there were many powerful spells in the period of the Arcane Empire, it was well known that the great arcanists didn't need any spell books to remember them. All of them were geniuses who would just memorize spells. That was why many of the spell books left over from the Arcane Empire were used by lower-level spellcasters. For a legendary witch like her, there were few things that she could use it for. However, when Saran reached for the black metal spell book, his facial expression suddenly changed dramatically and became quite excited. That was because when he touched the book, a row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Mastered advanced class information. Gain tools for class advancements. Your intelligence is above 20. Literacy above 200. Spellcasting level above 5. Has the ability Sage. Has the ability Comprehend Word. You have the ability to understand the arcane words and have met the requirement to advance into a class. You have gained part of the information to advance into the class Arcanist. Chapter 474 Arcanist, Saran. Inside the room, Saran slowly opened the black metal spell book in front of him. With a weak lock spell on it, Saran lifted his hand and wiped away the spell. The owner of this magic book was not powerful. It was estimated that he doesn't even have the power of a quasi-legend. Saran instantly broke the locking spell with his divine powers. Although the Arcanists were very powerful, not all of them could compete with the gods. This kind of lock spell, which could only affect ordinary people, was useless to Saran. The cover of the black metal cover was opened, and the whole spell book suddenly vibrated. Then it trembled when Saran's fingertips touched it. After some time it stopped moving. "It's alive?" Saran was a little surprised. He closed his eyes, felt it, and murmured, "It's really alive." But there is no consciousness. There hasn't been any injection of new souls into the book. Arcanists had many strange abilities. Their powers were not only reflected in destruction. People respected wizards not for their ability to destroy but their creativity. The flying castles were their greatest creation. Animate was a kind of higher level magic that could turn an object into a living construct. Saran was not interested in wasting slaughter EXP on a book, so he did not plan to revive it. This kind of magic consumed a lot of soul energy unless there were soul crystals from Bottomless Abyss or 9 Hells of Bata, which Saran found in the White Dragon's nest. The soul crystal was taken by Gloria to inject into the Tower Spirit experimental model ET1. As of now, the soul energy of the Tower Spirit of the experimental body was still insufficient. If not for the shadow plane, Gloria would probably go to Bata. From both Saran's and Gloria's point of view, the experimental Tower Spirit was much more important than other things. It was like building biological computers with great computing power. To uncover the secrets of the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane, they needed the scanning ability of ET1. The pages of the spellbook felt like they were human skin. It seemed that this spellbook had been empowered to a certain level. During the period of the Arcane Empire, there were abundant resources, which meant that the archaeologists had enough soul crystals to use. Saran took a look at the content page of the spellbook and then turned to the back at full speed. Saran had never seen arcane words before and did not understand any of it at first glance. But immediately, he realized that he could not only recognize but also fully understand the words in it. Saran could not understand any language with his demigod abilities. Eidetic memory, able learner, sage. In less than half an hour, Saran read and memorized all the contents of the spellbook in front of him. At least hundreds of thousands of words were written in them, and there were many complicated characters, but Saran memorized them all. Since acquiring divinity, Saran's ability in memory seemed to be further strengthened. Sometimes he only needed a glance to write down things. So, this is how the Arcanists cast spells during that period. Saran frowned and closed the spellbook in front of him, murmuring, "It seems that they had not disconnected from the magic network. Does it mean that only the great Arcanists could do it?" Some people were gifted. There was an advanced class in the wizard class, the Archmage. The highest graded it was 5 but was a very powerful class. There was also a similar class in the Arcanist class. In the whole Arcane Empire, there were not many people who could become such a powerful figure. "I have 10 wizard levels and some spellcasting ability. Could I advance successfully?" Saran stood up and thought, saying to himself, "I've seen some powerful templates of Arcane Empire characters. It seems that they all start with Arcanists as their starting career. I started with Wizard. Doesn't that mean I'll be a grade lower than the great Arcanists?" Previously there was a path to becoming a powerful spellcaster. Wizard, Arcane Scholar of Candle Equipe, Archmage. Saran was a little worried now that the Arcanists and the Wizards' spellcasting methods were different. The Arcanists were like casters who integrated the abilities of the wizard and the sorcerer, or was more advanced than the two professions. He was not sure whether the two professions could be compatible because many abilities of the wizard could not meet the standards of the Arcanist. This was because the goddess of magic had castrated the wizard's abilities. Hesitating was pointless. In the end, he still had to try it for himself. Saran still had 200,000 slaughter EXP on him. Thus it was good enough to advance into the Arcanist class. He could only try and see if the two classes could mix well. Advance into Arcanist successful. Arcanist Profession Level 1. Received 28 INT 22 plus INT 2210 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 10. Profession HP 4 plus con 2210 times 0.5. You've gained the ability Arcane Memory. You've gained the ability Arcane Rune. You've gained the ability Arcane Counterspell. Replacing Counterspell. Unknown Interference. Parts of the class had failed to advance. Automatically transforming part of the effects of the spell Arcane Memory. Magic Network Interruption. Mana Lock breaking failed. Forceful breaking of the Mana Lock may affect spellcasting. Contacting the deeper magic network. Contacting the Arcane Magic Network. Arcane Memory and Spell Reconstruction integrated. Advancement complete. Arcanist's ability fully integrated with Wizard ability. Spellcasting ability recovered. Pain. Saran felt a great pain in his brain as though he had touched a high voltage electric current. That was the power of the Magic Network. Compared to the enormous Magic Network, Saran was immediately suppressed. Immediately he lost his ability to cast spells. The Magic Network refused his access. However, with the data transformation in his brain, the Magic Network reopened its doors to him. Saran seemed to feel that his consciousness had entered a deeper position in the Magic Network, which was not left by the Goddess of Magic. It was likely that some powerful beings used the Magic Network and created a backdoor for themselves. Internal Magic Network. Saran opened his eyes in amazement and suddenly found that he had entered the inner part of the Magic Network. In the grid outside of the Magic Network, there was a more special inner Magic Network space. Arcane Memory ability, a special Arcanist ability, allowing them to access the inner part of the Magic Network and deeply understand the composition of the Magic Network itself. In the case of contact with the Magic Network, the Arcanist could automatically recall the spells they had already cast without having to do a spell reconstruction again. There will be a primitive spell model retained by the Arcanist, and the model will automatically recall and reshape over time. After a certain period of time, the Arcanist will recall the spells he used, even if he did not rest or meditate in the process. Level 0 spells would be recalled by the Arcanist 10 minutes later. Level 1 spells would take 1 hour. Level 2 spells would take 2 hours. Level 3 spells would take 4 hours. Level 4 would take 6 hours. Level 5 would take 8 hours. Level 6 would take 12 hours. Level 7 would take 16 hours. Level 8 would take 20 hours, level 9 would take 24 hours, and legendary spells would take 7 days. Note: Arcane Memory ability failed to be compatible with the Wizard level. At that time, a level 1 Arcanist level 1, could only automatically recall level 0 spells and level 1 spells. Arcane Memory would increase with the Arcanist's spellcasting level. There was still no mana. As long as the Magic Network was still up, then the chaotic energy would not affect spellcasting. The Arcanist still needed spell slots to complete their spellcasting. However, he seemed to have understood some secrets of the Arcane Empire. Although he didn't liberate his own mana, Saran had the ability of Arcane Memory. His spells could be recalled automatically even without meditation. It was a pity that the Arcanist was really incompatible with the Wizard profession. Saran's advanced level 1 Arcanist could only automatically recall a level 0 spell every 10 minutes, and a level 1 spell he used every hour. Even so, Saran still felt how powerful the Arcanist was. Spells could still be automatically reconstructed. The internal part of the Magic Network could store the original magic model and automatically complete the memory reconstruction over time. All magic, including legendary magic, could be recalled automatically, but the time consumed was only a little longer. This kind of ability, compared to the Wizard, which became useless if they don't reconstruct their spells after use, this was a great difference. Light. Saran's fingertips had a light shining brightly in the room. It lasted a long time with his current spellcasting level. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the 10-minute mark passed, Saran noticed that the spell light had been reconstructed. Chapter 475 Chapter 10 Sail North, Outer Island. A warship was ready to set sail, and a fog appeared on the sea. Saran stood on the dock quietly. There were many coolies in charge of carrying goods on the dock. There were now nearly 5,000 slaves in Mordor City, and the labor force was relatively abundant. Saran's eyes were fixed on the distance. Sometimes he closed his eyes and felt something. Sometimes he fell into meditation, and his whole person would be covered in special energy. Advancing into the Arcanist did not make him more powerful, but the potential of the Arcanist was great. The most powerful abilities were these two. Arcane Rune ability. Arcanist mastered the mysterious rune, which can be used to make and strengthen weapons and equipment. The arcane runes are quite stable, which allows the Arcanist in making extraordinary equipment more successfully. Arcane runes can have special effects in many ways. They can be used in spell refinement and mana devices. Many advanced arcane runes allowed easy creation of legendary equipment. Arcane rune. It was like the spell circuit, and its greatest use was in item creation. Saran's alchemy ability was not enough. Although he had mastered more than 20 arcane runes, it was difficult to make a rare equipment. But Gloria was a master in this field. After contacting these arcane runes, she immediately found a way to improve the silver material of Gith. According to her own estimation, if there was no accident, she could upgrade the material to a legendary level. A wizard that could create legendary items was very precious. Saran, of course, very supportive of this, immediately giving her tens of thousands of gold rolls to Gloria and promised to get her any item she needed from the Witch Council. If possible, he would hope to see the finished legendary item. The second ability was Arcane Counterspell. Different from Counterspell, it was a very powerful combat ability. Arcane Counterspell ability. Arcanists have a better understanding of the structure of the magic network than other spellcasters. They can counteract the spells cast by enemies in essence. Although this requires a high level of intelligence and understanding, if the counteraction was successful, it could directly reflect back the enemy's spells, with the effect equivalent to minor spell deflection. The spell can bounce back level 13 spells back. Note: prerequisite for the spell Greater Arcane Counterspell. Spell deflection. That's right. If successful, it could deflect level 1 to 3 spells. Saran's intelligence was not very high, but with the improvement of his divinity, his basic attributes could be further increased. As of now, he could very likely deflect spells from weak to middle grade wizards. With Saran's 2 points of Shard of Divinity, he got a general +1 in all attributes. With this in mind, Saran could raise his intelligence up to 30. Set sail. The ghost ship broke through the waves. The dark mast rose from behind him. The undead stood on the deck and were surrounded by dark energy. The ghost ship had evolved after battles. The undead on the ship also became more powerful. As a construct, the dead man's voice was getting close to the legendary realm. It was hard to imagine what ability the ghost ship would get after it entered the realm of legends. A warship set sail and left Port Mordor. Saran's action inadvertently attracted many people's attention, but now all parties were guessing what he intends to do. Raging Sand Island. In the past few days, since the Order of Saran was issued, the island had many warships. Now the port here was full of warships. When Saran's ghost ship appeared, all the warships followed the ghost ship to the Eastern Sea route. Hundreds of warships, stretching for more than 10 miles, sailing along the Eastern Sea route. Because of the massive action of the pirates, the whole kingdom of the south was tense. Many principalities sent heavy troops to the port cities to guard against any invasion. Saran took a look at the other people in front of him, spread out the map in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Here, here and here." The Agate River is the only river that we can go to the inland. Most of the ships should stop near the mouth of the river. Other people lead the elites to enter the inland with me. Agate River. Like the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, this river was one of the largest rivers in the south and the only one that allows large warships to navigate. Saran wouldn't give up his advantage on water, thus he had to go to Autumnfall with ships. "Your Excellency," the half-elf first mate asked with confusion, "did we do all this so that we can march into the inland?" Saran had not explained the main objective. If other pirate kings did this, their subordinates would not have done it. But Saran was different. His reputation among pirates was too high. Even if his pirates did not know what he intended to do, They still followed him. Of course not. Saran glanced at the pirate leaders, One-Eyed Jack, Scarred Face, Giant, and other pirate leaders, and saw that they all looked puzzled. Saran's mouth could not help but draw a smile, and slowly said, "We are here to fetch people." Fetch people? After hearing what he said, the pirates became more confused. Who were they fetching? Who needed such a big fleet to get? This time they had sent out more than 500 warships, and mobilized more than 10,000 pirates. Such a huge move. Was it really for fetching people? They thought Saran was going to attack some kingdom. Although they still don't understand it, it did not stop the pirate leaders from carrying out their tasks. Soon, the half-elf first mate led the Dragonhead warship and the third fleet to stand by at the Agate River mouth, while the other pirate leaders led their elite troops to follow Saran into the inland area. This action had even shocked many powerful organizations and temples. But in the current special period, no one dared to act rashly. These pirates seemed to be going up the Agate River. As long as they didn't attack the nearby cities, no one dared to provoke Saran. So, a group of pirates sailed along the Agate River freely headed to Autumnfall. Autumnfall. As the Orc army retreated, this city had a glimmer of hope. However, although the Orc army had retreated for nearly a week, the tension in the city was still not relieved, because at the end of the battle, the forces of the city of Autumnfall were divided into three groups. The first group was the Druids, and they had high positions. The idea of the Druids was to ask for help from the Elves and the Druid Council and use their strength to defeat the attack of the Orcs. However, in the first siege, the Elves did not send troops. Although the Druids gave some help, they were busy tracking demons and did not give much support at all. That's why this group had not much right to speak. The second group was the traditional aristocrats of the Autumnfall city. They were the backbone of the city and the main force defending the city. As the dragon ransacked the storage of the city after the battle, the power held by the nobles was severely damaged. Most of them were unwilling to take out their private property to help the city through the difficulties, because of the lack of military pay and materials. The morale of the army in the Autumnfall was low. The last group was the temples, or in other words, the priests that had gathered around Milan after that battle. The number of these priests were not many. Many of them had died in the battle to protect the citizens. However, they had a very high reputation among the common people, especially when the Orcs besieged the city. Milan asked the avatar of the god to come and finally called the dragon to help them. At that time, countless people saw the giant dragons circling in the sky, even shivering under their presence. So the influence of the temple recovered in a short time. A 1,000-year temple naturally could not be squashed so easily. Since a new god had taken up the title of the half-elf god, then the temples naturally worshipped his name. There was a disruption in the temple system. The biggest change was that Milan had become the top leader of the temple. Before the gods clearly designated a new priest, the chosen was more powerful than the other priest. The third group was also the cause of panic in the city of Autumnfall. That was because after the priest Milan awoke, the first prophecy given was, "A greater disaster is coming." These disasters can only be avoided by leaving the Autumnfall city and moving along the river. The god will arrange people to meet them, and eventually, they will sail on big ships to live safely in the outer islands. Chapter 476 Chapter 11 Prophecy. When this message was given, the whole city of Autumnfall panicked slightly. The aristocracy was firmly opposed to migration. They could not accept giving up the city of Autumnfall because they were all aristocrats with huge wealth and land. If they gave up the city of Autumnfall, they would have nothing. Almost all the nobles thought it was a rather stupid decision. In addition, they took this opportunity to accuse the church headed by Milan that it was they who made Autumnfall broke, and not able to pay the soldiers. The Druids were more neutral. They realized that without help, when the Orc army came back, they would not be able to defend the city. But their view was that if they wanted to move, they should move closer to the Elven Forest. The Druid organization could take in these refugees. Unfortunately, their views couldn't be accepted by the general public because many people understand that the elves may not be willing to accept a large number of refugees. Food, land, and materials. The Druids were scared that the elves would not be willing to provide these. But the power of the temple was not high either, because if there was a choice, the vast majority of people were not willing to leave their homeland. Even if the temple had a high reputation among the common people. In the temple hall, a bearded, middle-aged priest stood in the middle of the room. He took a look at the others and said in a deep voice, "Are we really going to give up this city? Are we really leaving here? We lack food and soldiers. Although the guards of the temple can protect some people, once we move on a large scale, they will certainly arouse the scouts of the orcs. It is impossible for civilians to escape from the pursuit of the orcs. In the end, we might all die. Not only that, if we don't have enough food, we won't have the strength to walk. The oracle only told us to walk along the river but doesn't tell us where we should go. If we only rely on the guards of the temple, I'm afraid we will be wiped out by the army of the orcs outside the city." The middle-aged priest opened a map, pointed and said, "Even though the orc army retreated, there are still orc outposts here, here, and here. Their scouts have surrounded us. If we move civilians on a large scale, it is impossible to hide from these scouts. From here to here, the light cavalry of the orcs could block our way. I can't imagine how terrible a disaster it would be if a large number of civilians were caught up by the orc army. If we leave the city, then we would not be able to retreat." The temple hall was dead silent. Milan's young face was a little dazed. As the most devout priest, she was only responsible for conveying the oracle. How could a little girl know so much? She looked hesitant and said, "What should I do? This is the will of the gods. He told us that there would be more calamities. If we don't leave now, we will lose more." A sigh was heard. An old man dressed as a high priest came out and said slowly, "Your Excellency Divine Priest, it's not that we are not willing to obey his will. But now the problem is that we can't go at all. Although our prayers can be answered by our Lord, he still hasn't given us any divine power. Without that, our strength is greatly weakened and it's impossible to protect so many civilians. Your Excellency, please look outside." Groups of old and weak women and children outside. The rest are either farmers or militia. Such forces may be useful in guarding the city, but once they encounter the orc army in the wild, it is impossible to fight at all. The priests at the hall looked at each other and clearly understood that what they said was true. It was impossible to protect civilians just by relying on the people outside and temple guards. However, just then, a young female priest stood up. She was wearing silver and white armor and held a hammer in her hand. She looked rather brave. She was called Fina. She appeared in Saran's dream previously. She lost her brother and cried in front of the god's statue. The war seemed to have made her more mature. She had a scar on her face. Although it destroyed her beautiful face, it made her more resolute. "Our god said someone will come for us." Fina took a look at the others and said slowly, "It's hard to defend the city of Autumnfall. It's almost impossible for us to hold on to the city when the orc army comes back. Also the gnolls from the abyss. Once Yenagu, the prince of gnolls, joined the war, then we would not last more than 3 days. I too don't want to leave this place. But we have no other choice. We have lost too many soldiers. It's impossible to defend the city with what we have now. Now there are refugees all over the city. If we continue to wait like this, we will only die." Fina stood up and went to the center of the hall, looking at the other people. "Now the most important thing is to be ready for our God to appear. Since our Lord had replied to our prayers, then he wouldn't just let us die. Now our most important thing is to gather the people who are willing to follow us." A lot of the folk had lost everything. They weren't like the nobles that yearned for their land. Many people just wanted to escape from the war and look for somewhere to live. If there really was somewhere safe, a lot of people would move. "What about the nobles?" The middle-aged priest looked at Fina and said, "They may not let us leave." Fina's eyes became sharp, and she said in a deep voice, "It's their decision to stay or leave. For those who are willing to follow our Lord to the outer islands, the nobles have no right to dictate anything. Land can be claimed if lost. With our people, we will have hope." I will not let our people die here. The temple became quiet. Agate River. Saran looked at the mountains ahead and seemed to be thinking about something. It was not far from the city of Autumnfall and would reach the latest by the afternoon of the next day. Everything went according to plan, and his divine priest told him important things in her prayers every day. Saran didn't care much about the situation in the city. He just needed to take the people who were willing to follow him. As for the others who were unwilling, that was not his business. Saran was not planning to go into the dirt again. He had built a kingdom in the outer islands and was not willing to get embroiled into the mainland wars. As for beating the orcs for Autumnfall, that was absolutely impossible. The pirates may not be willing to fight for the half-elves, and Saran was not ready to suffer such losses. He was in control of the three seas. He had a large number of territory, routes, and chambers of commerce under his command. If the pirate army was consumed here or was severely damaged due to fighting with the orcs, then that would lead to chaos in Saran's backyard. There were many that wanted Saran dead. Those who were dealt with cruelly would do anything if there was any opportunity. If that happens, then everything would be lost. Furthermore, the Avatar crisis was soon to come, and Autumnfall may not be easy to defend. Ultimately it would only lead to death. Chapter 477 Chapter 12 Ugly Monkey. Rain fell from the sky. As the terrain in front of him gradually widened, Saran's expression gradually became stern. They were now close to Autumnfall and could reach there by this afternoon at the latest. The city of Autumnfall was not built beside the river like Amber City. It was nearly 20 or 30 miles from the Agate River. The Orc army did not return to the wild northwest. Instead, they occupied a large area of land and were now stationed near a large town north of Autumnfall City. Send men out. Saran looked at the high ground in front and ordered, "Tell your men to take out the scouts." One-Eyed Jack. As Saran ordered, the fierce one-eyed pirate stood up and replied, "Yes, Your Excellency. I'll leave none alive." Soon enough, there were many figures on the warship jumping into the Agate River. These people who lived on the sea had excellent mobility in water. In a blink of an eye, they had moved on to land. One-Eyed Jack sent a signal to the warship and quickly led hundreds of pirates ahead. These pirate leaders had been ready to fight for a long time. Now, they were all veterans, including some of the elite, with a profession level of more than 10. From the Battle of the Swamp King to the defeat of the Pirate King Ashad, then to the naval battle of Arendelle, and finally, to the defeat of the navy of the southern island countries, the pirate army under Saran had become elites. Only in battles could elites be trained up. Around April and May, the weather was already hot. Ugly Monkey crouched in the grass and crept forward, careful not to make any sound. There were several people beside him. All of them were the elite of their team. Ugly Monkey was a pirate. The reason for this nickname was that his left cheek had an ugly birthmark, a dark blue ferocious birthmark, which completely destroyed his somewhat normal-looking face. He was born in Shipwreck Bay, and her mother was a prostitute. It was said that when he was born, his mother even caught some infection. Anyway, he was born ugly and a little deformed. Accordingly, it would be hard for him to survive. But the Ugly Monkey was lucky. When he was very young, he met an old, retired thief. The old man pitied him and accepted him as his own disciple. Since he was 3 years old, he had taught him some skills of thieves. The Ugly Monkey's skeleton was deformed, his arms were different in length, and his back was hunched. But the heavens also took care of him, that was. His hands were very sensitive, and his mental reflex was far superior to his peers. That was why he got the nickname Ugly Monkey. Others said that he was as flexible as a monkey. When he was only 14 or 15 years old, he excelled as a rogue and gained much more than other people. However, those days did not last long. After the throat cutter appeared, and the power of the underground world of Shipwreck Bay had been taken over, Ugly Monkey joined the throat cutter. He used to be good at stealing but bad at fighting. Ever since the throat cutter had taken over them, a group of thieves like them had been gathered. At that time, he really began to learn fighting, including some assassination techniques. There were many wolves in the many port cities, many were like Ugly Monkey, but none was as good as he was. The instructor in charge of training him told him that at the age of less than 20, if he was diligent enough, he could enter the realm of legends. Legend. This was a realm that all professions thrived to be in. The drill master said that the most brilliant rug on the whole coast was Throat Cutter. If he could make great contributions in the future, he may get his advice. That was why Ugly Monkey joined this expedition without hesitation and became the forward group. Sneak, track, and assassinate. Ugly Monkey had received strict anti-detection training, and there was also a ranger in his team. Soon after they moved, they found the traces of the orcs. Their tracks were obvious, because they were big and heavy, around 200 pounds. The footprint they left was obvious. A rhythmic frog sound was heard. Ugly Monkey pulled out the short sword at his waist. His eyes became fierce. His strength was not high, which was a natural defect, so he liked to use poison weapons in battles, which could help him deal with enemies more easily. He believed that he was more suitable to be an assassin than a thief. It was said that there was a group of elite assassins in the army, which were all made up of high-level rogues. He hoped to join them one day. Thud. Something fell on the ground, as though that was a signal. 10 shadowy figures leapt out. Ugly Monkey's figure rushed out like a nimble monkey, easily spanning a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, his hands and feet crossed the obstacles in front of him with flying speed. With the dagger in hand, he stabbed the enemy's heart in a flash. The enemy was still moving. It swung its weapon clumsily and was no match for the speed of Ugly Monkey. Shang. Ugly Monkey held another dagger in his left hand and stabbed it into the orc's waist. Dual wielding. As a thief trained since childhood, Ugly Monkey could use his fingers to quickly pick out soap from hot oil. In order to improve his skills, he even learned tricks with the magician when he was 12 years old. It was a magic trick to deceive the eyes purely by the speed of fingers. During this period of exercise, his left and right hands became quite flexible. From then on, he began to exercise his ability to steal with both hands too. Roar. The muffled roar of the orc was heard. Ugly Monkey saw the orc's face and said, "How ugly." According to his familiarity with anatomy, Ugly Monkey judged that his attack had hurt the kidney of the opponent, so he was not in a rush to kill the enemy. As expected, the speed of the orc gradually slowed down, and its strength began to decline. To find an opportunity, the Ugly Monkey kicked directly at the enemy's crotch, cracked something. Then he swiftly slit the orc's throat. The battle was already over. Ugly Monkey looked at his peers, then cut off the ear of the orc and went back into the shadow. His peers giggled, laughing at the orc that had just died. When the Ugly Monkey heard that, he didn't say anything. These were only small enemies. It was almost impossible for them to lose fighting in a one-on-one situation. But if they encountered a large number of enemies, they may find it hard to win. The orcs still had a huge advantage when it came to strength. These creatures were much more powerful than the coolies at the docks. If orcs had the numbers, then they may lose. After thinking about this, Ugly Monkey took out a device, a delicate hidden bow in his sleeve. Ugly Monkey fixed it on his wrist, then filled it with 3 poison arrows. He was born weaker than others, so he needed other items to help him. As the others saw his action, the sun gradually went down. The scouts Saran sent out were like a net, covering the battleground around Autumnfall. Chapter 478. The Darkness Before Dawn. Temple of Autumnfall City. Milan, the divine priest, kneeled in the middle of the temple praying. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were glowing with power, stood up swiftly, and said excitedly, "Prepare to move the believers. My Lord is near. Prepare the temple guards. We'll move the most earnest believers to safety first. Our Lord has arrived with a great army." Everyone in the temple was shocked. However, soon the priests began to mobilize, and the temple guards acted swiftly. Move the most devout believers. Milan stood up and said seriously, "These people are the easiest to move. They are willing to obey our orders. As for the others, we will wait until the first group is sent away." In a few days, as the only divine priest, she had learned many things during this period. "Yes, Your Excellency," the temple guards replied. Soon, there was a noise outside. Many people were hesitant to leave now. However, many devout believers were ready to leave at once, because the siege of Autumnfall had frightened them, and the majesty of the dragons had impressed them greatly. From what the priests had told them, their new god was a powerful god who could summon dragons. As long as they left here, this new god could provide them with protection. Among the people, there was a pale-faced mother holding a child. Although Autumnfall was out of danger temporarily, there was still not enough food. Her beautiful face was in a little panic. Her hands held her baby as she moved with the crowd. Right then, a man dressed as a militia came over quickly to her side and said, "Sister, are you really going to leave with them?" The general said that there will be elven reinforcements soon. "We can beat the orcs." The woman looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked, "How long would that be?" "So what if we beat the orcs here? How much blood must be shed? We already don't have food. My child would not last for that long. I'm not afraid to die, but I want my child to live on." The young mother looked at the baby in her arms. There was a scar on her finger. It was when food was in short supply, and she had to feed the baby with blood. The baby was very brave. He didn't cry even when he saw so many people in such a panic. He just stared at everything as if he could feel something. The young mother's eyes fell on the baby, and she suddenly became gentle. She shook her head firmly and told her brother, "I'm sorry. I want to bring him to somewhere safe. Staying here is hopeless. Even if we beat the orcs, we won't last spring." The militia did not say anything. There was a little hesitation on his face, and finally, he clenched his teeth then said, "Okay, I'll leave with you. I can't let you go that far along with your children." After saying that, the young half-elf looked upon the wall with saddened eyes. He was a brave soldier. If he could, he would never want to leave home, but now he had to face a dilemma. One was to stay here to protect the homeland and find a way to defeat the invading orcs. The other was to protect her elder sister and go away together. On the one hand, it was his hometown, and on the other was the only surviving family member he had. In the end, he chose his family. Rushing footsteps were heard. A young person rushed into the temple and yelled at the priests, "Warships! There are many warships. They are at Agate River, filled with warships. We are saved." Scouts. Only scouts would still roam outside the city. The young scout said with excitement, "An army. Our Lord's army has arrived." The god of half-elf and rogues. The temple not only had priests, they still had many half-elf rogues. Not long after the message from their god, the temple had sent out rogues to the surrounding area. Milan showed a smile, prayed devoutly for a while, and said, "We move now. Everyone pack your things and move." Right then, the voice of a middle-aged priest was heard. He looked more like a nobleman than a priest. He said in a deep voice, "Leave. There are orcs all around. What if we encounter them on the road? We won't last long." Milan glanced at him and said, "My lord will come for us. We move now." As the afternoon approached, thousands of believers gathered quickly. These were the most devout believers in the temple. After the oracle was delivered, they chose to leave without hesitation. The south gate of the city was opened. The first to go out was the temple guards, then some militia and civilians. At the end of the group were the priests. On top of the city wall, Your Excellency, a middle-aged man, who looked like an officer, came to him and said in a deep voice, "Are we just going to let them go? If they leave, everyone else in the city would lose their morale. I'm afraid our situation would become worse." The nobleman in gorgeous clothes turned to look at him and said coldly, "I know. Withdraw the men from the front line. They can't reach the Agate River before dark. As long as they leave here, they will be exposed to the eyes of the orc army." After saying that, his expression became sinister. Indeed, most of the believers were old, weak, women and children, or ordinary civilians. These people were very slow. They could not make it 20 or 30 kilometers before dark. And if they were spotted by the orc army, the final result would be obvious. The middle-aged officer was shocked. He now knew why the noble had let them go. Only if someone helped them, or else, the end result would be death. If they were caught up, then it would be a slaughter. If these people were slaughtered by the orc army, then the other civilians in the autumn-fall city would not dare to leave. Furthermore, this was also a major blow to the prestige of the temple. In this case, the aristocrats would have absolute control. The sky began to darken. The priests urged the crowd to speed up, but the old, weak, women and children could not go any faster. The women who held their children haven't had a full meal for a long time. They were now even more tired. It was dark now, and they were only about halfway there. If the orc scouts find them, the enemy would surely catch up. We're too slow. The middle-aged priest muttered, I'm afraid we've already been spotted. Tell the temple guards to get ready. Tell the militias to protect the believers. The rest of you prepare for battle. Half a day has passed now. This large group of people was not hard to notice. If they were noticed, the enemy troop would appear. The old priest prayed a little and said, I pray that my lord would come with reinforcement, or else we won't make it to the river. The sound of a horn sounded. The crowd suddenly uttered a cry of panic, and countless people looked at the distance in horror. In the distance, the figure of orcs appeared. Although the night affected their vision, they could still see the enemy approaching at full speed. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Temple guards, come with me. The rest of you bring the civilians out of here. The middle-aged priest pulled out a long sword from his waist and clenched the steel shield on his other hand. His seemingly old body rushed to the rear of the civilian at full speed and shouted, Don't panic. Go in the direction of the Agate River. There are our Lord's reinforcements ahead. Priests, stay behind. Servants of the temple, warriors, we must protect the believers. All that can fight, follow me to hold the enemy back. This is the last darkness before dawn. Our Lord's army would be here soon. For our Lord's glory, prepare for battle. The call of wolves was heard. With the dull echo of war drums, dozens of orc cavalry riding huge wolves came out from the side of the orc infantry. It was difficult to raise these fierce beasts, even with the strength of the whole orc army. Only a small team was trained. Now the wolf cavalry team had turned around from the side, speeding up to the retreating civilians. The orcs were now very close to them. With the incoming group of orc raiders, the remaining temple guards would not be able to stop them. As the distance became shorter, the aura of death covered the group. As soon as the orc riders charged into the civilians, it would be a great slaughter. Chapter 479 Reinforcement. The distance was closer and closer. The stench of the wolf's bloody mouth came to their faces, and the orc riders roared and rushed to the crowd in front of them. There were cries all around. George turned to look at his sister, who was holding the baby not far away. He did not hesitate to hold up his weapon and rushed up. Behind him were the old, the weak, the women and the children. Once the orc riders rushed in, it would be a massacre. As a militia trained by soldiers, he could not sit back and watch the tragedy. Follow me. Men, come and block them. George waved his weapon and went to face the orc riders. There were several small men around him who also grabbed weapons and rushed over. There was fear in these people's eyes because they were facing the terrifying orc riders. The orc riders were fierce, but the wolves they rode on were even more terrifying. These wolves that were larger than cows could easily deal with professional soldiers. The orcs let out a sinister smile. The wolf swooped in and then knocked over the man beside him. Then the sound of bone breaking was heard, and the wolf broke his throat. Fear was propagating. The difference in power and the fear of death propagated in the men. However, no matter how fearful they were, no one backed off. The fact was they had nowhere to go. Behind them were a group of women and children. Some were even their relatives. As a man, they had to stand up, even if they knew they would die. However, they had to battle until the end. The howling of wolves reverberated. The orc riders, like a torrent, broke down the defense formation in front of them. These ordinary militias could not stop them at all. At the moment of collision, more than 10 militia fell to the ground. An orc rider crossed their line of defense, and the killing awakened the bloodlust of these orcs. It rushed directly to a fleeing woman. Because she ran too slowly with her baby in her arms, she was easily caught up by the orc rider. A blade slashed by. In the face of the terrible enemy, The woman squatted down at the moment when the enemy was near. Her mother's instinct made her tightly protect the child and exposed her unprepared back to the enemy's vision. A head flew off, blood gushed out with the cry of a baby. The orc rider laughed and waved his sword again. The orcs were merciless toward other races. Their bloodthirsty nature made them all brave soldiers and ruthless on the battlefield. The poor living environment made them believe in natural selection. The weak could only be eliminated. This applied to their own race as well. The blade came in once more. It was not the first time for them to swing a blade at a crying child. As a relatively stupid orc, they also had a smart side. That was, the children of the enemy would grow up to become new enemies. The smell of blood propagated. The blade came down, and another life was about to perish. Swoosh! An arrow flew out. The orc rider's body stiffened and fell from the wolf it rode on. An arrow had shot through the head of the orc, piercing its skull, killing it instantly. A second arrow hit the head of the wolf and nailed it to the ground. A scary power. A figure seemed to be coming close at a very high speed. Following him were even more figures. The orc riders close to the crowd were killed in a flash by the shadowy figures, and the heads with ferocious faces fell to the ground. Even the fierce wolf could not last for a second. Roar! With a roar, a huge figure rushed out from the shadows. He wore heavy armor and rushed up with blood-red eyes. His muscles had veins that were like worms on them. This fighter was up to 3 meters high. His seemingly heavy body rushed forward at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, he rushed in front of an orc rider. Then he roared and swung the heavy anchor in his hand. The wolf was directly smashed with the orc rider giving a shrill of pain. That's it. Giant glanced at the frightened half-wolves, and then rushed up again to another orc rider. His huge body waved the heavy anchor. Not one orc rider could resist his attack. Often, even the wolves were smashed into meat cakes. Giant, one of Saran's pirate leaders, even though he was not smart, his fighting capabilities were superior. He should be a pirate leader who was closest to the realm of legend under Saran. The intellectual defect did not affect Saran's use of him. He had the blood of the swamp giants and multi-professioned in barbarian. In any battle, this man with great power often broke the enemy's defense line. Don't waste time. Scarface stabbed a wolf's throat with a knife, turned around, and looked at the giant beside him. He said in a deep voice, "There are also enemies approaching. They can't hold the line in the front. You go and help them with the orc army." A dark figure quickly rushed over. Saran's elite pirates finally arrived. One by one, the orc riders fell. After they saw something wrong, they would immediately have enemies planning to escape. But one by one, they were killed by sharp arrows. Giant rushed forward, berserk. After he came close to the orc army, he didn't stop at all and directly stormed into the army from the side of the temple guard with his boat anchor. In an instant, the front of the orc army was knocked down. Giant, you idiot! Seeing what he did, Scarface quickly rushed forward. "This idiot! I asked you to help the temple guards, not to rush into the orc army." Pa! With screams, rows of orc warriors were directly smashed and then fell to the ground. The giant's strength was higher than that of Saran's after transformation. In addition to the lineage he had, the anchor used by him was a total killing weapon on the battlefield. The orcs were now like children in front of the giant. The heavy anchor smashed everything in its path. As if the killing was not satisfying to him, Giant even threw out the giant anchor in his hand. In an instant, countless orcs were smashed into bits. The heavy ship anchor cleared up a path and killed a row of orcs in its path. The more Giant killed, the more fun he would have. The battle on land was much larger than that on the sea deck. He picked up the ship anchor, then swung it around, and in an instant, cleared an area around him. Giant was a killing machine on the battlefield. He alone had severely damaged the morale of the orcs, and the huge weapon had a complete crushing advantage, which immediately disrupted the orc army. In the dark, arrows flew out like the rain. Saran shot out arrows calmly. Every shot killed one enemy. His figure moved swiftly in the dark. As long as there was any figure that looked like an orc officer, he would shoot out an arrow at it. The elf battle bow could penetrate armor within 300 meters. He was like a ghost wandering on the battlefield. sniping any dangerous target silently. No one could hide from him and his arrows. After all, he had the blood of elves. Chapter 480, Chasing an Artifact. We're saved. George pushed the wolf that was on him and slowly got up. Cough, cough. He coughed violently for a while, feeling weak all over. It seemed that he had suffered a little internal injury. However, his achievements were also quite brilliant. As an ordinary man who had only received some training, he killed a wolf alone. The battle ahead was still going on, but there were more and more reinforcements from the dark. These were fierce fighters. They had more killing intent than the regular army of Autumnfall. At first sight, these figures were very experienced in fighting. The reinforcement was here. Against the fierce orc army, Saran's men fearlessly charged forward. His Excellency would never lose. Victory after victory made them brave in the face of any enemy. Even if an abyss demon appeared, they would all have the courage to face it. The brave elite pirates separated into two and surrounded the enemy. They were planning to swallow up the enemy in one go. Why kill the orcs? There was no need to think so much. Anyway, it was Saran's orders. They only needed to care about killing the orcs in front of them. Demigod realm pirates. With the elite pirates who finally arrived at the rear, Saran finally showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the orc army in front and activated the pirate realm without hesitation. Invisible energy expanded. In an instant, all pirates seemed to be in a craze. Their morale was explosively high. Each of them seemed to be possessed by the god of war, and they were fighting with supernatural powers. In an instant, a large number of enemies were cut down, and the orc army was divided into two parts from the middle. Ugly Monkey felt somewhat strange. He didn't know what had happened to him. All of a sudden, his whole body seemed to have endless strength. His whole person was also very excited, and his pupils were slightly red while his heartbeat was much faster than before. His status was very wonderful. Whether it was auditory, visual, tactile, or perception, every sense was enhanced. Behind him was a dead orc. Without a doubt, all the orcs he killed were with one hit. Ugly Monkey felt that he was possessed by the soul of an assassin at this moment. His action, position, and attack were all well in his control. His excited emotion did not affect his reasoning at all. It had allowed him to unleash death. The peers around him were also in similar conditions, as if they had all received a shot of adrenaline. The morale of the pirates increased. It was equivalent to the level 6 spell. Greater heroism. The effect it had on the battlefield was unimaginable. The elite pirates crushed the orc army in an instant. The battle was very one-sided. The orcs were utterly defeated. Saran kept his elven war bow. All the orc officers had been killed by him. The orc officers would not be able to survive as the one shooting them was a demigod. Your Excellency. Scarface appeared in front of Saran and said, the orc army had been crushed. Shall we end them all? Saran replied, no need. Transfer the civilians. The real enemy is closing on us. Tell the men to help the civilians. We must go back to the firing range of the warship cannons. Scarface nodded and answered, yes, Your Excellency. Soon, there were people helping with the evacuation. Saran looked at somewhere far. He felt more enemies were approaching, and he was quite afraid of a certain existence. Eugene. The ascend. Soon, shadowy figures were seen moving in. Saran saw them and said, they are fast. Ooh 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 ooh. The howl of wolves was heard. However, these were not wolves, but a bunch of black gnolls from the abyss. The servants of Yenagu, the prince of gnolls. These shadowy figures moved around the battle but did not move in. These gnolls were smart. They knew they wouldn't be able to defeat so many enemies. Looking to die, Saran showed an intent to kill. He waved at the pirate leaders beside him and immediately went into the shadows. These gnolls, they were dangerous and must be crushed first. On another front, the huge orc army was approaching. A huge gnoll with dark green eyes was standing beside Eugene. He held a three-headed flail in his hand and said to Eugene, we can't let these mortals go. You said part of the artifact Flail of Ages is in the hands of the half-elf temple. That is our lord's artifact. Lose the artifact, and your tribe would suffer my lord's wrath. Eugene looked ahead with a stern expression. After some time, He replied in a deep voice, "What I promised will be done. The parts of the artifact will surely be handed over to your master." Ha ha. The huge gnoll leader looked at Eugene coldly and cruelly. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "Good. To help you fight the half-elves, we have lost many gnolls. If we can't get the artifact, my lord will make you pay the ultimate price." Eugene did not say anything more. As the demon lord of the abyss, Yenagu, the prince of gnolls, was not a being easy to deal with. Furthermore, Yenagu had conquered the king of ghouls. The orc tribe would not be able to pay this price, so they must get the artifact. March faster. Eugene gave out the order, and the orc army hastened their march. Eugene looked somewhere far ahead. Eugene sensed that there was a dangerous being in front, which made him feel uncomfortable. Saran, the half-elf god. This unfamiliar name had left a deep impression on him. He felt that a great war was inevitable. We must get it. Eugene clenched his fist in silence. The gnolls were fickle and suspicious of others. If the artifact was really gone, these fierce beasts would definitely turn them on. Blood. Drops of blood dripped down. Saran's figure was hazy in the shadows. In front of him was the fallen body of a gnoll. He looked at the corpses in front of him with cold eyes and directly reached out to lift the tallest one of them. He frowned and observed it. Abyss demons. Saran, with a stern expression, said, "These gnolls are not from the material plane." Demons. There were two modes of reproduction in the abyss. One was that the abyssal worms were constantly advancing. Demons had many mutations, and eventually, they evolved into various creatures. The second was demon reproduction and mixed blood demons. Demons would usually mate with the same kind of demon, but sometimes they would mate with another type of demon to create a new type of demon. There were also outsiders to the abyss. Mixed blood demons. Saran threw away the body in front of him and whispered, "It seems that cracks in the plains are getting greater, otherwise the king of gnolls would not be able to send so many gnolls from the abyss. The demon invasion must not be long." There had already appeared some gnolls from the abyss previously. Now there were even more. If the numbers were few, there may be other reasons. But if there were so many, Saran was sure that a tunnel had appeared between the material plane and the abyss. Saran looked into the distance with a worried face. Maybe he could defeat Eugene in slaughter form. But if the king of gnolls appeared, he would have almost no chance to win. Saran's hope now was that the king of gnolls had not appeared, because his base would become vulnerable. If Yenagu appeared, after all, this demon lord was the enemy of the Queen of Succubus. Yenagu not only regarded the Queen of Succubus as an enemy but also launched many attacks. At the same time, he was also the enemy of Baphomet, the Prince of Beasts. Many battles had taken place between the two sides. However, Yenagu did defeat the King of Ghouls and expanded his territory. Saran wouldn't take on any of the demon lords lightly. Under the dark skies, the orc army was speeding up. Eugene's figure suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. He immediately reached for the white bone spear behind him. A great aura of killing intent had appeared. Eugene was now in battle position, ready to fight any time. Someone was there, watching them from the darkness. The enemy did not get close but only watched them from the darkness. Chapter 481 High Priest. Close. Very close. The night wind seemed to bring water vapor. The sound of river water could be heard in front of them. After passing through a sparse forest, everything appeared in front of tired refugees. Countless huge warships, which many of them had never seen before. Most of them had only seen medium-sized ships. Block cannons aimed toward the land and the pirates on the ships were ready. There were some torches on all sides. They couldn't tell how many warships there were, but the entire area was filled with warships. There was a vague fog around it, and it seemed that the fog was dense in certain areas. No one could see what was in it clearly in the dark. However, it seemed that there was a dangerous monster. It was quietly watching everything in front of it and waiting for the master's call. It was a good thing the river was wide enough to host Saran's ships. Quiet. A woman said something, and it passed into everyone's ears like the wind. Immediately, the crowd became quiet. For some reason, even after experiencing slaughter and panic, the civilians remained calm after hearing a female voice. It seemed that they were comforted by a certain energy. Divine priest. Milan looked ahead. She saw a tall woman with a veil on her face. There was a familiar aura on her, a divine power given by her lord. However, she was someone even more powerful. Milan walked forward, bowed her head, and said respectfully, "Your Excellency High Priest." The veiled woman smiled slightly and nodded. The other priests looked at each other and bowed their heads to show respect. Although they didn't know who the masked woman was, she must be someone extraordinary, as her voice could calm the crowd. "Let the women and children come on board first." The veiled woman glanced at all the people in front of her and said slowly, "Men, stay in place to prepare. There is enough food on the bank. Tell them to give it out." Fleet 6, prepare for battle. The enemy may come at any moment. Bring the civilians in and give the militia weapons after they eat. Her soft voice had strange magic. The crowd in front of her moved according to her orders. Then the women and children were sent to the deck one by one and placed in the cabin of the warship. There were no old people in the crowd, as it was very difficult for old people to survive in a war. Most of them were women and children. And then the militia who believed in the half-elf god. During the siege, all adult men were recruited, and even teenage boys were forced to learn some combat skills. No pirate is to disturb the civilians. The masked woman turned to look at the pirate leader behind her and said coldly, "These are all believers of our Lord. You should know how Lord Saran would deal with those who violate his orders." The pirate, who had lost his left ear, smiled and said, "No worries, Your Excellency Priest. Anyone tries anything funny, I'll skin them." It was a cruel method of control. Saran's rule on the south coast was maintained by killing and order. Those who had no problem in their heads knew what would happen if they disobeyed his orders. His Excellency killed without blinking his eyes. The steaming food was distributed. Some of it was prepared in advance while the rest were dried meat and salted fish. The prepared food was full of meat, most of which were fish from the ocean. It was very satisfying to be able to fill your stomach at this time. The people even felt a bit happy because they could eat meat. Even in peacetime, as civilians, they could only have meats in festivals. In terms of the things in front of them, the food prepared by the reinforcements was abundant. It seemed that their lord was very powerful, at least very wealthy. The old priest looked at the priests next to him, then went on to gobble up the bowl of hot soup with dried meat and salted fish. Since the city of Autumnfall had been besieged for a long time, there was not much food in the city. Everyone ate voraciously. In times like this, there should be chaos because of hunger and war, but for some reason, when the voice of the woman was heard, everyone remained peaceful. They were quiet and orderly, receiving food, and then they were ready to fight after filling their stomachs. The arrival of the reinforcement also raised the morale of the temple guards. The temple was still capable. Many of the priests who survived were close to high grade. After the first round of siege, most of the priests who survived were grade 3 and above. There were even some that were knights. Or else, they wouldn't have been able to resist the orc army for so long. Praise our Lord, praise our Lord, praise our Lord. When the fire of hope was rekindled, many people could not help kneeling on the ground to pray. The veiled woman smiled a little as she watched the people pray. It was as though she was the central figure. When anyone looked at her, a sense of relief would fall on them. Soon, everyone was on the ship and there were pirates coming back. Priests and temple guards boarded the ships, and civilians were placed in the cabin. The whole process was quite orderly, and there was no panic from the beginning to the end. Saran's figure appeared in the dark. He looked at the veiled woman who was slightly smiling and said, "Prepare for battle. Fill the cannons. The orcs are almost here." Eugene's army was moving fast. The orc warriors had obvious physical advantages over humans. When all the civilians were placed in the cabin, the vast orc army also appeared in the vision of the lookout. Damn. Sea Dog looked ahead with his spyglass and muttered, "There's so many of them. If they rush over, how many can our cannons kill?" They were pirates. Even though the coastal areas were controlled by the temples, the restrictions on alchemy were not so stringent. Almost every warship had cannons. Although they used solid shells, they were still very powerful against ordinary soldiers. The disaster brought by the Arcane Empire made many temples strictly control the art of alchemy. but there were not so many restrictions on the pirates. Thus the artillery power Saran had was one of the greatest in the material plane. If it was on the sea, maybe it was not very destructive. However, on land, the cannon fire would destroy many things. Here, Scarface came out with a grim smile. He was wounded on his left arm by an orc sword saint. Fortunately, the orc had only advanced into that class. He also used his poisoned crossbow, the venom used by the wildlings. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the enemy. Scarface, who was almost killed by an orc, grinned and took out 2 iron balls which were linked together by chains. Then he put them into the cannon and said with a strange smile, "Put this in. This would be more fun." The enemy was getting closer and closer. Because the pirates were busy helping the civilians, most would not have time to retreat back to the ships. So after Saran's orders were given, Giant immediately led the elite pirates to form a battle line on the riverbank, and then waited expectantly for the enemy to come. Eugene stopped moving forward. He looked at the countless ships ahead and was shocked. Pirates. He had traveled all over the mainland, so it was impossible for him to have no impression of the pirate warships. Although there was no pirate flag on the warships, he still recognized them at a glance. Countless cannons. Although Eugene himself sneered at the inferior alchemy weapon, and will not pay attention to them at all, he was also very clear about the damages it does to ordinary soldiers. Its clumsy artillery body and slow firing speed meant that they were nothing but scrap iron in many battles. However, in the current situation with so many cannons, their lethality was quite amazing. Autumnfall also had cannons, but the half-elves were proud of their excellent archers. The dozens of cannons on the city gate were just decorations, which was not at the same level as the black muzzles in front of them. Cannons were standard to the pirates. If the orcs attacked, they would definitely have to take at least one barrage of cannon fire. Chapter 482 Lifeline. Just a pile of scrap metal. The huge gnoll leader frowned and took a look at Eugene. He said in a deep voice, "I feel that the artifact our Lord needs is nearby. It must not be taken away." Eugene, order an attack now. Eugene's twitched slightly. The dexterity of the gnolls from Abyss was basically above 20. Such cannons could not hit them unless these gnolls were extremely unlucky. From the ammunition filling to firing, the cannons of this technological level were hardly threatening to the gnolls from Abyss. However, these cannons were not the same for the orcs. They would suffer a lot if they were hit by the volley of cannon fire. However, they had to charge. If they couldn't get the parts for the artifact, the gnolls would turn on the orcs. If the covenant was broken, the gnolls would regard the orc as the enemy, and then a vengeful attack on the orcs would occur. If that were the case, then it would be impossible to beat the elves. All the demons from the Abyss were chaotic and evil. Since ancient times, chaos had created either madmen or dummies. Eugene was not sure what terrible things these crazy gnolls would do if they failed to meet their demands. There, the leader of the gnoll with black fur suddenly pointed to the front. His green eyes seemed to see through the darkness. His eyes were locked on a little girl in a small white priest's robe under the night, shouting, "Right there! The artifact component our Lord needs is in the hands of that hateful little girl." Milan, Divine Priest, Milan. The little girl had not realized what danger she was in. In fact, she was still happy at the fact that her Lord had come for her people. Eugene recognized the little girl in the white robe at first sight. After all, the siege that day was so memorable. The little girl that destroyed all his plans. The orc army suffered huge losses after the 3 dragons came in. Eugene's old face showed a strong intent of killing. New hatred and old hatred came together, and he could not help gripping his white bone spear hard. Yenagu, the prince of gnolls. This evil, bloody, chaotic, and bloodthirsty demon lord, no matter how evil and bloodthirsty he was in the eyes of others, his reputation among the gnolls was as high as the sun. It could be said that most gnolls in the multiverse respect him, and quite a few of them worship him. The reason was simple. All that Yenaga had done for thousands of years, whether it was fighting the lords of the Abyss, conquering the king of ghouls with all his might, or engaging in other evil plots, There was only one ultimate goal. Inigo only hoped to see his race become more powerful. All his hard work had been to achieve this goal. From the point of the Gnolls, Inigo was their greatest leader. Eugene was somewhat similar. That was why he had such a high reputation among the orcs. Charge! With an angry roar, the orc army moved forward like the tide. The elite pirates on the bank of the river had been on standby for a long time. Behind them was the Agate River. Since the pirates were familiar with water, they could easily jump into the river and try to board a ship. Warships on the Agate River were like fortresses. Even though the orc army had a strong ability to fight on land, if they went into the water, the pirates were confident in beating them. The ground was shaking. Facing such a big army, there was no panic on the faces of the elite pirates. They had been trained in countless battles. In the fierce competition of the killing industry, the unqualified candidates would only be eliminated. The orc army surged in like a tide. Their physical strength was so good that they were able to launch an impulsive fight directly after the rapid march. But that was all because when they entered the range of the cannons, a storm of fire poured out. Fire, fire. Countless cannons fired, and immediately, the orcs in front were flattened. Solid rounds may not cover a large area, but it was still scary against flesh and bones. In particular, some of the chain shells fired by the cannons swept across the ground in a flash, leaving all the limbs and broken arms. The pirates' gunfire attack was like a bloody and cruel symphony, rhythmically firing the cannons. It was three-stage firing. Eugene had seen nothing like this before. Warships on the Agate River had already formed a staggered firepower net. If it was only a normal battle command, Saran would not be able to do so, because the coordination was too difficult. However, today was different. Saran had a powerful Shinnik warlock beside him. Long before the orc army arrived, she had already set up a Shinnik energy field to convey Saran's orders to the commander of every warship. Her voice synchronized with the orders of Saran and was heard in all the commanders. Compared with this kind of battle command ability, Saran's use of flags was very primitive. The sea now was like spaced telecommunication controlling cannons from the Renaissance period. Saran had never thought it would be so easy to command pirates. In the past, he relied on flags and then waited until the commander on the opposite side saw the flag before taking action. This was merciless destruction of intelligence. Now relying on the Shinnik communication built directly by the legendary Shinnik warlock, the efficiency of communication was totally different. The orcs were bamboozled. That was because, in their minds, the enemy's gunfire had never stopped. The orcs in front fell one after the other. They haven't even rushed to the front of the enemy and had been taken out. Fear was propagating. The ground was full of orcs with broken limbs and arms. For those who advocated brute force, Saran taught them a lesson today that muscles couldn't solve all problems. Boom. 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 One after another, the barrage submerged the orc army. At night, they couldn't see how many cannons the enemy had. They could only hear the roar of the cannons from the beginning to the end. The loud cannon fire covered the roar of the orc officers. After the first group of orcs were shot up, the group scattered. These beasts were still only flesh and blood. After all, Saran looked at the battlefield in front of him and shook his head gently. He had a sense of intelligence suppression when dealing with these stupid orcs. If these guys were not born with amazing brute force, maybe the plan would go better. Even though Saran had saved the first group of the most devout believers, after sending them to a safe place, he plans to take some more people. Mordor lacked mostly people. The place could theoretically accommodate 20 to 30,000 more people. Saran had been hoarding food and materials since the beginning. In order to cope with today's situation, he was not afraid of any more population. In the rapid construction planning of Mordor City, Saran would only worry about the lack of labor, not too much labor. Swish, swish, swoosh. Some fast-moving figures suddenly appeared in the night. The orc army that took the cannon fire was just a distraction. These gnolls from the abyss that rushed in were the main force. An old figure also moved with amazing speed. Hundreds of lurking gnolls sprang out from all directions, but their target was not Saran, nor the pirate elites on the bank of the river, it was Milan. Eugene rushed directly to the girl in front of him, grabbed his spear, and threw it out with a roar. He wanted to nail her to the ground on the spot. Everything had happened too fast. The Knowles raid attracted everyone's attention, and the next moment the legendary war shaman Eugene, with profession level 27, rushed over. He wanted to instantly kill the divine priest, Milan, a poor little girl who had lost her father and all her relatives in the war and lived alone in the world under the age of 15, only because she was holding something important. The cloud of death covered her. Facing the full force of Eugene the Ascend, Milan had zero chance of surviving on her own. In the whole battlefield, almost no one could take the blow of the legendary war shaman, and at this moment, under the shadow of death, only one person could save her. Saran. Immediately, as the spear was launched, his figure disappeared. Chapter 483 Slaughter Form Level Up. Shadow Leap. Saran's figure disappeared in an instant, across a distance of nearly 100 meters, directly appearing behind Milan, pushing her away. At the same time, he disappeared again and appeared 5 meters away. Fortunately, after advancing, his shadow leap distance had been increased to 200 meters. Otherwise, with his previous shadow leap distance of 100 meters, he would not have been able to save the little girl. Boom! The ground trembled for a moment. The spear that Eugene threw out was like an anti-aircraft gun. The ground was blown up 10 meters deep in a flash. If Saran was hit, he would have been pierced for sure. Saran was not sure what the battle shaman was, but he could roughly judge that the battle shaman was a special profession similar to Stormlord based on his rich combat experience and knowledge. Stormlord was a special legendary profession that could be achieved by the priests of the god of storms. The battle shaman similarly was a profession that could be achieved by the shamans of their totem belief. This kind of profession was not good at spellcasting but was good at combat. Such explosive power. Saran turned to make sure that the little girl was not hurt, and then he turned his eyes to the war shaman Eugene, who had a profession level of 27. Just then, Saran was slightly shocked by the spear that the enemy threw. He thought to himself, "It seems that the weapon is a spear or javelin." The hit just now was very similar to the Stormlord's. The battle shaman must also be very explosive. Saran had encountered Stormlords previously. Eugene's white bone spear had many similarities with the Stormlord in attacking. Stormlords were a very violent legendary advanced profession. They had a very powerful hand-to-hand combat ability and also retained some divine abilities. Although their divine abilities were not comparable with pure priests, their combat prowess was enough to easily overwhelm any priest. His first strike had missed. Eugene gasped a little, but the expression on his face did not change at all. He just knelt down on the ground with his head down and on one knee. He pressed his rough and heavy palm on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "The spirit of ancestors, even the earth trembles. Heroes never die. My race will prevail." The ancient Orc language reverberated around the whole area. As Eugene did that, something strange happened behind Saran. Roar! The spear which Eugene threw out began to shake. Then it was pulled out of the ground in a flash. A ghostly figure appeared beside the spear. It roared and clenched the spear with both hands, thrusting it toward Saran's heart. A gust of wind blew out. The white spear was like lightning crossing the sky. Even with Saran's speed, it was difficult for him to evade it. Shadow leap. Saran's figure moved 10 meters away in a flash. The ghostly figure had failed to hit Saran. It roared and waved the white bone spear. In an instant, 7 to 8 priests were swept away. Everyone back off. Saran had a serious expression and ordered, "Block the Knowles. Do not let them get close." Astral Celestial, Ascended Believer, or should they be called Hero Souls? Eugene, the Ascend, had touched the realm of the gods. The ghostly creature standing in front of Saran obviously came from other planes. Even if they were not the Ascended Believers, they were souls of the Orc heroes that died in battle. Since the Orcs had no gods, and Eugene was still able to summon these ghostly figures, he must be in contact with the realm of God. Roar! With another angry roar, The ghostly figure rushed towards Saran again. This kind of hero spirit was created with legendary strength. Many of them were previously powerful heroes who had been famous in the world before they died. The ghostly figure that Eugene had summoned was at least at a profession level of 24. Things were not good. When the hero soul was summoned, Eugene immediately charged forward toward Milan. Saran did not know why he hated the little girl so much that he wanted her to die. She must not die. The divine priest, Milan, must not die. Saran's pupils turned bloody red in an instant. For Eugene's blatant attempt to kill his first divine priest, Saran's heart surged with rage. He activated his slaughter form in an instant, and his figure broke through the air and rushed out toward Eugene. Elemental Legion. When Saran flew out, an elemental portal opened up. A wave of heat propagated. The figure of a fire elemental appeared, which made the nearby temperature rise sharply. The ground was scorched black, and at the same time, everything within our radius of 1,200 meters was illuminated. A gust of wind blew by. The figure of a wind elemental appeared. It swiftly threw away an owl that was leaping toward Milan. Heavy steps were heard. The huge earth elemental came out slowly, swinging its millstone-sized fist toward the ghostly figure. Immediately, the portal slowly closed. What had come out were a legendary Elder Fire Elemental, and 2 monster level 18 giant elemental. Saran was covered by an aura of evil. This was the first time he had changed to the Slayer form after killing the deformed demon. When he activated this ability, some unknown changes also took place. Demon eyes. Saran's body was obviously oozing out a demonic aura. This was something that high-grade demon lords had. A row of data appeared. Transform into slaughter form. An unknown change has occurred. The slaughter form has become more powerful. Divine power has integrated with the slaughter form. In the slaughter form, your attributes have been comprehensively improved. Strength +7, Dexterity +3, Constitution +3, Wisdom +3. Your combat ability is equivalent to that of a fighter of the same level. Your resistance to any abnormal state has been increased by 15 points. You have gained one extra ability, the Will of Slaughter, and the ability Murderous Intent. Divine power integrated. In the slaughter form ! The ability Fear Aura would be activated passively. Any enemy who is 100 meters to you must be forced to pass a test of fear. The difficulty of it depends on your divinity. If the enemy fails, they will receive the same effect as the ability Fear. Unknown change to the desire of slaughter. Mortals shall not satisfy the desire for slaughter. Recalculating the number of enemies required for satisfaction. In the current state, please kill at least one legendary enemy or become crazy. An aura of fear expanded. All the gnolls within 100 meters of Saran were shivering. Some of them howled with fear, turned around, and ran for their lives in the dark. The divinity of fear. After killing the deformed demon, it seemed that some unknown changes had occurred to him. It seems that the divinity of fear had also been integrated, allowing to possess the ability Fear Aura directly. His attributes were also strengthened. Raw. Saran was now completely pissed at the fact that Eugene wanted to kill his divine priest so badly. Even with Saran's temper, he was infuriated by the enemy. He let out an angry roar, and his figure came out directly. He turned into a shadowy figure and rushed to the enemy in front of him. His curved sword-icing teeth was like a meteor in the sky. It seemed that even space was going to be broken, as he slashed toward Eugene's neck. Dang! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. Another spear appeared in Eugene's palm. It was a grey-black spear made of bone but felt more like metal. Great power exploded outward. As the two collided, invisible energy expanded. Heroes never die. Your spirit lives on. Eugene's old face was stern. He clenched his spear and stuck it on the ground. In an instant, 2 ghostly figures appeared around his body. Hero souls. The kingdom of heroes worshipped by the orcs was like a small kingdom built on the grey wilderness, and Eugene was the only one from their tribe that could freely connect to this kingdom. He was no god, but in certain aspects, he was one. That was because he was dying. The powers of the battle shaman could not greatly extend his life. Eugene had now reached the brink of death. His lifespan was only a few years, and he had felt the call of the spirit of his ancestors. A hero's kingdom built in the grey wilderness. His soul was being summoned because he qualified to enter this kingdom. Summoning was equivalent. When death approached, and he felt the call of his ancestors, Eugene himself was also like a god connected to the kingdom where the Orc clan had sacrificed for thousands of years. His life was coming to an end. Chapter 484 Chapter 19 War of Gods. Saran, who transformed into the slaughter form, seemed to be in a state of rampage. If he allowed Eugene to behead his first and only divine priest in front of his eyes, under the witness of many priests and believers, he would lose face becoming a god. This was something absolutely shameful. A shameful thing that may even affect his chances to become a deity. This absolutely could not happen. Saran's figure turned into a passing remnant. When he landed on his toes, there were cracks in the ground. There was no holding back. Saran completely let go of the restriction and had burst out in power. The curved sword in his hand seemed to have broken through space. After killing many powerful enemies, the legendary curved sword also recovered some spirit. Unexpectedly, the curved sword even unleashed a cold aura. Dang, dang, dang. Saran dual-wielded and faced 3 enemies, Eugene the Ascendant, 2 hero souls. He was, of course, not at a disadvantage in the slaughter form. That was because his speed was too fast. Saran's dexterity under the condition of changing into the slaughter form was now above 30 points. With his abilities, legendary evasion, epic prowess, epic dexterity, reflex evasion proficiency, danger sense proficiency, dodge roll, mobile movement, and so on, his whole person was like a ghost. Even the enemies at the legendary level would find it hard to touch him. All the fights he had been through, all of it was to be able to deal with such a situation one day. When facing the attack of many legendary enemies at the same time, he could still match their power. 1 or 3 evasive abilities may be ignored. However, when 4, 5, and 6 evasive abilities, including legendary powers, were all added together, the added effect was still dramatic. Even in the face of siege from multiple legendary enemies, he would not fall. Right now, Saran felt like he was at his previous peak. Even though he was still weak in certain aspects, he felt he had 80% of his previous power. Whirlwind slash. Eugene dodged Saran's attack, but the 2 legendary ghostly figures were unable to. Their bodies were left with frost as it seemed that the aura of icing death was effective against them. Arcane Missile X6. Arcane missiles shot out. Saran's goal was not Eugene, but the ghostly figures around him. It was not realistic to directly kill Eugene with this skill. A profession level 27 battle shaman had a great life force. But Saran had the confidence to kill the 2 ghostly figures. Shadow Leap. Sword form beheading. Shadow Strike. Saran's figure disappeared in an instant. He appeared behind one of the ghostly figures and unleashed a fury of attacks. The giant earth elemental guarded in front of Milan. The legendary fire elemental blocked the other ghostly figure holding the white bone spear. The giant wind elemental approached at an amazing speed. With a gust of wind, it affected Eugene. Many gnolls appeared from the darkness, but the elite pirates were ready. Scarface got one of them, while Giant, holding his anchor, went against a gnoll holding a 3-headed flail. This enemy was probably a legendary figure. Among all the pirate leaders, probably only Giant could face this kind of enemy. The Chinook warlock stayed in place. However, her eyes were glowing slightly. It was as though she had locked on to someone, waiting for an opportunity. Sword form waist chop. With a slash, Saran directly cut the ghostly figure from the middle into 2 parts. On the other hand, the huge wind elemental with amazing and troublesome speed attracted Eugene's attention. He wanted to kill the wind elemental that could fly around first. The speed of the wind was quite fast and it was the only creature on the scene that could fly freely at extremely fast speed. Saran wanted to kill a ghostly figure while Eugene naturally wanted to kill a high-level elemental and weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. A row of Day 2 appeared in front of him. Killed hero soul. Extract soul energy. You've gained 27,000 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. Extraction failed. Target is not in the current plane. Shard of divinity activated. Forceful extraction of divine power. Extraction successful. You've gained 3 divinity. The ghostly figure gradually dissipated into small lights and went with the wind. At the same time, in a plane called the Grey Waste of Hades, in a temple on the open and desolate plain, suddenly there was a violent energy fluctuation. In the world next to the bleak eternity of Gehenna, a very slight energy fluctuation suddenly occurred. A power belonging to the gods directly broke through space and fell into the ancient temple. In the ancient temple, there was a sound of fragmentation. This force split the altar in the center of the temple like lightning. In an instant, it completely smashed one of the heroes. It was one of the ancestral orcs that were worshipped for thousands of years. Although there were many heroes who could return to the land of their ancestors, those who could have statues of themselves were at least legendary when they were alive. However, right now, the statue was shaking, and the energy in it was dissipating. Finally, the entire statue fell and shattered into pieces. Fallen. One of the hero souls had fallen. They were like astral beings. Even if they died in mortal wars, they would not really die. The only way to really kill them was to kill them once in the Grey Waste of Hades, or if a god killed it. Somewhere far from the temple, in a desolate plain, there was a huge ancient altar. In the center of the altar, there was a figure holding a skull. He silently looked at the distance, felt a tremendous power, and murmured, "A god war." The gods are already fighting in the mortal realm. Only god-level battles could affect other planes, and only the power of gods could cross the plane to destroy the souls here. Brom. Saran's figure fell back, and Eugene also had blood coming out from his mouth. Saran slowly stood up, looked at the shaman, and once again turned into a shadow. However, his target was not Eugene, but the first hero soul who was behind Eugene. The Shnik Warlock had finished her preparation. As a Shnik Warlock who previously had a professional level of 30, even if the curse of the Queen of Spiders was on her, she was still powerful. Brom. Seeing what Saran was about to do, Eugene rushed up without hesitation, blocking him with his spear. An invisible force field expanded out. The two sides went into a stalemate once more. Saran could not kill Eugene, and Eugene wasn't sure if he could kill Saran. Even after Saran was in slaughter form, he could only match Eugene's power. Eugene had a serious expression, or in other words, he had a ghastly expression. Since he was close to dying, he gradually had the power to connect with the spirits of his ancestors. But when Saran killed one of the hero souls, he suddenly lost part of the connection with his ancestors. No matter what Eugene did, he could not perceive the existence of that hero's soul. It had completely disappeared. The ancestors of the orcs, almost all the heroes who could incarnate into spirits, were legendary and powerful. In the past 10 million years, there were so many souls and spirits formed by the sacrifice of the orcs. They were another kind of deity, a weakened version of most deities. If any of them could become a deity, then these spirits would become planetars. However, right now, it had disappeared, completely gone. This was a war of gods. Perhaps Saran didn't realize this, but when Eugene summoned the spirits of the heroes to the material plane, and Saran himself joined the battle as the god of half-elves, this would be considered a god's war. Even if two minor deities fought each other, it would still qualify as a war of gods. When a war of gods happened, the petitioners, hero souls, planetars, would truly die if they were killed in battle. Chapter 485 Divinity. The opportunity was in front of him. After a short fight, Saran also had a clear understanding of Eugene's strength. Shamans had all kinds of abilities, like priests, but they specialized in the divinity of elements or souls. Eugene's battle shaman class obviously was focused on souls. Seeing that he had summoned 3 legendary spirits, in terms of his own hand-to-hand combat, Eugene's strength was not much different from that of the legendary fighter, but its innate attributes seemed to be very high, and its long life made it master many powerful abilities. Since he was an orc, his strength would start at 18, in fact, Eugene probably had more legendary abilities than Saran. The opportunity was fleeing. Facing Eugene's fighting capabilities, Saran did not hesitate to swiftly destroy one of the hero souls. Gloria was not here, nor was Vivian, or the fallen witch. Legend, after all, was a very difficult barrier to cross. Although Saran brought the Shanic Warlock, she had the curse of the Queen of Spiders. The only other person who was closest to the legendary realm was Giant with a poor brain. Thus Saran's priority was to eliminate the hero souls first. Then, he would be able to slowly deal with Eugene. Furthermore, killing the hero souls gave him more divinity than the Sons of Fear. Greater haste. Saran did not hesitate to reveal his trump card. He immediately activated his +5 Littering. Saran's speed suddenly increased to the point that the naked eye couldn't catch, turning into a trail of shadows and continuing to rush toward the hero soul in the rear. Eugene's old body was shocked, and surprise appeared on his face. At last, he could not catch up with Saran's speed. He could only watch Saran appear beside the hero soul in an instant. The legendary curved sword became streams of light slicing through the ghostly figure. Eugene waved his spear and stabbed at the giant wind element. He was shocked and said, "How could it be? How could a rogue master the ability of Hurricane?" It seemed that he was not the first person to think so. It was true that the effect of Greater Haste was very powerful, but he was still a long way away from the ability Hurricane. The reason why Saran seemed like the wind was because his hands were fast. Mind Blast. Dai finally had the chance to act. She pointed her finger to somewhere far, and at the next moment, great Shanic energy exploded out. A Shanic Warlock. Eugene showed a worried expression in an instant. Only now did he notice there was a powerful legend among the enemies and was a very dangerous Shanic Warlock. Their strange abilities were only clear to the people in the astral world, as people from the material plane seldom encountered them. The ghostly figure stood still for a moment. But a short moment of stun was enough for Saran. With his slaughter form and greater haste activated, Saran was now like a berserker in rage mode. Sword form spinning strike, shadow leap, sword form beheading, shadow strike. With the help of greater haste, a stormy attack burst out in an instant, and a blazing light covered the hero soul holding the white bone spear. The ghostly figure exploded into countless lights and disappeared in the wind. A row of Day 2 appeared in front of Saran. Killed hero soul. Extract soul energy. You've gained 36,000 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. Extraction failed. Target is not in the current plane. Shard of divinity activated. Forceful extraction of divine power. Extraction successful. You've gained 4 divinity. Grey waste of Hades. The second strange energy exploded, and like lightning, it struck the temple. After the first statue of the spirit disintegrated, statues that were erected in the core area immediately in the central position of the temple, the one on the far right also collapsed, and the divine power on it gradually dissipated. It seemed that this statue had a unique identity, and it also had a special power in this temple. When it also turned into rubble on the ground, a crack appeared on the altar. On the other side of the desolate plain, the person holding a skull locked on and muttered, "No doubt there's a god's war." A god's war so soon? It seems that the times of chaos are coming. I should prepare as well. 2 spirits gave him 7 divinity. At that moment, even Saran became excited. These were unbelievable results. Even if he killed tens of thousands of wildlings, he could not get so much divinity. However, now he only had to kill these spirits. Right now, he even hoped that Eugene would summon more spirits since he had the spell Greater Haste activated. These hero souls could only retain 80% of their power when they were summoned to the material plane. To deal with them in the grey waste of Hades, they would truly be legendary professions above the profession level of 24. Cover me. Saran did not hesitate to rush to the last hero spirit while asking the Shanic Warlock to cover him. At that moment, Eugene was in a panic. Even in the face of dragons, frost giants, and countless enemies, he had never been so flustered. But now in the face of Saran, who rushed toward the hero soul at an amazing speed, Eugene's heart was in a panic. Saran had killed the spirit he summoned, and Eugene had lost part of his connection with his ancestors. No matter what he did, he could not summon the spirit he summoned before. It seemed to have disappeared completely. Something is not right. Even an idiot would notice that something was not right. In the past, even if the spirits were killed, they were only weakened for a period of time. Eugene was still able to sense their existence. However, now he felt nothing at all, as if they had fallen. Unfortunately, Saran would not give them any chance. Neither would he give the enemy any chance to get used to it. With the second round of Mind Blast, Saran's figure once again turned into a shadow and rushed toward a hero soul. In an instant, he slashed his sword, each of which was deadly to the enemy. Since Eugene wanted to kill his only divine priest, Saran naturally wanted an eye for an eye and kill all of his summoned spirits. The ghostly figure exploded like fireworks. As the lights dimmed, a row of Datu appeared in front of Saran. Killed hero soul. Extract soul energy. You've gained 21,000 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. Extraction failed. Target is not in the current plane. Shard of divinity activated. Forceful extraction of divine power. Extraction successful. You've gained 2 divinity. 3 spirits. 9 divinity. There was a great sense of achievement in Saran's heart. The gains were out of his expectations, even though there were still some things he did not understand. However, Saran knew that at this moment, the spirits that had been sacrificed and maintained by their ancestors for a long time would suffer huge losses. Most of the heroes who could become spirits of the orcs were living legends. In this battle, the orcs had lost at least hundreds of years of spirit power. At that moment, Eugene finally felt fear. He was not afraid of fighting, nor death, but Saran's strange ability. Any hero who died under his sword would lose contact with him completely. There was a dark cloud covering his heart. He was afraid of the outcome he expected. If that was the case, then they would pay an enormous price in this battle. Hero souls. The orcs needed hundreds of years to train one legendary figure. With them spending so much to accumulate such spirit power, Eugene would become a failure if he allowed more hero souls to fall. Eugene did not dare to summon more. No matter if the spirits were really gone, Eugene dared not summon them in front of Saran. However, if he didn't summon these spirits, he would lose half of its powers. With only his own powers, it was impossible to defeat Saran. The balance of war seemed to be favoring one side. Chapter 486 Artifact in Hand. Oh woo! There were a large number of Gnoll corpses left on the ground, and they did not get close to the target. Finally, the morale of these fierce Gnolls had collapsed. With the retreat of the leading giant Gnoll, Eugene did not hesitate to stomp his foot to awaken the elements, shaking Saran back, forcing him to retreat towards the back in an instant. When the hero souls were killed, and he could not break through Saran's defense line, Eugene's goal became to contain Saran, hoping the Gnolls would have a breakthrough. However, he was thoroughly disappointed. Many Gnolls had died, which showed how incompetent they were. The enemy had retreated. Behind Saran came a roar of cheers. The priests headed by Milan knelt down, looking in awe at the battlefield to pray and praise. The scope of damage caused by the legendary level war was quite amazing. The energy emitted in the battle between Saran and Eugene was enough to kill anyone that came close. Every time they collided with each other, they left holes on the ground. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness. Otherwise, if they fought in the city walls would be broken by them. Saran did not keep attacking him. The reason was simple. Until now, Saran had not really hit Eugene once. He had not even forced out the elemental defense of the opponent. However, Eugene also did not really hit Saran. It seemed that both of them had similar powers. If they both tried hard, they both would suffer greatly. This was something Saran didn't want to see. Saran needed to do a lot of things. At present, the most important thing was to bring the half-elves to the outer islands, and Eugene's presence was very important for this, because as long as Eugene was still alive, the crisis in Autumn Fall City would not be lifted. However, there must be a certain level of threat so that the people in Autumn Fall would want to relocate. If the orc army retreated, Even if Saran relied on the influence of the temple to convey the message that there may be a greater disaster in the future, many ordinary people may not be willing to leave their homes. That was because to ordinary people, they could only see what was in front of them. Saran was not a kind person. However, in order to achieve his goal, even if it was the enemy, he would let them survive for some time. Get on board. Saran glanced at his man and said, "Prepare to retreat. The first fleet, get ready." Others help the civilians. Finally, Saran came to the side of the psychic butterfly and whispered, "Follow the civilians yourself, send them to the sea, and then come back. You can't let pirates harass these civilians." With the half-elf first mate around, Saran was not afraid that anyone would defy his orders. The Shinnik warlock nodded and replied, "Understood." These believers were the foundation, and there were many children among them. After what happened today, these children would have deep memories in their hearts. With a little cultivation in their future, they would become a solid foundation. Even if the adults were successfully converted, most of them would only become average believers. However, many devout believers could be raised in these children. Some fanatics may even be cultivated. This was very important for Saran's future plan. Finally, Saran came to the priests. Even though the civilians could go now, the priests had to stay back. After making this move, Saran would not only bring so little people back. "Tomorrow, you all will bring food and weapons back." Saran looked at the kneeling priests and said in a deep voice, "I will send someone to meet you in secret. When the fleet comes back, we will send off the second batch of civilians." The priests there heard him, all nodded and said, "My lord, don't worry. We know what to do." Saran showed a smile and said, "Good. Milan, come with me." The little divine priest stood up and went with Saran to the captain's quarters. "My lord." The little girl bowed her head and said, "What would my lord have me do?" Saran looked at her, then asked, "Why are the orcs focusing on you? Just now, they were risking their lives trying to kill you." Milan was shocked, shook her head, and replied, I do not know why, my lord." "That's right. Could it be this?" As if thinking of something, the little girl quickly took out a dark green flail and handed it to Saran. She said, "This is a treasure in the church. It is said that it came from a very powerful artifact. Because the weapon I chose was a flail, the high priest gave it to me temporarily. I have just learned combat skills, so I was prepared to present it to my lord." "A flail?" Saran frowned, took it, and felt shivers all over. "Flail of Ages poison." Indeed. Eugene targeted Milan not because of hatred, but for this artifact component. Item type, Flail of Ages poison lacking. Item grade, artifact grade 1. Description: this is a part of a legendary artifact. Due to the power of the other 4 parts, the strength it can play may not be as good as legendary equipment. However, its potential is amazing. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the whole material plane, if anyone could gather the 5 heads of the flail, he can have the terrifying capability of killing gods and demon lords. This weapon was stained with the blood of gods, and there is a residual smell of slaughter on it. Requirements: strength above 14, strength plus 2. Equipment effect: divine characteristics, divine blood, poison damage, armor breaking, plus 3 sharpness, plus 5 tenacity, plus 10 armor piercing, plus 5 bone breaking. Weapon effect, artifact characteristics: this weapon is a legendary artifact. It can't be destroyed by conventional means. It's also immune to cracks. Only a legendary spell Dispel has a 1% chance to destroy this artifact. Weapon effect, divine blood: this weapon has been soaked with the blood of countless high-grade demons, demigods, false gods, and even true gods in the long years. Some powerful beings who once coveted to kill the clergy also died under its hands. Weapon effect, poison damage: this is the poison head in the legendary flail. Since only an 1/5 of the parts have been repaired, this weapon can only play a weak force, causing additional 5 points of poison damage to the target when contacting any enemy. Weapon effect, armor breaking: as a 5-head flail, the legendary flail has a terrifying armor-breaking ability. Even with only 1 head, it can easily break most of the armor. In the case of hitting the enemy, The flail can directly ignore all armor below the rare level, including full armor. When the 5 heads of this legendary flail are completely combined, its armor-breaking characteristics will be further improved. Legendary armor will also be broken. Weapon special effect, crippled. The weapon has great lethality. It has a certain chance to directly cripple the target when attacking the enemy. When the target is hit, it must make a saving roll. Otherwise, it will reduce movement speed and attack speed because of the cripple. The number of heads determines the power of this ability. Flail of Ages. It was that artifact. Saran held the artifact in his hand, and felt a familiar aura in his heart. It was the power of the blood of gods. This weapon had killed powerful existences that once ruled the universe. The blood of gods had infused into this weapon. As a well-known weapon, many had died to it compared to the weapon Holy Avengers. There were 5 heads connected to the flail. There were fire, acid, ice, poison, and electricity. If any flail head touches the person in battle, all 5 attributes will take effect. It was almost impossible to describe the pain it causes. More importantly, as one of the most powerful heavy weapons, the Flail of Ages had a certain chance to directly cripple the enemy. Even if a high-grade demon was touched by it, they might be instantly crippled. This was a weapon in the material plane that easily crippled its enemies. This is too dangerous for you. Saran held the flail and said, "The Lord of Nulls may be looking for it, so I'll keep it for now." Milan nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, my lord." Saran looked at the little girl in front of her. She was very beautiful in appearance. Her body was slim. Although she had not fully developed, she would be a real beauty in the future. This was something strange to Saran. It seemed that the women in this world were very good at fighting. They were also good at using weapons. Not only the little girl in front of him. In Saran's memory, the lady priest in Amber City also used the flail, a dangerous weapon with great lethality. Why did girls like weapons like these? Chapter 487 A Hope for the Future. Autumn Fall City. When the first group of believers was sent away safely, and the priests of the half-elf temple returned to the deciduous city with a lot of food, a new atmosphere was brewing in the trapped city. The priests brought back a lot of food. In addition to the high-quality wheat from the south, there were also a lot of bacon, dried meat, and salted fish. Many civilians had been allocated some fish. This was the first time they had tasted meat in such a long time. Saran did not lack fish. The location of Mordor City was close to a fish migration route. If anyone had seen fish migration, they would know how spectacular it was. As for salt, that was also not a problem. This kind of simple thing could not stop Saran. If there was no salt when they were around the sea, it would be a big joke. Originally, Soren wanted to make food similar to fish meat floss, but because things were too busy and there was no energy and technology, he had to put it aside temporarily. As time went on, the mood in Autumn Fall City started to shift. More and more people now wanted to leave this dangerous place. That was because there was little food in the city. If the orcs don't retreat, they won't be able to labor. If the family of an ordinary civilian thought about it, it would be very difficult for them to last through this. Once they were affected by the war, they would basically get destroyed. At the same time, the believers were increasing. The priests encouraged people to leave and many were accepting the idea. Inside a luxurious hall, many people dressed in noble clothes gathered here. There were already many people who couldn't fill their stomachs, but in this hall, there was good food and fine wine. The nobles and the civilians were in two different worlds. Did they really push back the orcs? At the front of the meeting hall was a man with a stern face. He looked at the other people in front of him and said slowly, "I can't imagine they pushed Eugene back. If this goes on, I'm afraid those civilians would be easily bewitched." An old man looked at him and said, "Would we be able to get them to beat the orcs?" One of the middle-aged men shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that would be hard. Since they intend to move the believers, it is obvious that they intend to give up this city. Otherwise they wouldn't so easily give up the temple. It's unlikely that they will be tempted to fight the orcs." The temples, too, had their own wealth, farmland, temples, properties. If the half-elf temple could give it up so easily, that meant that they had no plans to stay here. Should we stop them? one of them said. The old man turned and glared at him. He said angrily, "Fool, are you going to incite a war in the city?" What's more, most of the people they took away were civilians. Many of them were old, weak, women and children, and they had no combat effectiveness at all. The army is still in our hands. With the army in hand, we will still be in control. Those civilians are just dead weight consuming our food stock. We must retain the army. They can take the women and children, but the army must not go. The room went quiet. They couldn't fight against the temple or stop them. After all, there was a deity standing behind them. The situation in Autumn Fall City couldn't allow them to get angry with the deities anymore. They had their hands tied and could only do some small movements secretly. Although the priests of the temple still could use divine power, they were still high-ranking fighters without divinity. Since they had a very high influence in the city, it would be bad for the nobles to target them. Right then, a middle-aged man, obviously dressed as a druid, stood up and said slowly, "If it is only to send civilians to a safe place, maybe it is not a bad thing. After all, it's hard for us to defeat the orcs in a short time. Fall will be coming soon. We've lost a lot of lands, so these civilians will increase our burden if we stay here. If they left, the remaining food would be enough for our soldiers." His Majesty Earthwalker had given us an answer. If we can last for 6 months, His Majesty would send reinforcements. Earthwalker, after hearing the druid's news, the nobles were extremely excited. Really? His Majesty Earthwalker is willing to help us? That's good news. The middle-aged druid glanced at the others and nodded. Some time ago, Lord Earthwalker led the druid order to find something important. Now he is coming back. This gentleman is a kind and generous elder. He will certainly not sit and watch the orcs ravage our land. As long as you are willing to fight, we can defeat Eugene's orc army. Earthwalker, the most knowledgeable druid. No one was sure what profession he was, but he had entered the legendary realm hundreds of years ago. He was the leader of the druids, who lived in seclusion in the depths of the forest of elves and seldom took part in the affairs of ordinary people. However, the current situation of the Autumn Fall City seemed to worry him. There were many druids among the half-elves, and they also had their own voice in the druid cult. It seems that the elves do not intend to send troops to help them, but if the druids were willing to help them, they would be better than the elven army. The days went by. The first batch of believers had been sent off, and the pirate ships were back to Autumn Fall. Saran's plan went on in an orderly way. He only cared about taking his followers away and had no intention to interfere in other matters. The first group of believers was about 5,000, and the second group of believers was even more. According to the latest statistics of the temple, about 20,000 civilians were willing to follow them to leave. These were the people who believed in the temple. Those who chose to stay were those who did not want to leave their hometown. Most of them were rich people who owned land. The civilians had nothing to lose. But these people were not willing to give up their land. Even though the orc army had surrounded them, they would regain everything once they defeated the orcs. The nobles through the temple requested some food from Saran. After some thinking, Saran accepted their request. A month had passed. It was getting closer and closer to the time of troubles. He had only 7 months left. After that, the Avatar crisis would break out. Saran did not want to waste too much time here. The believers were sent off in 3 groups. The ships Saran mobilized were sufficient. With Raging Sand Island as a transit point, there was no problem in transporting so many people back. A gentle sea breeze blew by, ships docked at Raging Sand Island, and crowds of people came down. There were soldiers on the island maintaining order. "Sister, careful." George helped a young woman down from the deck while she held a baby in her arms. The little guy was very brave and stared around with wide black eyes, without any fear at all. They were finally on land. Many people around showed a happy smile. The voice of the priests came to their ears, telling them to stay here first and to rest before continuing their journey. They didn't know where they were going, but they didn't feel panic about the future. It was like there was an invisible force to calm their hearts and make them hopeful about the future. There were also some priests in the temple who left with them. Although there was still no way to use divinity, the medical knowledge of the priests could solve many problems. They saw many fierce pirates, but none of them would disturb them. The half-elves were like a group of tourists, and they would not stay here too long. On the way, they could see a lot of law enforcement teams to maintain order, which was composed of very fierce pirates. Occasionally, some bold guy would want to flirt with them, but they were directly hanged and severely whipped for more than 10 times. There was an area for camping on Raging Sand Island. A lot of them rested here for about 2 days or so, then after that, they left. By then, they really were ships from the Chamber of Commerce. George tried to chat with the convoy and easily got their history. They were a fleet of merchants from the shipwreck bay. They usually ran for the ocean trade of the outer islands. This time, they were called up by His Excellency Saran to transport the refugees to the city of Mordor. As long as these merchants helped a group of people, they would get a tax exemption. That was why many merchants from the south coast mobilized fleets to come here. Some even planned to get 3 years of tax-free status. His Excellency Saran always meant what he said. The trip to send people back and forth would delay their time. However, it did not cost them anything, thus, they were very interested. On their way back, the merchant guard would take care of the half-elves. When someone got sick they would treat them. That was because they needed to take responsibility for them. George asked more about the city of Mordor. When the guards talked about this place, his face was full of envy. He said that it was a very rich place, with an endless stream of merchant ships and much better public security than other places. There was a lot of news about it. For example, there was a kind of magic fertilizer there. Even the priests of the grain goddess were attracted to the island. Slaves could get their freedom if they worked hard, while some of the slaves had even been given land because of their hard work. Days went by as they sailed on. There were many like George, curious about the place. Chapter 488 Mordor. Mordor, Autumn Fall. Agate River. Saran stood on the deck and looked ahead. He glanced at Scarface behind him and said, "What have the orcs been up to?" Scarface bowed slightly and answered, "Your Excellency, they haven't been doing anything much." Saran nodded and said, "Continue scouting and report any special movements." "Yes, Your Excellency," Scarface answered and went. Since the orc army had lost twice, Eugene became more cautious. In the first round, he was tortured by the ancient brass dragons summoned by Saran's divine priest, forcing Eugene to retreat and regroup. When he attacked Saran that night, Eugene lost a lot of his men. 2 defeats in a row were very serious for orcs, thus, their morale had decreased a lot. Recently, the orcs have had little movement, since losing a third time would mean losing more morale. Eugene needed a victory to boost their morale, but Saran would definitely not give them this chance. Orc territory, Agate River bank. Teams of orc laborers were working hard. They cut down trees in the forest and then transported them back to camp one by one. It was busy near the camp of the orc army, as many of them were busy building structures. The outline of the foundation had been built, because of the natural strength they had. The efficiency of the orcs was very high. In only half a day, a rough outline of the orc fortress had appeared. However, that was only the beginning. From the outline, it seemed that this fort would be huge. Autumn fall. There was a tense atmosphere inside the discussion hall, as many of the nobles were discussing. One of them asked, "What? Are the orcs building a fort around the riverbank? What are they planning to do?" Everyone there was worried. If the orcs built a large fort at the riverbank, then it would be difficult for the half-elves to take back their land. Even if reinforcements arrived, they would then have to attack the orcs. If they attacked the fortress built by the orcs, they would surely have heavy casualties. Such a fortress was built with nails and strings. Although the orcs' buildings were not good-looking, their durability was comparable with the other races. This fortress was built to stand against autumn fall. This may be something good. An old man on the right glanced at other people. His territory was near the city of Autumnfall. Even if the land on the other side of the river had been recovered, he would not get many benefits. So he said calmly, "In this way, the orcs would not attack in a short time. We would be able to last until the reinforcement arrives." The orcs were finally slowing down. After being defeated by Saran twice, Eugene's original plan to defeat the half-elves was completely derailed. Now it was undoubtedly the wisest act to establish a military fortress on the other side of the river to fight against the city of Autumnfall. On the one hand, it could consolidate their territory, and on the other hand, it allowed them to move forward and retreat freely. Eugene plans to do this step by step. Sran looked at the river in the distance and muttered, "If the military fortress is established, it would be impossible for the half-elves to recover their lost land without fighting for decades." Pity. Eugene doesn't know that when the Avatar crisis occurs, forts will do nothing to certain beings. Mordor City, Outer Islands. A towering lighthouse appeared in front. The excited voices of the sailors alerted George. Relying on his social skills, he became one with the guards in a few days, and he soon knew that they were close to the city of Mordor. The soft sea breeze blew on their faces. There were birds in the sky and many fishes in the sea. All the things in front of George were so novel and shocking to him who lived in the inland area since he was a child. He felt a broader sense of the world and even had a longing for life on the sea, compared with being confined to a town in the past and only went to the city of Autumnfall for visits. Everything he saw along the way on the sea completely subverted his understanding. For the first time, he found out that the world was so big, and there were so many things he had never thought about. As a normal person, their worldview was actually very small. There were many like George. Many of them came to the deck and looked ahead happily. The city of Mordor was in front of them. It was a huge natural port. After construction, it had expanded its scale. White sails could be seen in the distance. A large number of ships were docked near the port. Before they got close, they saw that the people from the docks were busy working. Just at first sight, George felt the prosperity and richness of this place. Everything in front of him was a sight he had never seen before. He had also never seen such a prosperous trading port. Trade was wealth, trade was vitality. The prosperity of Whiterun was due to its trade, and the decline of the city was also due to the interruption of trade. We're almost there. After this period of socializing, the captain of the guard has become familiar with George. He glanced at the young person beside him and said with a smile, "When you arrive at the wharf, someone will pick you up." George nodded, then reached to check if he had money in his pocket. The guards had taken good care of them all the way, so George planned to invite them to have a drink in the tavern after they arrived in Mordor. He wasn't sure how the temple would lead them. However, he was sure he could have a good relationship with this person. He hoped to become a caravan guard as he had some confidence in his skill. However, the captain smiled and rejected him, saying, "After this, I'll have to go." This time, the other merchants would also come when they hear of this. "I heard that there was a fleet from Arendelle, which was going to get some goods back." But when His Excellency Saran gave the order, they unloaded their cargo in Shipwreck Bay and went to pick up civilians at Raging Sand Island. After this trip, the annual profit of these merchants will increase by at least 2 or 3%. That is why our ships will not stay for long. We'll go back tomorrow. 1 year tax-free exemption. The attraction of this event to the Chamber of Commerce was quite great. Under the control of Saran, all routes were controlled. There were many protection fees that needed to be paid by the merchants. If a year's tax was avoided, their profits would suddenly increase by a large portion. Who wouldn't want that? Port of Mordor, ships docked at Mordor, and people began to come down from them. "Careful, sister." George took the young woman with the baby in her arms and walked off the deck. Soon a law enforcement team came to escort them. Their destination was not the port, but the city of Mordor. Many people were looking around curiously. The first impression the port gave them was not how lively and prosperous it was, but how clean and tidy it was, compared with the cities they remember. This city was clean and tidy. There was even no garbage on the ground, no obvious stench of crowded people. The air was only filled with a slight hint of sea smell. "Sister, "Look, that's a temple. It is magnificent." There was no doubt that the most striking buildings in Mordor were the Temple of Riches and the Temple of Sea. These two churches seemed to have been angry recently. The Temple of Riches was decorated with gold, and the walls outside were painted with a layer of gold paint. But the Sea Temple also had its own advantages. That was the many treasures under the sea. In this period of time, the two shrines fought openly and secretly to defeat each other, and the fight for believers was also quite fierce. After the port was a straight flattened stone path. Many people were observing these refugees. The characteristics of the half-elves were quite obvious, but no one bothered them. They just watched with curiosity occasionally. Among the guards that escorted them, George saw drows, or more accurately half-drows. It was said that the expression of these evil existences was cold and indifferent to other people. They only cared about doing their tasks, and they hardly talked to other people except for taking orders. For some unknown reason, George saw a bit of panic in the eyes of these drow warriors. It wasn't fear, but a kind of hidden panic. They carried out tasks with this panic in their eyes as if they were worried about being replaced. The city of Mordor appeared in front of them. In the distance, they saw some farmland. This fertile land gave them tremendous hope. However, there was a sudden panic at the front of the group. There were cries of panic from the people in front. George immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and his whole person was ready for battle. Roar! A low dragon roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Then on the walls of the city, the giant figure appeared. Its cold pupils glanced at these tiny human beings, and then it suddenly flapped its wings and soared up. A large Quetzalcoatlus flew in the air above them, then went to the direction of the sea. George's legs became weak. He was not the only one that was shocked by the scene just now. Many people around him were frightened too. Compared with the huge Quetzalcoatlus, the wolves that the orc riders rode on were tiny. The guards had no reaction, as they seemed to be used to the Quetzalcoatlus. Soon the group was comforted. As they entered the city of Mordor from the south gate, George looked at the direction where the Quetzalcoatlus was flying. For a while, he was filled with emotion and murmured, "This is the city of Mordor." Chapter 489. A Day in Mordor. Mordor City. When they got into the city, many had a surprised look. It was not that everything in front of them was shocking, but what they saw was too neat. The roads were smooth and clean. There were dug drainage channels on both sides. Some of the free lands beside were even planted with flowers and plants. Although the city was not as big as the Autumn-Fall city, the road was wider. It seemed that it had only recently been divided into two roads from the middle. From the design, it was obvious that the owner of this place had planned it very early on. Wide roads, clean floors, and neat houses. Even the half-elves, who were a little fastidious about their living environment, had to admit that this was the cleanest, most orderly city they had ever seen. Perhaps what the sailors said was true. Lord Saran really had a habit of cleanliness and strict requirements for order. It was said that if he caught anyone urinating in Port Mordor, he would not only be fined but also be beaten. Otherwise, the habit of peeing in some dark corner of the city would not be changed so quickly. Saran would not allow people to urinate in open places in his city. He had built many public toilets. If anyone dared to urinate publicly, he would even cut off the tool of crime. Alongside the wide road were rows of brick houses. Some of them had been occupied. The area of each brick house was not large. There were only about 2 rooms, but the layout was quite reasonable. There were more people living in the south of the city. Most of them were civilians. Other places were very empty as they seemed to be reserved. People were not allowed to get close to the barracks nor Lord Saran's residence. However, the squares could be accessed freely. The guards told them places that were forbidden, then led them to their place of residence. Naturally, they were not given houses, as they were the riches of this city. Soon, people dressed as clerks came to register their names. From now on, they would be given the bare minimum amount of food. If they wanted to eat something good or wanted to own a house here, they had to work. No one in the world could get something for nothing. Mordor was built upon law and order. There were many jobs in the city. Anyone with craftsmanship could craft. A bricklayer, a blacksmith, had an advantage in this respect. A woman who could sew also had an advantage. If the person had no craftsmanship, he or she could still work as a coolie or cultivate the land as a farmer. Every day, they don't get too much money for their work, only around 10 copper derals at most, but they would get food. On the other hand, they could forego their pay for points. These points could be used to get lands and houses. Even though he had just arrived, George soon noticed that the people here all seemed to want points. There seemed to be very few people that took the money. Land. After hearing that word, George's eyes were filled with passion. For a civilian like him, nothing attracted them more than land. If they could get a piece of land, then his sister would have something to depend on. At least they would not have to worry about starvation. To get the title deed, they must get the recognition of the city hall. All the land in Mordor belonged to the Lord. There were only two ways for a private person to buy land. One was to buy it with labor. After reaching a certain standard, a person could pay part of it with currency. The second was service as a soldier. After obtaining a certain amount of military merit, the person could pay some of it with money. People could not just use money to buy land. That was why many who wanted to buy the land in Mordor could not do so. Even though this island wasn't small. Although the port of Mordor was very large, it had been almost divided by the Temple of Rich, Temple of Sea, and the Chamber of Commerce. That was why the second development phase of the port had been completely controlled by Sauron. No one without his permission could expand. There was an empty land outside of the city. A large number of slaves had dug irrigation ditches and connected them directly to the rivers on the island. The land originally reclaimed for the first time should be relatively barren, but this year's harvest looked good because of some magical fertilizer. Today, a third of the land outside Mordor had become privately owned. The vast majority of it had been exchanged with military merits and derals. Only a small part of it had been bought by officials and ordinary civilians. It was said that some of the pirates had been saving up and wanting to group together to buy a few pieces of land. In the past, in Mordor, military merits were very valuable. There was a special secretary here who was responsible for the recording of military merits. Any military merit points could be directly converted into gold derals, but it seemed that no one had done so at present. Military merits could be exchanged directly in the city hall, but it was not a human who was responsible for the recording. Instead, it was done by a steel golem. The points gained from labor were very little. That was why pirates could get a house after a few battles, while normal civilians had to work for 2 to 3 years. George thought about his condition and felt that he could gain some military merits. It was said that the clerks were going to change the way of recording and prepare to change all points of work into points of contribution. This was to recognize a person's contribution to Mordor City. When they reach a certain level, they may obtain the status of honorary citizen and enjoy higher status and convenience in many aspects. There were currently no nobles in Mordor. Even those pirate leaders could not be regarded as nobles. It seemed that Lord Sauron did not intend to have nobles for the time being. The maintenance of the city was entirely in the charge of officials and the city council. The officials were only officials and not nobles. In this unfamiliar and lively city, George saw too many interesting and superior policies. A day went by. George and his sisters were soon settled down. George and his sister, as well as 2 other survivors from the same village, were assigned to live in a house. The living environment was a little cramped and crowded, but they were very satisfied already. The city hall allocated simple daily necessities, which could barely support them for a period of time. This was, of course, to encourage them to go work. That was why George found a job for himself the next day. Although he had good fighting skills, he needed to be assessed to join the army and have a certain contribution in Mordor City. Thus he planned to work hard for a while. After all, he was still an advanced fighter. His strength was much greater than that of other adult men. It was not a problem for him to earn twice as much food and do more work in a day. Originally, he was going to let his sister take care of the child at home, but the stubborn woman refused. She learned tailoring skills and insisted on supporting herself. The half-elves all had a little craftsmanship skill. Since they were more obedient than humans, they could find jobs easily. There were many tasks in Mordor City. A large number of houses were still being built. A large number of daily necessities needed to be made. A large number of building materials needed to be transported, and a large number of land needed to be reclaimed. There was a job everywhere in this city. George found a job to transport wood. Because this work was piecework, one work point could be obtained by carrying 50 logs a day, and one work point could be exchanged for a pound of food, enough for a family to eat. George roared and picked up the huge log on his shoulders. Everyone else was carrying one log together. He moved fast with his strength. Even though the log weighed around 300 pounds, he was still able to move it alone. In just one morning, George carried 60 or 70 rounds. Although he was a little bit tired in the afternoon, he managed to gather more than 120 pieces. The foreman in charge of the registration looked at him shocked. At noon and in the evening they would eat at the worksite. They would have cheap black bread and fresh fish soup which seemed like shark meat. For George, having meat was already very satisfying. In the evening, George exchanged for some food, then saved up the rest of the work points. If I eat at the worksite every day, I'll be able to save up maybe half a month's worth of food at home. Tomorrow I'll get 3 work points. With 1 work point, I'll get 10 copper rolls. Then I can get some fabric for my sister's kid to make some clothes. As George walked back, he muttered, "Such an interesting calculation method." Inside the crowded yard, others were also coming back from work. Although they had been busy all day, the laughter of children could be heard everywhere. Most of them had chosen to exchange their work points into food. Most felt relieved as they carried large amounts of food. With hard work, they could feed their families. This was already satisfying to them as their expectation was low. Chapter 490 Busy Life. It was now night. The town hall gave them only a small amount of lamp oil. Many people were reluctant to light oil lamps. In the dark, women were getting water to wash their clothes. His elder sister coaxed her child to sleep while George came back from the well outside with a bucket of water. When he saw his sister beckoning him to wash his clothes, he just found a corner and showered as well. The daily necessities they could use were all in public. It was a bit troublesome for 4 or 5 people to use them. George still had some money in his hand, so he planned to buy some daily necessities in 2 days. There was some noise from the other side. George took a glance at his nephew and wanted to go out to take a look. There was a curfew in Mordor, but people only couldn't go on the street at night. It was fine to walk back and forth around your residence. He heard the prayers and worship of believers. Although the first day to Mordor City was very busy, for many civilians who had just escaped from the war, this kind of busy and peaceful life was worthy of gratitude. They never thought of getting free things. They just hoped to have a better life with their hard work. Congratulations, Peter. Congratulations on your migration. Come, drink. I wish you all the best. George could hear many people talking in their houses. Sometimes guards would come by, but they didn't care that much. There were quite a few people in the yard, some of which George recognized. Among the people, there was a man called Peter. Peter was a 40-year-old blacksmith. George had seen him before in Autumnfall City and even got some equipment from him. What's going on? George saw a table in the yard. There was wine, meat, and some daily necessities on it. Peter was thanking the person who congratulated him. When he saw George, he immediately pulled him over and insisted on inviting him to have a drink. Peter boasted about George's fighting capabilities to the people there, saying that he had killed a fierce wolf. George did not hold back. He picked up the wine and drank it. Peter was a blacksmith and was pretty good at it. He had been forging for decades. Since he was a child, he began to learn how to forge. His ancestors were all born blacksmiths. Just on the first day of him arriving in Mordor, he was put into use by the Ordnance Department. On the first day, he was assigned a house and received a settlement fee. Today was his farewell to the others. Tomorrow, he would take his family to an independent house 3 blocks away. His status now was higher than the others now. Probably in 2 years he would be able to get his own land. Blacksmith. George looked with admiration It seemed that skills were definitely better. From their words, George learned that there seemed to be a lot of people like old Peter here. Some of them were assigned to the armory, some to the brick factory, and some of them were educated and literate. These people who were selected for their crafts were immediately given priority. Immediately the day after, they were allocated to new small courtyards to settle down, and they were paid much more than others. George couldn't help but admire them, because he too wanted his sister and nephew to have a better life. The crowd went away after some time. After a day of hard work, many were off to bed. George also went back to rest soon. His sister was reluctant to light the oil lamp, so she was sewing clothes for him in the yard. Sometimes, she would say a few words to the woman living in the next room. The weather in May was good. George slept in the courtyard, and the biggest difference tonight was that George could sleep safely. To him, there was no more battle. Morning soon came. As soon as he got up the next day, George hurried to work. Although the city hall had sent some relief materials, they could not last long. No one thought that the city hall had given them very little. On the contrary, many people were very grateful. For George, as long as he had a job, he could support himself and his family. Many thought like him. 3 days went by. In just 3 days, George's yard had changed a lot. He had all the pots and pans. He bought some cloth to make his nephew some new clothes. Now, what he wanted to do most was to have a small courtyard of his own. The house for refugees was too crowded, and there was no private space at all. His sister still had to hide in the room if she wanted to take a bath. It's obviously very difficult to get a house by working as a coolie. That was why George was still going to find a way to join the army. In terms of his strength, he believed that he was no worse than the guards here. A person could accommodate very well. In just a few days, many people have adapted to the life of Mordor City. They work day by day and rest at night. Their lives were very regular and orderly. As long as the people participated in work, they would get meals. They were often full and had meat to eat. In the beginning, people changed job points for food, but gradually many people began to save their points, expecting to save enough for a house or land one day. It was said that the lands further away were much cheaper, thus many thought to buy land there. George was born as a commoner, so he had no problems cultivating the land. As an advanced fighter, he had enough strength too. Thus, if possible, he hopes to have some land by next year. Even though he had nothing of his own now, he was hopeful of his future. A week had gone by. George seemed to have already gotten used to life in Mordor. This city was fast-paced and would expand daily. Hundreds of meters of roads had been built in the east, while some flowers and plants had been planted near the square. Lands had been reclaimed in the south, and ditches had been drugged. The wood in the southwest has been cut down mostly. Now they needed to walk more to carry the wood. Anyway, this was all trivial, but everyone here seemed to be very busy. Even the officials and foremen were tired every day. The laws and regulations here were very strict. Even officials who failed to complete their task would be punished. Occasionally he could see some slaves who lived in a much worse environment than them. He heard yesterday that a slave gained his freedom. This was also something very interesting. That was because, in the outside world, slaves were always slaves. From time to time, George would see the Quetzalcoatlus hover high above the city. Sometimes it would fly out to the sea and only come back at night. Maybe because they had gotten used to it, most people were not afraid anymore, since they have never heard of the Quetzalcoatlus attacking anyone. After the initial fear, many people felt happy and excited to see it. They even thought it was a symbol of luck. But no one was allowed to approach it. George heard that it was the pet of the little princess in Mordor City. No one had seen the little princess, but they heard that she was a very powerful spellcaster. Occasionally, a mysterious witch could be seen in Mordor City. She was the Lady of Mordor City. Every time she appeared, the time was very short and she only gave new assignments to the city officials. From the beginning, Mordor had never stopped expanding. George had seen this mysterious witch once, She was a beautiful and noble lady and seldom appeared in front of normal civilians. George's life was still around her sister and his un-year-old nephew. As the only man in the family, he had the responsibility to make the only sister he had live better in a strange environment. As an advanced fighter, his strength was far beyond ordinary people, and this finally got the attention of others. Finally, he got the chance to become a city guard. George decided to seize this opportunity. Thus he trained after he got back from work. There were many strong-looking guys in Mordor, but George had his own advantages. He was only 20 years old this year, and there was a lot of room for growth in the future. Around the evening, George came back to his house with a piece of linen. It's time for his sister to get a new dress. Because his shirt was also torn when he worked, it was best for him to get a new one too. From a high place of Mordor City, he saw the busy Mordor port. It seemed that the port and the city were two different worlds. Some looked forward to the prosperity of the port, but George preferred the peaceful and orderly life in the city. On the second day, more half-elves arrived in Mordor. George met them in the morning and saw a bit of panic in their eyes. However, George believed that they would get used to life here in no time. That was because they were all civilians. They were born knowing how to support themselves, while Mordor gave them a better life. George looked at the houses on another street. Compared with the crowded environment here, that place was much cleaner. George couldn't help clenching his fist. If he could join the army through the examination, he would be able to move his sister into an independent house in a short time. Even though it wasn't a big house, it would still be a new home to them, a new hope. This was the city of Mordor, a place full of vitality and hope. Although they had just arrived here, George already had a sense of identity here. Chapter 491, True God. Autumnfall. The fleet near the Agat River was ready. The breeze along the bank of the river brought along the scent of mud. Voices of the sailors chanting their slogan resounded from the back. Saran looked towards the autumn fall in the distance, shook his head and sighed, then slowly said, "Let's set sail." It was over. It was all over here. After nearly a month's delay, he finally sent all the believers he needed back to the city of Mordor. As for those who were still adamant about staying in autumn fall, it was not worth wasting his time. As for their fate in the future, Saran was not interested in paying too much attention either. After all, because of his arrival, the half-beastman army has been hit twice in a row. Under the pressure of Saran, Eugene had to slow down his pace, which indirectly gave Autumnfall some breathing space. As for who was the real winner, in the end, Saran had no interest in knowing, because he knew that the turbulent year was coming. "My lord." An old man in a bishop's dress came to Saran. He was one of the few surviving bishops in the temple. He was a high-grade priest with a professional level of more than 16. He bowed his head humbly and said, "All the believers have been sent away. But there are still many people in the autumn fall. If we tried harder, maybe we can still persuade them to leave." Saran turned to look at him, then shook his head and replied, "No need. The power of the nobility will not wait for us to take away the others. Moreover, a greater disaster is coming. I foresee that the gods would descend onto the mortal realms, and then we will face even greater challenges." The gods descending onto the mortal realm? After he heard that, Bishop Felwood's whole body trembled and murmured, "How can it be?" Saran watched him silently. By this time, there was no problem in disclosing the Avatar's crisis in advance, because there have been gods with minor divinity appearing in succession. It was estimated that many powerful legends have already guessed a little. The impact of gods descending onto the material plane in the face of mortals was quite huge. After looking at Saran's ability now, one would have known he was just barely reaching the standard of a minor god. He already had a terrifying power of slaughtering an entire city by himself. When the Avatar's crisis really broke out, the gods, devils, demons, and ancient evil things would all come out. If there was a conflict between them, it would affect the whole plane. "You may go." Saran waved gently and disappeared in a flash. The gods could not get in touch with the believers too much, as they would not be mysterious enough if they did. Although the priest in front of him was a servant who helped him gather the believers, Saran was not prepared to tell them too much. After all, Saran could not bless them with divine spells at present. Strictly speaking, he was still in the stage of false god. As for the temple, it was still left to the Shaniqualok Dai to deal with. With her abilities, it would be easy for her to manage a temple. Autumnfall. Saran took a final look at the direction of Autumnfall, then shook his head slightly and went, "Since the artifact has fallen into my hands, would the Nulls turn against the Beastmen? Regardless of what happens, I just hope this city will still be able to survive." As someone from the Evil Order, this time, more than 20,000 people have been transported from Autumnfall. Compared with the number of half-elves in the millions, this was only a small part. However, the population of Autumnfall was only roughly 100,000. The distribution of half-elves was very common on the roads. The population that a city can hold was also limited. If it was not for the large number of civilians who fled the city, the population that the city normally maintained would be in the tens of thousands. In this case, those who were willing to go with Saran were basically temple believers. In order to evacuate them, Saran had spent a lot of human and material resources. But it was all worth it, because with the coming of the Avatar's crisis, Saran's prestige may be greatly damaged. If the sea goddess appeared in the mortal world, he dare not say that he was the king of the seas. The mobilization ability of pirates was certainly not as good as it was now. After all, the sea goddess was the actual master of the sea. The terrifying upheaval and crisis would affect the whole material plane. The usage of financial resources would be far less impactful than that of the present. The influence of Saran would just gradually worsen towards the later parts of the crisis. It would be much more difficult to get such a big scene. This was actually a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because now, Saran was only watched by the other forces no matter how he played. But in the future, if Saran dared to play like this, he would be watched by the other gods. This concept was totally different. A fleet of warships sailed to the sea along the Agat River. The Dragonhead warship under the command of the half-elven chief officer has returned to Raging Sand Island. It was estimated that the first batch of believers to be sent away arrived at Modor City. My lord, the veiled figure of the Shaniqualok appeared at Saran's side. She bowed her head slightly to show respect. Then she said slowly, "All the believers have been settled. The Shanik suggestion has been planted. They will be very quiet all the way. The priests have also all been arranged properly. The first batch of priests that have been sent to Modor City will help manage these ordinary people. Some of the other priests will stay on Raging Sand Island and then head back with us. Master, although these priests are very obedient now, it's only temporary. If you continuously can't bestow divine spells, I'm afraid their faith will be shaken." What would Master do next? Saran turned and looked at her. As for the future chief priestess of his temple, he had nothing to hide. He said slowly, "Although the prayers of the believers have given me some divine power, it seems that I haven't fully met the standards of the gods. Maybe it's because I can't connect to the kingdom of the original gods. Under normal circumstances, I should also master the legendary level priest abilities as a god. But, in fact, I can't cast divine spells now either. No matter in any profession, even if it is an ascended pure fighter, they could also have the priest's abilities above the legendary level. However, the priest's abilities acquired in this way would not consume the divine spell slot but directly consumed divine power. If one had a priest-level god, one would have two sets of divine spell consumption systems. One was the divine spell slots brought by their professional levels, and the other was the divine power that their own power could exert. Saran had accumulated 3 divine power points, but he has not gained any divine spell abilities. It was unknown why, but it might be because he did not formally ascend into godhood. The Shaniqualok nodded at his words, and then said slowly, "Maybe our Lord should hold his ascension ceremony as soon as possible. Without a formal ascension, there is no power to master the rules. In fact, my lord, now you are not even a falsigard, because many falsigards can also give a small number of believers divine spells. You are now ruling the temple on the basis of your powerful combat prowess and your own forces. But after all, divine spells are still the foundation of the temple. It is still possible for priests who lost their divine spells to join other gods' temples. Saran nodded and went, I know, but it might not be my problem. It might be that I have chosen an incorrect time. Didn't you notice that these priests were not too surprised by the loss of their divine spells? I'm afraid more and more priests are losing their ability to use divine spells. The stars in the sky are getting dimmer and dimmer. The gods are rarely responding to the prayers of mortals too. I'm afraid there are only some devout priests left who can use divine spells now. I have a hunch that something important will happen soon. Sran looked up into the sky. It was unknown when it started. The moon in the sky seemed to have dimmed a lot. It seemed that as the first batch of stars that had lost their luster, the high moon also became weaker. High Lady of Silver Moon. There was a strange expression on Saran's face. He turned around and looked at the Chinook warlock behind him. He said slowly, maybe I can't bestow divine spells now, but if I want to hold the ascension ceremony, I must directly become a true god. That's the only way. We will not cause others to be hostile to us. True god. When the Chinook warlock heard this, she trembled for a moment. Then she bowed and said, My lord, are you qualified to be a true god yet? Saran shook his head and said, Not yet. But I'm only a little short. True god. Divinity. Divine title, Shard of Divinity. When all these three elements were sufficient, the time to become a true god would be arriving. Strictly speaking, Saran could ascend into a god at any time, but if he ascended into a god in the current state, then he would be the standard false god because he did not have the abilities of a minor shard of divinity. The power of the gods was a boundary, and the two standards between a true god and a false god were different. One was the existence that was truly qualified to exercise the authority and powers of the gods, while the other was a half-suspended forced-up shell company. The former was able to fulfill the responsibility of the gods, while the latter was likely to cheat and suppress the believers completely. For example, there was no way to attract the souls of believers. The demigod vampire was the standard of the false god. His shard of divinity was not up to the standard. He took the god of half-elves and rogues as his goal, but he wanted to advance into the realm of the true god. It was precisely because of his status as a false god that his temple was totally neglected, and justice regarded him as an enemy, while the evil regarded him as a rebel. This was a very serious matter, because once he was labeled as a false god, it was very difficult to remove it in the future. This was a stain that both the justice and the evil valued. The prayers of the believers were a huge amount of information. If the priest's divine spell was added to the prayer, the burden on the gods would be even greater. Only when the three elements of divinity, divine title, and shard of divinity were all up to the standard, only then could the gods really deal with all these things. If they failed to meet the standard, they would become like Saran, who first started to have contact with the prayers, or even directly turned crazy, or even had their minds twisted. A falsigod was still a falsigod. It was like forcefully flying a plane without a pilot's license. This kind of behavior was very disgusting amongst the understanding of the gods, and the consequences were much more serious than flying without a license. Most of the falsigods would be twisted due to a lack of foundation. Even if they succeeded in advancing to the realms of the true gods in the future, this stain would remain on them because they have violated the rules of the gods. This was the question of timing. When all the conditions to ascend were up to the standard, only then would you become a true god. Everything would go according to the rules of order. First, one must have the abilities of a god, and then one must get the qualification of the gods. And if one could not wait, if any of the criteria failed to meet the standards of the gods, and then they wanted to ascend to become a god in a hurry, then they were in violation of the rules of the gods, and would be labeled as false god. Once they were labeled as false god, no matter the justice or the evil gods, they would not like it. They would remember who had challenged the rules of the gods. Even in the future, if they were to become a true god, this sense would remain in the influence of many gods, because they would think that, look, that's the guy. Under the scenario of not meeting the standards of the gods, he forcefully tried to pretend and ascended. Saran would not choose the path of a false god. This was a fundamental issue related to the credibility of gods, and it was also the first impression one gave to the other gods when one entered the realm of gods. Because as long as the first impression they left was not a false god, even the gods of the enemy alignment would admit your identity. They would say that you were evil, but they would not say that you were fake, because you had the right to be equal to them. Chapter 492 Treasure Island. It was the biggest difference to ascend into a true god. That was to be able to get the recognition of other gods, and even the incarnation of some gods might come forth to congratulate. Like the demigod vampire, there were no gods that acknowledged him, and he even made a round of blood-red moon in the sky. Although he seemed to have the demeanor of a true god, it was actually equivalent to forcefully punching his face till it was swollen to act as a fat man. This could be seen from the fact that as the master of night, evil and child of night, the mistress of the night with formidable divine power had also totally ignored him. If the mistress of the night said a word, I'm afraid no one would even dare to touch the demigod vampire easily. If Saran were to ascend into a god, there would probably be an incarnation of a god appearing. That would be the sea goddess, because she was the direct beneficiary of Saran's rise. The expansion of the sea temple in the human world was completely caused by Saran's influence alone. The second possible incarnation of the god to appear was the mistress of riches. From the outer islands to the south coast, to the eastern kingdom, to Arendelle, the prosperity of trade had a great influence on the mistress of riches, and this prosperous trade was due to Saran's rule. The mistress might also come in an incarnation form to give face when Saran ascends. Of course, the premise of all this was that Saran could ascend into a true god, and he could never be a false god. In front of them was the boundless sea. The trade of the eastern route was booming because of the trade winds from the southern tropical rainforests. This was the best time of the year to go to the eastern sea area. As long as one set sail, one could reach the eastern kingdom all the way. Groups of fishes could be seen at the bottom of the sea swimming back. As the climate warms, these fishes would gradually return to their original sea areas. The blue sky made people feel relaxed and happy, and the boundless sea always made people feel its magnificence. At the same time, a fleet was also heading south, which was getting closer to Raging Sand Island. Your Excellency. The figure of the half-elven chief officer appeared in front of Saran, kneeling down on one knee and saying, "The materials you want have been prepared, and all the elites you needed are on standby in Snake Island." Saran turned around and nodded softly. "Very well. Let them be ready to sail with me back to Modor City in 3 days, and then set out to look for Treasure Island." Treasure Island. When he heard the name, the half-elven chief officer was obviously stunned. He vaguely felt that the name was a little familiar, but there was no specific impression. It should be an island deep in the outer islands, but no one knew exactly where. In the legends of the pirates on the south coast, there had always been a saying about Treasure Island, that is, there was a very valuable island in the territory of the indigenous people of the outer islands. To the left of the island was a huge silver mine, and to the right of the island was a huge gold mine. This was the legend of the Treasure Island. Throughout the ages, there have been many pirates looking for the location of Treasure Island, but no one had ever heard that anyone had found it. The outer islands were always naturally rich in mineral resources. The number of gold and silver deposits was obviously denser than that of the mainland. In places where there were large indigenous tribes, it was possible to find relatively small gold deposits. That was why the Aborigines were so rich. Treasure Island was the most valuable island in the legends because there were 2 large mines there. Legends said that once this island was mined, it would even be enough to buy a country. Unfortunately, it was unheard of that anyone has found it. "Does Your Excellency know where the real Treasure Island is?" The half-elven chief officer was shocked, and then a wave of ecstasy surged up. It was a place that had an amazing wealth that could buy a kingdom. If they really took it, they would never have to worry about having no money to spend forever. As for the Aborigines on Treasure Island, the half-elven chief officer was totally not worried at all, as long as he could determine the location of the island. No matter how many Aborigines there were, they could mobilize the pirates to take it down. raging sand island. Saran gazed silently at the nautical chart in front of him. His fingers moved gently in the unknown area, not marked on it as if looking for a general direction. He had considered Treasure Island long ago when he started expediting overseas. At that time, however, Treasure Island was a place that he could not take down, let alone the large aboriginal tribes that were on it and the demigods and false gods that they served. The monsters on the route to Treasure Island were enough to wipe out the whole army of Saran. There was a dangerous channel on the route to Treasure Island, where there was the largest octopus monster Saran has ever seen. Just one tentacle was hundreds of meters. At that time, it had cost a lot to kill it. This was the first ultra-huge physique level boss that the adventurers have killed. For Saran to go to Treasure Island, he must pass through that monster's territory. Wealth was one of the reasons why Saran would want to go to Treasure Island, but he was very rich now, especially after the pirates and their minions were ready to settle down in Modor City. A lot of their private savings has been handed over to Saran. In fact, another important reason for him to go to Treasure Island was to gain the power of both divinity and the Shard of Divinity. Saran's current divine points were 27 points, and he could reach minor divinity within 3 points. Then he could have an overall attributes +1 again. This was a great ability improvement. Then there were the demigods and false gods of Treasure Island, which was the easiest way for Saran to obtain the divine points at present. It was at least easier to deal with the demigods and false gods of these indigenous people than to challenge the true gods. Saran was currently 2 points short of his divine points. When he has gotten it, he could attain minor Shard of Divinity, which was the same as minor divinity, and he could attain overall attributes +1 as well. In this way, it was equivalent to Saran attaining overall attributes +2 simultaneously. At this time, he would have really entered the realm of gods, possessed the power of gods, and reached the standard of transforming into the form of avatars. Overall attributes +2. It was a huge attraction for Saran, and it was also the key for him to stand firm during the Avatar's crisis in the future. As he continued to rise, I'm afraid he might have to challenge the other gods. There was a slight sound of footsteps, and soon the tall figure of the Shinnik Warlock appeared in front of Saran and leaned slightly and said, "My lord, what you have arranged has been completed. The next thing would only be the Ascension ceremony and the military parade. I'm afraid it will take a month or two to prepare. I don't know what my lord has planned." Saran withdrew his fingers from the chart. He then rolled it up gently and then looked up at the Shinnik Warlock in front of him. He was lost in thought. Saran thought for a long time while tapping his fingers, and then said in a deep voice, "Low-key Ascension, hike military parade." In an instant, the Shinnik Warlock's eyes were bright, and then she bowed down humbly and said, "My lord is wise." Chapter 493 The Sinking City Alok Ascension, a high-profile military parade. The purpose of keeping a low profile was to avoid attracting too much attention from other gods and temples and to suggest that as a new god, he did not have much ambition. This was a very important point because Saran's prayers were completed by the Shinnik Warlock, and the prayers of the demigod vampire were filled with huntings and fear, plus a round of blood and moon, which could be said to be high profile. At present, Saran intended to use only one half-elven divine title, which basically had no conflict with other gods. In order to avoid attracting too many gods' hostile eyes, Saran must be as low as possible before the Avatar's crisis. When all the gods have descended and fought among themselves, Saran wanted to expand from the half-elven divine title. But in this case, if too many domains of divine titles were added, it was possible for some gods who coveted his power to directly fight against him once the Avatar's crisis broke out. Existences such as the Shadow Lord, the divine title of the gods, could be evolved from their power in their domain. Saran had the fear domain, so he could become a power source of other gods in the fear domain. If the words like hunting, night, fear, and shadow were added to the prayers of the Ascension, it was absolutely begging that you did not die fast enough. As for the high-profile military parade, it was very simple. The Ascension could be kept to low profile, but it was necessary to keep a high profile when one displayed their strength. This was the same as when Saran had ascended to a god. He would flex his fists and muscles to those, in the south coast and mainland, that was secretly spying on his people and to tell them that they were not easy to bully. If they wanted to do something, they would have to weigh themselves. At that time, when the real military parade would be held, it would not just be the pirates that would come out and stroll. Saran, Gloria, the fallen witch, a god-level rogue, 2 legendary-level witches, 3 of them would stand on the stage as legends. At the same time, Saran would also send an invitation to the eldest princess of Arendelle and the Honorable Eye of the North of the Northern Witch Council, and invite the strong monastery who controlled the Eastern Sea. The military parade had never been omen play in his own house. Even if it was forced, the elites under Saran's command should be pulled out for a walk. The high-end combat prize should also be highlighted, and powerful allies needed to be invited to come and hold up a front. Only in this way could they really frighten potential enemies. Now that Saran had given a general idea, then the other things could be left to be done by the Chinook Warlock. It was roughly about 5 days later. Saran led the fleet back to the outer islands, and the city of Modor was even livelier than before. Standing on the mast, one could see the city of Modor, which has been expanded more than twice as much as before. As for the planning of this city, Saran had set it up according to modern standards. From the underground drainage channel to the planning and distribution of various regions, a general model has been wanted long before the establishment of the city. Saran could not spend so much time just to build a village just to play. The final form of the city of Modor was a large city that could hold a population of roughly 200,000. Finally, with the expansion of the city of Modor and Port Modor would be connected. But that should be a long time later. Now it was better to separate the city of Modor and Port Modor. Saran needed to maintain the atmosphere in the city. With more than 20,000 migrants, the city of Modor suddenly became crowded. There were basically no problems with food and resources. Saran had been hoarding for a long time. Although he had the ability to feed all the half-elven refugees easily, he did not give it to them casually, but let all the civilians exchange work for it. This was a process of equal value exchange. The half-elves naturally had some skills. Even if they had no skills, those with greater strength could cut trees, and those with lesser strength could reclaim the land. No matter what one did in Modor City, if one was willing to do it, one would be able to fill their stomach and gradually accumulate a bit of money. My lord. The Chinook Warlock came to Saran's back, then bowed slightly and went. The plan of the temple has been completed, and it would be near the central square. If we want to finish it before the military parade, we might need to recruit a lot of labor force, and at the same time, we need a lot of financial resources. There is no problem with the priests' side. When all of them arrive in the city of Modor, they can start to prepare for the daily prayers ceremony. The temple was the most basic thing. Most of the priests have not been to Modor until now, and the real formal prayers routine had to slowly progress. Saran turned to look back at her and said slowly, "I will mobilize an army to give you, and the city hall will give you 300,000 gold dirals. Regarding what should be done, you can make your own decisions." Saran was very rich now. The specific amount could not be counted, because a large portion of them was illiquid, but with the cultivated farmland and houses sold out, the amount of his liquid wealth was also increasing rapidly. Saran never intended to give land directly. Military skills could be used as part of the land exchange. But most pirates used their private savings and military skills to exchange for dozens of acres of land directly. At present, only about a third of the land outside Modor was still in Saran's hands. Some of the wastelands have been bought by the pirates below. When these guys had money, they used it to either eat, drink, get prostitutes, gamble, or on something else. Now, it was a good thing that they have started home. Understood. The Chinook Warlock nodded with a smile. Saran took a look at her, got up, and walked towards the city of Modor. Once again, there was more spying that was in the dark. After all, Port Modor was a transit port. The city of Modor was the private territory of Saran. There was too many forces side within the caravans. What has happened to the half-elves, they should have already known. As for the rise of a new god, many forces have also turned silent. It was not that they did not want to move, but it was because they did not dare to. Even the Red Dragon Duchess of the Principality of Rossard has been quite docile recently, and all other forces were naturally waiting for a change. After such a long time, Saran finally got a new legend. Battle of Autumnfall Epic Battle. In the middle of May 1676 in the New Moon era, you have taken part in the war between the Half-Beastmen and the Half-Elves near Autumnfall. In this war, you have defeated the army of the Orcs chief, Eugene twice, and thus reduced the threat of Autumnfall. The King of Nulls, Yenagu, also suffered a hidden loss in your hands. Although it has greatly improved your reputation, it also brought you new threats. Legend rating +8. 8 points of legend rating. After everything in Autumnfall, Saran's legend rating finally reached 100 points. 100 points of legend rating was an important dividing line because, in this case, Saran's name was basically spread across the mainland. Now, the difficulty of obtaining a legend rating would increase in a straight line. If one wanted to continue to improve its legend rating, one would need to involve everything outside the plane. The higher the legend rating, the more difficult it would be to raise it. At the end of the day, I'm afraid one would have to let their existence spread throughout the multiverse. However, Saran's current legend rating was barely able to meet the standard of ascending into a god. At least it was much higher than that of the demigod vampire at that time. With the existence of the Shaniqualloch, Saran only needed to roughly give his orders for a lot of things. He first went to see Vivian. The divine power of the little girl was getting stronger and stronger. Now, with a lot of the Son of Fears that died and with the Avatar's crisis getting closer and closer, the time for the Dreadlord to revive was nearing. Saran also did not know how long she needed to sleep, but seeing Vivian's power fluctuating now, I'm afraid nearly half of the power of the Dreadlord was converging onto her. There was not much Saran could do now, but if he were to ascend into a god, there were many things he could do. The power of the gods allowed him to directly face the Dreadlord directly, and he could even personally go to the bottomless abyss to end it. Night fell. Saran came to Gloria's lab, and the tower's research continued. It seemed that Silver Blade of Gith was about to succeed. That was what Gloria had told him. It was only a little short. Saran did not see the figure of the fallen witch. She should be staying in the shadow plane to research on the wizard tower. They still could not open the half plane of the wizard tower from the outside. Maybe Saran could rely on the power of the gods to find opportunities after he had ascended into a god. After all, the abilities of the Arcane Empire were far ahead of them, and some things were also hard for them to crack. He only stayed in the city of Modor for a day. The next day, Saran set sail with his fleet to the depths of the outer islands. The news was strictly sealed. No one knew where Saran intended to go, but seeing such a large-scale mobilization of the army still made many people feel uneasy. All forces near the south coast were on guard. In the distance was an endless sea. Saran followed the route in his memory for 3 days and finally came to a dangerous area of the sea. The blessing of the sea goddess has turned invalid. From here on, the blessing of the sea goddess would not be able to disperse those deep-sea monsters, because they were all changed by the energy radiation from the bottom of the sea, and even the sea goddess would find it difficult to control these mutated sea monsters. This was the sinking city. The destruction of the Arcane Empire created a terrifying death desert and sank an entire part of the mainland to the bottom of the sea. There was energy radiation everywhere. Two of the most terrifying energy radiation pollution areas in the whole material plane. One was deep in the death desert, and the other was somewhere in this area of the sea. The energy radiation was more serious than nuclear pollution, and it took nature thousands of years to repair it. The fleet continued moving forth. When Saran saw a black strait in his sights, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, because he finally found the right route towards the treasure island. After a day's sailing through there, one would finally reach the legendary Treasure Island. Chapter 494 Obirith, Bottomless Abyss. Level 422. In a desolate desert, a large number of gnolls congregated along with many slaves that have fallen into the abyss. It was originally called the Ruins of Azar. It used to be the territory of a powerful fallen angel, but he had already fallen by the hands of a god-slayer. Now the owner here was the king of gnolls Yeenagu, who was the absolute ruler of the 422nd layer of the bottomless abyss. In this very vast abyss, the king of gnolls ruled a large number of gnoll servants and ghoul slaves. He enslaved them to help him build a huge steel fortress. Towards the east of this desert, one could see a huge body exposed on the surface. That was a very ancient devil, the body of the storm lord Obirith, Bakad. The rise of Danari demons killed the ancient devil and took its huge life force away from its drying up body. Now it had been thousands of years, and the pain from the death of this ancient devil has still continued. As an ancient demon born from the source of chaos, it has not really died, just like a stranded giant whale. Part of its body stayed in this plane. Although he was unable to speak, Bakad still kept some fragments of his once vast consciousness. If connected through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone about the rise and fall of the most ancient demons in an era before the birth of Danari. And a trusted frequent visitor might even hear Bakad tell them that the devil did not originate from the abyss, but moved from some other place, after abandoning some evil creators that have long disappeared in the history. The king of gnolls, Yeenagu, was the most common visitor here. No one knew what it got from the mouth of the most ancient Obirith, but since it came to the bottomless abyss, the king of gnolls, Yeenagu, has been growing day by day. It ruled a level of the bottomless abyss. It conquered the king of ghouls. It was at war with the king of beasts, Baphomet. It had a sinister relationship with the queen of succubus, Macanthut. All these seemed to have doomed him to make countless enemies in the bottomless abyss. But in fact, the king of gnolls, Yeenagu, was still alive today, not falling into the conspiracies of other demon lords, and its territory was still expanding slowly. The ancient devil's body occasionally produced subtle changes, and its once terrifying power still interfered with this plane. Occasionally, there would be dramatic weather changes here, which was the power that the powerful Obirith once possessed. In this plane, the remains of demonic bodies refused the other visitors. The king of gnolls, Yeenagu's men would not let others easily get close to them. But occasionally, some powerful people from the bottomless abyss came here to pray for guidance for strength from the most ancient devil's mouth. Unfortunately, they did not get anything at all, because recently, the consciousness left in this huge body was silent, and it began to not talk with anyone. Even the king of gnolls, Yeenagu, who ruled the 422nd layer of the bottomless abyss for a long time, could not get any response from it. Along the plain road ahead, there was a huge steel fortress under the mountains. This was the city of Yeenagu. The gnolls were inside the most powerful steel fortress in the bottomless abyss. The native people here were only gnolls. Other races were either slaves or Ashans. In the center was a high-rise palace. Yeenagu spent less than half of the year here. More often, he was patrolling his territory. This was a demon lord who cared about his territory very much. He was familiar with every inch of his territory. Stupid, incompetent, trash. The dull roar echoed over the steel fortress, and countless gnolls and servants trembled under the roar. Yeenagu's huge figure stood in the palace, staring at the kneeling gnolls with black sideburns, and roared, "You idiot. You can't even do something this simple." The leader of the fully black gnolls knelt at the foot of Yeenagu. It opened its mouth to explain the strength of the enemy, but he was greeted by a three-headed flail with cold light. Its blood and brain splashed, and the king of gnolls, Yeenagu, gave a cold look at the others and said slowly, "Trash can only be fed to pets." Two attendants in full armor appeared and dragged the body out of the hall. "My lord." An old gnoll with a white bone staff appeared. It took a look at the blood on the ground and said slowly, "The army of the Queen of Succubus has attacked our border again. Many of the people have died under the hands of the glorious nuns." The glorious nuns. The king of gnolls, Yeenagu, frowned. The battle between Yeenagu and the Queen of Succubus had never stopped, and the border conflict broke out all the time. It hated those goddamn glorious nuns because these glorious nuns were the creation of the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat. They were the commander-in-chief of the enchanted army, and they were also a headache as they were cunning opponents. Send the ghoul army for reinforcements. The king of gnolls, Yenaga, glanced at the others and said slowly, "Let the gnoll executioner also go to the border." The old gnoll bowed and retreated. Soon, in this huge steel fortress, some closed gates were opened, and then the dark army of ghouls rushed out, led by some gnolls with heavy flail. There was no end to the war of demon lords. As long as the Queen of Succubus did not appear in person, Yenaga would not go to the front easily, because the war was the theme of the bottomless abyss. But once the Abyss Lord participated in the war in person, the scale of the war would gather and increase. A howling gale came forth. Cridiana was playing with a thorn whip made of pure gold in her hand. She crushed the head of the gnoll warrior on the ground with one foot, and the scarlet blood of its brain splashed on her black metal boots. She did not seem to care that it would affect her amazing charm. As a glorious nun who just woke up, Cridiana's memory of her past life has been very vague. She only retained the instinct of being a high-level succubus, as well as her loyalty and love to her mother, the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat. This was her first fight after waking up. As the daughter created by the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat, the competition amongst the glorious nuns were also very fierce. What Cridiana wanted to do most now was to find a way to hit the King of Gnolls, Yenaga, and to please her mother, the Queen of Succubus, and strive for a position far higher than the other nuns. Behind her was a dark army of demons. There were always demons in the abyss who liked to despise the succubus, but these people would always pay the price. The composition of the succubus army was very complex because they had a strong attraction towards any demon. Within this demon army, less than a third of them were succubuses, and the rest were servants that the succubuses have enslaved. Macanthat controlled a large number of the other demons. Her charm could not even be resisted by the Eye of the Abyss. Behind the demon army was a huge beholder. It was an insight beholder, the servant of the Queen of Succubus. The powerful beholder would not fight. It was only responsible for telling the Queen of Succubus what it saw. Macanthat's sights were on this. She was very interested in how her newly created daughter would defeat the army of gnolls and please her own mother. Demons breed very fast. As one of the most powerful demon lords in the bottomless abyss, the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat did not care about expending her demon army. If she willed it, she could enslave a batch of such cannon fodder as soon as she wanted. The chaotic war was the theme of the bottomless abyss, and only through the cruel war could she cultivate the real elites. This point, even her daughter was the same. The weak among the glorious nuns would only be eliminated. In the distance from Cridiana was an old river. It was the Styx River. The Styx River flowed through many places of the bottomless abyss. Its branches were like tree trunks, which could help the devils reach many places. But the people who were ferrying on the Styx River were not very pleasant to talk to. Cridiana had very few memories. Her clearest memory was on the Styx River. She remembered that she had drifted in the Styx River for a long time. The turbid river permeated her soul, letting her forget so much, only leaving a tad bit of vague memories. Chapter 495. Glorious Nun. It was said that the memory before death was the clearest. It was a pity that Cridiana only remembered a vague shadow. As a new glorious nun, she did not care too much about her past. Now the succubus's natural control made her want to gain more power. The most important thing for her was to please her mother, the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat, because if she could not prove her value, she could become her mother's plaything. The Queen of Succubus had always been indiscriminate towards a man or a woman. She had a near-morbid pursuit of beautiful things. To prove herself meant that she could gain power, status, and freedom because Macanthat also regarded the succubuses as her own children. She loved the succubuses more than any other demons and allowed them to be naughty and unruly occasionally. There was a passage written in this way: the most favorite servants of the Queen of Succubus were the succubuses. Since becoming the Queen of Succubus, Macanthat always had a special doting love for the succubuses. Even if some succubuses often disobeyed her wishes, her love did not change. For Mecanthut's peculiar logical thinking, these willful succubuses were just from their nature. Only some rare succubuses, such as the disgraced lady living in Sigil, were really separated from the queen of succubuses doting. If there was anything else in the multiverse that could make Mecanthut really sad, then there was no doubt that these lost children were. It was interesting to say. In the eyes of the mortals, those demon lords who were terrifying, evil, and chaotic were great and noble within their own race. For example, the king of Nulls, Yenagu, fought all his life for the rise of Nulls, and successfully built a kingdom belonging to Nulls in the abyss, getting rid of thousands of years of slavery. For example, the queen of Succubus, Mecanthut, had become a powerful ruling class from a kind of sex object in the abyss, which was completely supported by her alone. Her love for the succubus was no less than the pity of other gods for their believers. Without the rise of the queen of succubus, there would be no such place for the succubuses in the abyss. A slight noise interrupted Cridiana's contemplation. There was a scornful smile on the corner of her mouth, and an alluring expression appeared on her charming face, only to see her figure disappear at the same time. And then she waved out the thorny whip with a metal barb in her hand. With a shrill scream, a Knoll lurker was pulled out of the shadow by her. Mind gaze. Enchanting beauty. As the daughter of the queen of succubus, she was gifted with the ability of profane beauty, which permanently strengthened her charm. Mind gaze could offer insight into the heart of her weaker enemies, and then cooperate with the enchanting beauty naturally gifted by being a glorious nun. Any enemy whose will could not pass the test of charm immunity would directly fall into her control. The expression of the Knoll lurker turned obsessive even though a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Cridiana's mouth. She once again whipped him with the thorn whip. The enemy in front of her was motionless. It seemed that a whip with a metal barb could only bring great pleasure to it. So he stood in place without resistance and was wiped to death alive. Once one's power had reached the level of the glorious nuns, their charm ability could directly deceive their target's senses. The pain would become pleasure. Knowing the moment of death, all the accumulated pain would break out in an instant, and then the Nulls who died under her whip would be obsessive, and finally, their faces would show a horrendously fearful expression. How dare you send such trash over? With a little shake of the whip, Cridiana turned it into a belt and wound it around her slender waist. As an advanced form Dementor of the high-grade succubus, she was born with legendary-level fighting power. In addition to all kinds of abilities possessed by the high-level succubuses, the birth of Glorious Nun was a priest with a professional level of 9 or above. No one knew where their divine spells came from. It was either from the Queen of Succubus or it was from the power of the bottomless abyss. A powerful Glorious Nun could even fight against a demon lord. Because the succubus Lord Red Shroud in the bottomless abyss was the daughter of the Queen of Succubus, Mecanthut. From the perspective of potential, the glorious nuns were no less than that of high-grade succubuses. Demon lords liked pure souls because pure souls could make them draw strength directly to create powerful demons. This kind of demons might be at legendary strength from birth, which was far higher than other demons in both starting point and growth. Come on. Cridiana stood on the bloody earth. Under her feet was a pile of corpses, and the metal boots were still stained with meat foam. A seemingly exposed metal armor would not weaken her protection ability at all. She looked at the distant Knoll plain and murmured, "Let this be the first battle of my rise. I will prove to Mother that I will never be inferior to other sisters. I, Cridiana, will become a mighty lord of the bottomless abyss." The Black Strait was completely dead silent. Saran waved for the fleet to stop here and then called for something. A huge shadow gradually rose from the bottom of the sea, and the huge body of the mutant orca gradually approached from afar. Saran did not take other people with him this time because, in this stage of almost ascending to become a god, there were likely to be other people testing his nest, so Gloria and they must be allowed to stay in the base camp. Now, Saran was half a step away from the gods. Even if he was against the false gods, the chances of him winning were still higher. This time going to Treasure Island, and he alone was sufficient. "You lot stay here." Saran slowly pulled out his curved sword-icing teeth, then he descended onto the huge body of the mutant orca. Standing on the head of the mutant orca, he gently stroked the pet's back. Then his whole body dived into the sea with the mutant orca. Deep sea lurker, mutant sea monster, ultra huge physique, grade 5. Challenge rating 18. Creature level 24. Has spell-like abilities. 35 points for the highest attribute, 15 points for the lowest attribute, and 100,120 points for the total attribute points. Special abilities: Tentacle Entanglement, Multi-Strike, Ultra Huge Physique, Mutant Sea Monster, Limb Regeneration, Swallow. Challenge difficulty, A+. Although there is no specific information about the giant octopus, Saran still remembered its general abilities. The multi-strikes of tentacles, the regeneration ability of itself, the terrifying life force brought by its ultra-huge physique, and the ability to swallow other mutants and enhance itself. The seawater vibrated. The breath of the mutant orcas belonging to the sea giants soon shocked the monsters in the deep straits. The territorial conflict of this sea giant was very fierce. The monsters lurking here would show up without hesitation, ready to teach the enemies who dared to break into its territory a lesson. Shadow Veil. Saran's figure disappeared in the sea, and the mutant orca roared dully and rushed directly to the huge tentacles in the dark. The seawater churned violently. The battle between the two sea monsters caused waves on the sea. Fortunately, the fleet was not near here, or it would have been overturned. Shadow Leap. Saran was diving into the deeper sea at full speed. The huge body of the mutant orca completely covered up his tracks. The giant octopus only wanted to defeat the other sea monster in front of it. Very soon, in Saran's sight, there was a huge lump of meat. The seawater around him became turbid. One could see its terrifying teeth and fangs. Its frightening mouth was enough to swallow up a big ship. Although the monster in front of them was a little smaller than the son of Dagon that Saran had seen, it could not be that far from each other. Saran was looking for its deadly point. The mutant orca was entwined by a huge tentacle. Although it was much stronger now, it still could not have an upper hand in dealing with such a huge sea monster. Here it is. Saran's figure suddenly leapt out and then appeared over the head of the giant octopus. Greater haste. In an instant, countless cold blades of light appeared, and Saran's figure, like a sharp sword, stabbed directly into the huge head of the octopus monster. Then his entire body broke through its muscles and bones and forcefully pierced into the enemy's skull. Pooktong. Giant tentacles fell powerlessly one by one as Saran leapt out of the supergiant octopus's skull. He gave a cold look at the sea beast in front of him, and ordered the mutant orca beside him, "Eat it all up. Don't leave any bits at all." A spatter of flesh and blood. The mutant orc opened its mouth and began devouring it. The giant octopus was 10 times bigger than it. It would take a rather long time to eat it clean. Saran's figure was flying towards the surface of the sea. As an existence that was about to ascend into a god, he had no difficulty in dealing with such things. Maybe there were many mortal beings who thought that gods were just like this. Powerful legendary wizards could challenge gods and even compete with the weaker ones. But in fact, that was just a human illusion. Most of the time, they could not even defeat the incarnation of the gods, let alone the real body of the god. The only one that was the most successful god slayer was the most powerful arcanist Casus in the age of thorium. Although he killed the first generation of the goddess of magic with the help of a spell, he was unable to bear the huge power and exploded himself. The glorious age of thorium's arcanist was thus ended. The second generation of the child of the goddess of magic resurrected in her daughter's body. Just to kill a powerful god, she paid for it with the most powerful and talented arcanist in history, and the brilliant arcane civilization with a floating city. The price was seriously too heavy. Saran's suppression of mortals was taking shape. When the divine power gathered further, there would be fewer and fewer mortals that could threaten him. Even a legendary wizard was all the same. Endless years. The rise and fall of civilization had changed from time to time. It was unknown how many legendary powerful people had risen and fallen. The splendid arcane civilization had only a few lashes left, but the gods were still high up. Saran did not know what happened in history, but he knew that only the gods were eligible for the next contest. The most chaotic time in the history of the multiverse was when the unprecedented chaos was over. The era of order would come, and it would be hard to kill the gods at that time. Saran's figure returned to the warship. He took a look at the blood-filled seawater in front of him. I'm afraid it would take a long time for the mutant orca to swallow up this ultra-huge sea monster. So he directly ordered, "Keep sailing." The sea monster that had once trapped many people was easily killed by him. Imperceptibly, Saran also stood at a higher starting point than in the past peak period. When he had such power, the Avatar's crisis had already ended, and the gods had returned to their own country. He had many powerful abilities, but he lost the chance because, at that time, the success rate of ordinary people challenging minor gods was also close to zero. As long as the power of the kingdom of God could be used, even the weakest gods could fight against a group of legendaries, because behind him was a kingdom. Saran was looking at the sea ahead. Now he was only one step away from the ascension into a god. Taking down the treasure island, he could directly enter the pantheon as a true god. Chapter 496 Plan and Move. Waves were brewing under the calm sea waters. From Black Canyon to Treasure Island, the danger becomes more obvious. This was a place where even other sea races wouldn't easily get involved. With Saran's current abilities, he could easily feel the energy fluctuation from the bottom of the sea, which was quite a wide range of energy radiation. It was possible to encounter whirlpools in this area. It was uncertain how they were formed, but sometimes there were huge whirlpools that would suck everything nearby into the deep sea. As of now, no one knew what was inside these whirlpools. Even the gods did not know what was in them, only have a vague image of the bottom. Around Treasure Island was a volcano. Although the island had great wealth, its geographical environment was much worse than that of Mordor. Maybe only the NPCs that could live there happily. There was no sign of eruption at present, but it was not clear whether the volcano would erupt in the future. However, some adventurers had made a special study and determined that this may be an active volcano, which would erupt once in about 100 years. Saran led the fleet through the route he recalled. Soon enough, there appeared a huge island, on which there were quite lush primeval forests. The area of this island was more than 10 times larger than that of Mordor, about 2/3 that of Taiwan Island. Such large islands were distributed near the sea area, many of which were left over from the land sinking period. The largest island area may be about 200,000 square kilometers. Halt. Saran looked at the island in front and thought for a while. He was now a conqueror when he came to the treasure island this time. Only by straightening out his mind would he not affect his next judgment. Because of the size of the island, Saran could only choose one location to land. There was no natural port here. In the past, small ports were built by the adventurers, so it was not convenient for the fleet to land directly. Roar. There was the roar of some creature. Some trees shook on the island. With only a glance, Saran roughly knew where he was. This was the territory of the giant apes. That's right, other than the NPCs, spirits, and odd creatures, there were also these naturally powerful monsters. Giant apes were one of the most dangerous creatures on Treasure Island. If you don't provoke them, these terrifying silverback apes were easy to get along with. But if you accidentally provoke these giants, they were absolutely terrifying. A giant ape could weigh more than 2 tons. They had a body of steel and iron, huge fists that could open mountains and stones with their bare hands. The changing environment of the outer islands made these horrible creatures further strengthened. Sometimes these creatures could even be seen fighting with spirits. Bottomless abyss. 90th layer. Due to the peculiar environment of the abyss, there were some good geomorphic environments occasionally. On the 90th layer of the bottomless abyss was a layer similar to the tropical rainforest. The leader of the demon here was called Balgura, which was a huge and incomparable orangutan. The apes of Treasure Island had always been suspected to have some relationship with the Demon Lord because all the apes here had good wisdom. The other dangerous creature in Treasure Island was slime. On the mainland, Slim had become very rare. It was not clear why, but there were only some traces of Slim in the outer islands. However, the Slim here were more troublesome. They were quite dangerous creatures because of their natural characteristic to mutate and integrate with other creatures. The more harsh the environment, the more amazing their power. On one side of Treasure Island were demon slimes. They stayed in a swamp area, so it would not affect Saran. Here, the slimes served the demon lord of the 222nd layer of the Abyss Duiblex, the Faceless Lord. This layer was also called the Slim Hell. The demon slimes which resided in the swamps worshipped this demon lord. The Faceless Lord had many believers in the material plane. Finally, there were also plenty of wildlings on the island. They had tribes that were quite large and they worshipped demigod spirits. Sran's targets were these wildlings. The servants of the Faceless Lord rarely left the swamp, while the giant apes were fine as long as Saran did not venture into their territory. Other than these enemies, there was not much danger on this island. Fly. With the fleet docked nearby, Saran's figure also flew up. When he reached hundreds of meters, Saran saw the figure of Quetzalcoatlus, which was distributed on many outer islands and could be found almost everywhere. However, the size of the groups was very small. There were only dozens of them, which was not a threat to Saran at all. Below him was a lush forest. He saw broken trees and the huge footprints left on the ground. It was easy to recognize the giant apes. Their weight of nearly 2 tons made them shake the ground completely when they moved in groups. There were the overlords to the south of the island, and even the wildlings were reluctant to provoke them. Flying all the way along the coast, the ground gradually opened up, with very lush grassland. There were many velociraptors living here. Dinosaur species had been active in the outer islands, and occasionally people would see figures similar to Tyrannosaurus rex, father of dinosaurs, Yubtao. This powerful deity was once active in the material plane, but now people rarely see the trace of his followers. It was unknown whether it disappeared with time or went to some other plane. The velociraptors ran on the grassland like the wind. They preyed on all the creatures they could kill. The wildlings were the most common prey, but occasionally they were tamed. A domesticated velociraptor usually had a bird's hair on its head. The wildling tribes saw them as a boost to combat, but the number of domestications had been small because these creatures consumed a lot of meat. After passing through the endless forest, he saw a small swamp. There was a supergiant slime that had a challenge rating of 20. Because of its characteristics, this monster was hard to kill. Even after the Avatar crisis, no one could kill it. There were many rivers on the island and the Central River had piranhas. There were huge electric eels near the southwest. These mutant creatures could emit great electrical currents, which were as powerful as level 6 spells. These were also creatures that no one dared provoke. As for those mutant plants, they were quite common in the outer islands. They only needed to be careful. The general condition of Treasure Island was like that. In terms of environment, it was much worse than the city of Mordor. That was why it would take a long time for Saran to develop this island. The most important thing was to take those open-air gold mines first. About 50 kilometers from where they docked, there was a large-scale wildling tribe. There was a relatively small river beside the tribe, which had gold sands in it. Half a day went by. Saran had been flying on the island for a long time. He even encountered a Quetzalcoatlus which he scared away with his demigod aura. Around the evening, he was never a rash person. Rushing into the island relying only on his past memory would only lead to heavy casualties. The purpose of his flight was to map out the entire island. Thanks to his eidetic memory, Saran quickly drew an outline of the island, marked out the terrain of each area, and then noted the distribution of all kinds of creatures, including the tribes he saw. Then he marked out the convenient docking areas on the island and found the safest routes from the map that would not disturb other dangerous creatures or pass through their territory. Finally, he began to think about the battle plan for tomorrow. In these dangerous places, Lack of planning would only lead to unnecessary casualties. On the second day, the fleet went ahead another 10 kilometers and then docked on a beach. Groups of elite pirates came down from the deck, followed by the pirate leaders brought by Saran, namely Scarface, One Eye, and Giant. This time Saran only brought 2,000 men. However, all of them were elite pirates. Their power and equipment were first class. They were also the core combat group that Saran had accumulated for so long. If he suffered heavy casualties here, it would be a huge headache for him. Get ready, men. Saran looked at the assembled pirate elites and said in a deep voice, "Keep a team here. Rogues, follow me out to explore the roads, while the rest of you prepare for battle." In terms of direct distance, this was a test of their power. Defeating a wildling tribe was nothing, but to lower casualties was the harder part. What Saran wanted was not simply to destroy the enemy, but to capture as many slaves as possible. In the end, they still needed these people to mine the gold. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble to transport people all the way here. To achieve this, Saran had to use great power to utterly squash the wildlings' faith and morale. Chapter 497 Evil Ritual. Under the cover of a shadow, countless figures blended into it, and these slender rogues disappeared in front of people's eyes. More than half of the rogues brought by Saran were half-elves. Naturally, the temple of the god of half-elves and rogues would not be left with only some priests. In fact, there was a special department in the temple, which is a large number of middle and high-grade rogues. Unfortunately, there were few rogues who could cross the threshold of legend. Even if the temple served the rogue clergy, the rogue with the highest profession level was only a level 18 rogue. The main reason for this was because the previous god was too weak. It was hard for a weak god to give much power, and he had been severely injured by the Shadow Lord. Furthermore, he even instructed many rogues to multi-profession in priest. That was a very strange suggestion. No enemies. Spotted unknown creature. Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Mutant plants. Be careful of those vines. All the figures spread out and carefully moved around the nearby terrain. But soon there was a scream, and Saran disappeared. Shang. He slashed through, and in the blink of an eye, chopped up a plant. My lord. The injured half-elf rogue kneeled on the ground. Saran took a glance at him, then said, "Bring him for healing." Everyone else, be careful. There are many mutant plants here. The elite pirates were also on the move. There was basically no road in the dense jungle here. They could only clear the roads on their own. Behind the teams were some longbowmen. There were many excellent archers among the half-elves. However, Soren didn't bring much of them, because the pirates' fighting style already included long-range weapons, such as flying axes, throwing knives, hand crossbow, etc. Their fighting skills were far beyond the systematically trained soldiers, and their equipment was more flexible and diverse. There were large footprints on the ground. In many parts of the island, there were already masters. Saran saw that the footprints had 3 toes, which was a bit like some dinosaur's footprint. However, it may also be some other creature. The group did not linger but passed through quickly. On another side, hold. All of a sudden, the old wildling warrior leader waved to the others to stop. He then quickly jumped to a tree trunk and said, "There's something going on over there." The wildlings did not require sight to notice if there were enemies. The native people were very familiar with the geographical environment here. The old wildling looked at the startled birds in the distance and said slowly, "A few of you go back. There may be some creature moving over there. The rest of you come with me to investigate." A group of 2,000 was not small. Although Saran was very careful to hide from the wildlings, he couldn't hide from the birds and animals there. The team moved forward and startled many birds. Even the animals moved away from the group. For the natives here who were quite familiar with the environment, this kind of thing was enough to arouse their vigilance. However, the leader of the group seemed to think that some beasts were approaching, because the island had not been visited for a long time. Under the shadow, all of a sudden, they seemed to have noticed something, and they all hid in shadows. There were small figures that were smeared with oil paint. They held iron spears and approached them little by little. In a flash, 7 or 8 rogues rushed out of the shadows. In an instant, they killed these wildling warriors, and percent opening parenthesis hash. And percent. Dot. The old wildling made a strange sound. Unfortunately, no one on the scene could understand it. The rogues didn't stop attacking. In an instant, they formed an attack from left and right. Targets eliminated. No more enemies nearby. Wild animals ran away from the area after they smelled the stench of blood. It seems like only the head of a small group. Saran glanced at the feather on the wildlings and said slowly, "Continue forward. Don't spread out too much." He brought out all the advanced professions this time. Advanced professions had more stamina compared to normal people. Even though they could handle a long-distance attack, Saran didn't want to waste time here. To the east of the river was a village. There was cultivated land, and irrigation ditches dug nearby. From a civilization point of view, they were more civilized compared to the wildlings in Mordor. The former looked like a primitive society, but there seemed to be a system of slaves here. The village was surrounded by towering wooden walls, which were nearly 1 or 2 meters thick. It seemed that the purpose was to guard against some monsters with tremendous power. There were guard towers on all sides of the wooden wall, on which there were soldiers on guard. The wildlings here seemed to like a slave system. Any of the tribes was supported by many slaves. Dong, dong, dong. A strange drum beat was heard coming from inside the village. There were also screams and sounds of some musical instruments. In the middle of the tribe, a group of priests with strange masks stood on an altar, with a dark red stone in front of them. With the shout of the people, a group of strong soldiers showed up with a group of prisoners. The captives were also natives here, but they seemed to be different. The captives had white paint, while the wildlings here had dark green paint on them. They seemed to be singing some sort of song. When the shaman in front raised his hand, all the wildlings knelt down and shouted a name. Sa.g.she. These words, which sounded like the common language, seemed to be someone's name. There was a cruel smile on the corner of the shaman's mouth. He took a dagger made of bone and came to the first captive. With a slash, the prisoner's throat was cut, blood gushed out wildly, and flowed along the rock on the altar. The people below were in a frenzy. When the blood penetrated the surface of the altar, some kind of evil energy emerged, making all the wildlings around show their frantic, intoxicated, and lustful expressions. Blood ceremony. The evilest ceremony of the wildlings. He was using blood, slaughter, and death to please a certain existence to gain his power. From the blood stain of the altar, maybe this sort of ritual had gone on for generations already. Underlords loved this kind of thing. It was the most violent and direct way to enhance power. Most of the temples in the mainland rejected it. Even the evil gods in the mainland stopped this primitive way of sacrifice. The development of believers was far superior to these blood sacrifices. Maybe only the abyssal lords would still love this kind of ritual. Soon, the second captive was brought up. This kind of sacrifice was often difficult to satisfy the underlords. If the sacrifice of a powerful person could not be provided, they needed to rely on quantity to please this underlord. Often a bloody sacrifice lasted for a long time. When midnight came, the place would be full of torches. The wildlings also believed that mating at this time would produce strong offspring, which would be blessed by the gods, which would make them powerful. The sky was getting dark. It seemed that the number of offerings prepared this time was not very large. After killing more than 10 captives, the shaman brought some beasts out. In the face of non-human sacrifice, the existence obviously was not happy. A kind of evil aura was spreading, making the wildlings fear. This existence was no longer a weak spirit. A weak spirit could only passively wait for sacrifices of the tribe, but this existence could actively instruct the tribe for sacrifice. The old shaman felt this and ordered something. Soon there were cries and shouts. Strong wildling soldiers appeared, dragging some thin men and women. They had the same oil paint as the other wildlings there, but all of them were ragged, yellow and skinny. With a slash, the first captive's throat was slit. With the fresh blood all over the altar, the strong consciousness suddenly showed a trace of satisfaction. The wildlings, who knelt on the altar, soon began to look excited and enthusiastic again. The old shaman showed a smile. At the same time, he felt that his power was growing further. Every time he held a bloody sacrifice, his power would increase. Inside the shadows, countless figures rushed forward while somewhere not far away pirates were getting ready. Saran looked at everything. As he was close to being a god, he could see the rich blood-red spiritual aura over the wildling tribe, as well as the power fluctuation generated by the rituals. Underlords, chaotic and evil underlord. He wasn't sure if this was a demigod or a false god, but this thing was definitely something chaotic and evil. Chapter 498 Trading with a Devil. Principality of Rossat, King's City. As the night approached, everything in the palace fell silent. Since the Red Dragon Duchess took control of this place, many of the original nobles were deprived of their posts and sent to a farm in their hometown. Now, all the powerful factions in the whole country were her confidants. Although there were many people who were dissatisfied with her in secret, no one dared to stand up against her openly because of her powers. Especially in the period before the beginning of the Avatar crisis, even the temples were not willing to interfere too much. After all, the Red Dragon Duchess had not done anything outrageous. On the contrary, under her rule, the country had grown in military strength, suppressing the neighboring kingdoms. The Duchess was very popular in the army, either because of her amazing charm or because of her powers. Of course, if she had not suffered a defeat from Saran, her name in the army would be even higher. Since taking power, the Duchess had won 3 major victories in a row. Unfortunately, these 3 victories were ended by Saran in the Battle of Raging Sand Island, and the navy of the Principality of Rossat was almost annihilated. There were no guards in the Silent Hall. Only the Red Dragon Duchess was there. Hee hee. A strange and frivolous laugh sounded. Then a hazy figure appeared. Finally, the figure turned into a charming and seductive woman. From her appearance, she was almost the most beautiful woman in the world, as tempting as a succubus. However, upon closer inspection, she was not a succubus but a devil from the 9 hells of Bata, a high-grade pleasure devil. They evolved from Erinyes, having the blood of angels. They were the core power in the hells of Bata. These pleasure devils persist in luring mortals to become fallen, equivalent to the simple and rough methods of the demons. Devils paid more attention to the fall of a person's soul. They would wait for a long time and then harvest the fruits at the last moment. My dear Karina. An enchanting smile appeared on the pleasure devil's face. Her red lips gently opened and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss the taste of you." Saying this, she licked her lips seductively. The Duchess was not in a good mood. She looked at the pleasure devil in front of her coldly and said in a deep voice, "Enough. I have provided you with enough souls. Don't try, mister, or I'll be merciless." Hee hee. The devil laughed out. The pleasure devil approached with cat-like grace. She put her bright red lips on the Duchess's ear and slowly said, "Don't be so desperate. I still miss the happy times I spent with you." "Weren't you happy too?" The Duchess's face was a little red, but she still had a stern look, and she said, "Tell me, what do you want?" The pleasure devil put out her tongue and licked the earlobe of the Duchess. Then she giggled and said softly, "Don't be so cold. I heard you've encountered some problems lately and have come to help you." The Duchess's body shivered slightly when the pleasure devil licked her earlobe, but she soon became calm and asked, "Help me? What do you want?" There was no free food in this world. Devils would only give if they had something to gain. The pleasure devil looked at the Duchess with her head askew while her eyes were full of charm. As the most attractive devil in Bator, a woman wouldn't even be able to resist her. The pleasure devil giggled and said, "Better souls. Although you have provided a lot of them, they are all humble males. The males in your family have been brainwashed by us for some time now. Although they have good talents, they are too fragile. Just like the flowers in the greenhouse, they are from family that fall and even shocked the devils. Do all sorcerer families play this way?" The Duchess said angrily, "Enough." Hong. Invisible energy expanded, and a pair of blood-red dragon wings appeared behind her. A scared expression appeared on the devil's face. However, she still went close slowly and said in a seductive way, "My dear Karina, don't be mad. Didn't I help you control this family? You can do whatever you want, isn't it? Those guys have a good bloodline, don't they? What a bunch of stupid mortals. Wanting to rely on the blood of close relatives to breed excellent offsprings. They just do not understand that only nature can cultivate the powerful. Alright, don't be mad. I've come with a gift this time. Maybe you like it. As for my reward, I can wait for it. But you won't mind talking with me tonight, right? The pleasure devil reached out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her seductive face. The Duchess shivered a little, turned around, and looked at the devil sternly. Devils love to play with people's minds. They would never be as simple and straightforward as the demons. The pleasure devil went behind the Duchess, placed her voluptuous breast against the Duchess's back, and rubbed them gently. A tiny white hand then stretched under the wizard robe of the Duchess. In an instant, the Duchess trembled, and her face was glowing red. The pleasant devil's voice was like the voice from hell. Her delicate body twisted gently, toying the earlobe of the Duchess with her tongue. The devil then whispered in a seductive voice, "You say no, but your body is very honest. My dear Karina, remember those pleasurable times we had together? Treasure Island." Saran looked at the tribe in front of him. Sacrificing to their god with blood was like drinking poison to quench the thirst. The more sacrifice they did, the greater the god's desire for more blood. In the end, the entire tribe would be dragged into the mire. Gods like these were basically underlords. Their lust for blood had destroyed their minds. Attack. With his divine perception, Saran ordered, "Kill all the warriors." He needed slaves and not fighters. Fighters were hard to control, so wiping them out was the simplest method. Following his orders, countless figures moved in, and he himself also disappeared into the darkness. Thud. Bodies dropped on the floor. Saran's figure moved like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he would take the lives of several wildling warriors. The guard towers were soon cleared out, and there was no resistance at all. The gate was opened by the rogues, letting the elite pirates swiftly charge in. The wildlings were shouting frantically. All the wildlings were addicted to some kind of aura they were in. However, the underlord that the wildlings were worshipping felt something, another divine energy. Both divine beings sensed each other. At the moment Saran took action, the other party also noticed him. However, as an underlord born of spirits, he was more limited than Saran in many aspects. Shadow Leap. Greater haste. Saran's figure leapt at an amazing speed as he activated his Lich Ring +5. He then appeared near the altar and stabbed the shaman. Shush. With a stream of blood gushing out, the old shaman became stiff and looked at the blade penetrating his heart. Right then, the wildlings that were oblivious became aware of what was going on, as though they had just woken up from a dream. Chapter 499 Blood Giant Whirlwind Slash. Another blade appeared in his other hand, and immediately, he used Whirlwind Slash. The so-called Big Whirlwind attack was the amazing speed of at least 10 slashes per second. This ultimate speed would not affect the power and accuracy of many attacks. With the mastering of dual-wielding weapons, the attack speed could be doubled again. Saran would not achieve this at all in his normal state. Only relying on the effect of greater haste could he barely reach the standard. After assassinating the old shaman in a flash, Saran quickly cleaned up the soldiers nearby and rushed to another shaman wearing a mask. That shaman had some aura which Saran did not like. Some very chaotic power. Countless bodies fell to the ground. In the vicinity of the altar, some terrible force was gathering rapidly, and then blood flowed like a river converging near the altar stones. Not only the blood from the first sacrifices but also the blood from the targets Saran killed. The wildlings that woke up picked up their weapons. But at this time, the elite pirates had rushed in, and one by one, the half-elf archers had stepped on the roof, shooting at the enemies in front of them. Take the high ground. Archers suppress the targets. Watch out for spellcasters. These half-elf longbowmen were not fighters, but they were professional archers. They mastered a few skills of rangers, but they had little training in close-quarter combat. As an intelligent creature with elven lineage, half-elves knew how to give full play to their own advantages. As long as a half-elf's elven lineage was high, they would receive the training of archers. There weren't many archers, but their effects were obvious on the battlefield. That was because their shooting speed was quite fast. One of them was a relatively old half-elf, and he had 6 arrows in one hand. Although he couldn't shoot multiple arrows at once, he could continuously shoot arrows faster, shooting out 6 to 7 arrows in seconds. This extraordinary skill was not attainable by ordinary training. Only the ones with talent could achieve this. The explosive power of these archers was amazing. More than 2/3 of them would have 3 arrows in their hands at the same time, which meant that they all had the expertise of continuous shooting. If not for the high requirement of the arcane archer, this bunch could be trained in the future. There were no more wildlings in front of Saran. When the fresh blood gathered in the altar, the wildlings ran away in fear as though they had seen something horrible. They were afraid of the god they worshipped. At last, the rich blood gradually coagulated and turned into a twisted and indescribable monster. It looked like a kind of slime monster, but in the center, there was a vaguely humanoid form. Bloodworm. The monster in front of him stunned Saran for a moment. It seemed that he had seen something similar in the abyss, but it was not so terrible. It seemed that it was the offspring of a worm-like demon lord. Familiar divine energy emerged, and Saran was sure that the distorted monster in front of him was an underlord's incarnation. However, it was Saran's first time encountering an enemy of such form. Shadow strike. Sword form horizontal slash. Saran disappeared and immediately appeared in front of the enemy to attack. The monster did not move away. The monster stopped to let Saran attack it. As if cutting into jelly, the sword was not slicing through anything. But in the next moment, the blood that became jelly-like came up and attacked Saran's body as weird tentacles. Immune to physical attacks? Saran retreated rapidly, and his expression became serious. Just now, he had cut into the monster more than 3 meters deep, but the monster was not injured at all. Instead, the wound was easily healed. Saran dealt little to no physical damage to the monster. The enemy's regeneration and recovery ability were quite amazing because its body had been absorbing the blood nearby. What the hell is this? Saran suddenly jumped up as the blood flowing below his feet moved to attack him. There was even a corrosive effect. The corrosive blood was only affecting flesh. The corpses in front of him were completely eroded by blood, but the soil and rocks were not affected at all. Saran slashed at it again, this time, with all his strength, directly cutting the monster in half. However, something strange happened again. These cut bodies automatically moved towards the body and then fused again. It's something like the slime monsters. Saran's 2 exploratory attacks had cleared up the characteristics of the enemy. He then murmured, "That means physical attacks would be useless against him." Power word, jolt. Useless. When more and more flesh and blood were corroded, the body of the twisted monster became larger and larger. Suddenly, its body begins to change. From a pool of blood, it stretched out its hands, feet, head, and became a blood giant. It had no eyes, no heart, and no critical points. On the surface of its body was a slow-flowing blood jelly. There was only a vague outline of its head. It cast a spell at Saran and then swung its fist toward him, able to change form and cast spells. Saran immediately disappeared and pulled away, muttering, "It looks like it's a demigod." Blasphemous language. Immune. A strange demonic voice was heard in Saran's head. Unfortunately, such an attack was useless. Saran's long-accumulated resistance would make him immune to such weak attacks. The blood giant rushed toward Saran. Boom. Even though it was only jelly-like, it still smashed the ground when it moved. Saran flew by from the side of the enemy. With a cold slash, he cut an amazing wound in the enemy again. However, the enemy's body recovered quickly. The fresh blood is like a protective layer. Attacking this outside layer is useless. But I can't touch the blood because it is corrosive. If I get stuck, it'll be troublesome. The enemy's form had changed again. The blood giant's body was distorting. It was originally a humanoid form, but now it has become ape-like. In an instant, its explosive strength had increased dramatically. and it rushed towards Saran at an amazing speed. Form changing. It seemed that this monster could naturally change its form. This was the legendary ability Alter Self, as his attributes could change according to its form. In the face of this kind of enemy with high physical attack resistance, Saran was finding it hard to deal with. However, he was not completely helpless. He quickly pulled away some distance, and fireballs appeared in his palm. Melf's Minute Meteor's Empower spell. The jumping flames appeared in his palm. With his high moving speed, a trail of flame was seen. Boom! A loud bang was heard when Saran threw the fireballs out toward the jelly-like monster. Blood spluttered everywhere. An obvious pit was formed. Saran did not stop at all. One after another, meteors roared out. In the deafening explosion, the blood giant in front of him was getting smaller and smaller. The entire monster had been blasted by Saran. Melf's Minute Meteor's Maximize spell. After a round of powerful Melf's Minute Meteors, Saran seemed to think that the lethality was not enough, and quickly cast more Melf's Minute Meteors. Now the explosive power was rather shocking. Although Melf's Minute Meteors does not cause much damage directly, it has a strong ability of penetration. Otherwise, it would not be called a god-slaying spell. In the past, many adventurers used it to break the energy fields of many saints. Now, Saran could only use it to kill the enemy in front of him. Since the speed of the enemy was not as fast as he was, Saran had no rush to take the enemy head-on. Instead, he could just use ranged spells to deal with it first. Boom, boom, boom. After rounds of Melf's Minute Meteors, the blood giant's body was getting smaller and smaller, and its regeneration speed had completely failed to keep up. The accumulated spell damage had become great. Melf's Minute Meteor's Maximize spell. Flaming balls appeared in Saran's palm once again. As a half-baked wizard, he actually mastered far fewer spells than others. However, such a thing seemed to have its benefits. That was, Saran had enough spell slots to remember more Melf's Minute Meteors. He did not have to reserve a life-saving spell like the other wizards. Round after round, Saran did not care if he could blast the enemy to its death. He only cared about blasting it first. Chapter 500 Chapter 35 Saint. Boom. The monster's body was finally getting smaller and smaller. When its body size changed from a giant to an ordinary man, Saran finally saw a group of spirits in its body that cannot be seen by the naked eye. This was the perception of gods. If ordinary people tried to kill it, it might be difficult. However, in a battle between gods, Saran could directly destroy the spirit. It was a twisted spirit, which had been completely controlled by chaotic will. It didn't even have its original form. Even though they were both demigods, the spirit in front of Saran had lost its form. A spirit without a body was totally different from a spirit with a body. As of now, the growth of the Underlord was completely dependent on blood sacrifices. Whichever the wildlings prayed to, the spirit would change its form toward that direction. Finally, because of too many evil sacrifices, even the essence of the spirit could be maintained. Compared with the spirits Saran had seen in the past, this spirit had completely lost itself. The path toward becoming a god was difficult. If Saran had not destroyed the will of fear previously, he might have become mad now. Will and faith. As a god, if he did not have strong willpower, it may even interfere with his own thoughts, because a god had to receive many prayers every day for thousands of years. As an ordinary person, they would have long gone mad. Only with the power and will of the gods could they bear so much information. This was also why some ancient gods gave up their posts and only kept their divine power. The god of death, Jurgal, and Earth Mother were both like this. The gods also had their own responsibilities. They were not as free as demons and devils. Even the most depraved Underlord knew that believers were their own grazing lambs, and they had their own responsibilities to protect them. With the corresponding divine title, came the corresponding responsibility. Some divine titles may be relaxed, but there was no doubt that they would be weak. The god of death needed to maintain the operation of the Styx River. They also needed to lead and distribute souls, and decide whether a soul belonged to the kingdom of God or to other places. The Lord of Glory had to maintain justice in the world no matter how dark and evil the world was. Divine titles were a gift from the world. Even the weakest god of dance had to bear the responsibilities of the title. Saran's divine title, too, if he did not bear any responsibility, then he would pay the price. This price would be becoming fallen. It was an unrealistic idea to go back to seclusion after becoming a god. This, however, was not the case for the very powerful ancient gods, the god of death, the Earth Mother. Even if they gave up their positions, other powerful gods might not be able to win them. A weak god could not do this because more powerful gods would come and take over the divine title. Shadow Strike. Saran looked at the dispersing spirits with a calm expression. He was born with a higher starting point than these souls because he had a body as a foundation. Souls, on the other hand, were easily distorted and reshaped. This could be seen from the various mutant demons of the abyss. The affinity to integrate of the soul and spirit was great, thus causing many mutations. Thus to become a god, as a spirit, the spirit would be forced by the people's beliefs. The wildlings prayed for strength to defeat the enemy. However, the evil way of sacrifice finally cultivated a demon-like spirit. If its believers prayed for rain, the spirit may become another form. A row of data appeared. Killed a demigod spirit. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 125,000 slaughter EXP. Target as divinity. Extracting divine power. You've gained 3 divinity points. Target as shards of divinity. Extracting shards of divinity. You've gained 2 shards of divinity. Target as divine power. Detected unknown power. Target power has 23% match. Extracting its divine power would cause severe consequences. Do you wish to absorb the divine power? The spirit dissipated into nothing. Saran looked at the altar, shook his head, and said, no. Chaotic divine power. This divine power was not pure at all. Saran did not need this kind of power. The power he needed was the power of the faith of believers, not the power brought about by killing spirits. This power was chaotic and evil, and once absorbed, the power of this evil creature would be integrated into his own body. The power on the altar was vanishing. Through his divine vision, Saran saw that the blood red aura converging on the land was slowly dissipating. With the fall of the evil god, the power it possessed would also dissipate, and the altar would soon be abandoned. The battle was now over. When Saran killed the god they were worshipping, the wildlings' will to fight was also gone. A glow of light appeared. Everything seemed to become brightened. Divinity, a shard of divinity and divine title. 3 huge forces burst out in Saran's mind in an instant, then turned into a powerful force reshaping his soul. A row of data appeared. Divine form achieved. Divinity requirement minor divinity. Current divinity at lesser divinity. You've satisfied the requirement to become a saint. Shard of divinity requirement minor shard of divinity. Currently at lesser shard of divinity. You've satisfied the requirement to become a saint. Possess the divine title half-elf. You've satisfied the requirement to become a saint. Transforming into the form of saints requires divine power to enhance the body. After enhancing, the body would have extraordinary characteristics. Do you wish to perform transformation? Without hesitating, Saran nodded and said, begin the transformation. Extracting divine power. Divine power inadequate. Failed to transform. Able to extract soul energy. Transformation requires 300,000 slaughter EXP. Do you wish to transform? Saran nodded without hesitation. Continue transformation. A great amount of energy covered his body. Because he did not have enough divine power, Saran could only consume the slaughter EXP he had. Transformation into the saint form successfully. Gained ability perfect self. Gained ability level 13 spell immunity. Transformation complete. Finally, this moment, the world in front of Saran seemed to be different. There were 2 ways to become a saint. One was to automatically obtain the saint form when becoming a god. The second way was to meet the standards of gods, and automatically gain the ability to change into the saint form. A saint was only the starting point. There were differences in a saint's power. However, after becoming a saint, the person would gain an extreme ability, that was perfect self of the legendary monks. Perfect self saint form, the person has already surpassed the realm of mortals, and their bodies will not be harmed by ordinary weapons at all. No weapon below the level of rare can hurt them, because their bodies have incorporated the power of the law. Immune to damage from any weapon less than +1 when you have the ability of perfect self. Level 13 spell immunity saint form, the power of the gods to integrate themselves into the law has greatly enhanced their immunity to magic. From now on, the person would be immune to any spell below level 3, no matter the effect of the magic or the damage caused by the magic. It would not affect the person. Physical immunity to any average weapon. Spell immunity to any level 3 spells and below. That was why saints were powerful. That was why many died in the past against these saints. Lesser divinity all attributes +2. Minor shard of divinity all attributes +1. After killing the underlord, Saran finally met the criteria to become a saint. At this moment, he had the power of gods. His attributes had changed. Name, Saran demigod saint. Race, half-elf son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 21 +9, belt of giant strength +6, dexterity 29 +4, constitution 24 +4, intelligence 24 +4, wisdom 18 +3, charisma 19 +3, sadness of Mo +2. Alignment, lawful evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner Max Level 7 Rogo 326500 Level 8 Shadow Dancer 042500 Level 10 Wizard 021750 Level 1 Arcanist 025500 Grade 5 Health Points HP 272,355 Strong. Experience Points EXP 115,075 Slaughter EXP 7,545 Profession EXP Unassigned. Skill Points, none. Attribute Points, none. Legend Rating, 100. Divine Points, 30. Lesser Divinity. Level up to Great Divinity requires 100 Divine Points. Shard of Divinity, 10. Minor Shard of Divinity. Level up to Lesser Shard of Divinity requires 30. Shard of Divinity. Divine Power, 0200. Level up to Minor Divine Power requires 100 Divine Power. Mastered Ability Change Form. Divine Title, Half-Elf, Rogues. Domain, Pirates. Status, Normal. Profession Skills, Sneak 305, Literacy 290, Steal 105, Picklock 120, Snare 85, Focus 125. Diplomacy 155, Appraise 65, Deception 60, Intimidation 245, Taunt 30, Performance 75, Listen 75, Evade 185, Parry 60, Block 60, Heal 85, Search 55, Detect 70, Scribe Scroll 60, Spellcraft 50, Survival 80, Use Magic Device 55, Cooking 40, Alchemy 30. Saint Form, Perfect Self, Level 13 Spell Immunity. Demigod Skills, Comprehend Languages, Comprehend Words, Multiplane Communication. Legendary Skills, Omnipotent Hands, Epic Dexterity, Epic Prowess, Epic Dexterity. Special Skills, Blessing of the Maid of Misfortune, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism Level 2, Heart of Slaughter, Slaughterer. The Ascetic, Sage, Blasphemy once a day. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Able Learner, Practiced Spellcaster, Reflex Evasion, Danger Sense, Dodge Roll, Dark Vision, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Minor Magic Resistance, Lesser Cold Resistance, Lesser Poison Immunity, Greater Dual Wielding, Regeneration Moderate, 10 feet Telepathy. Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Rune, Grasp of Shadows, Martial Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Combat Skills, Shadow Strike, Conjure Shadow, Shadow Jump Twice, Shadow Leap 200 meters, Fear Gaze Divine, Vampiric Touch Divine, Counterspell, Sword Form Heavy Hack, sword form horizontal slash, sword form beheading, sword form spinning strike. After countless battles and deaths, even an ordinary person, if they had hundreds of years, they would be able to accumulate all these different skills. This was only a matter of time. Saran could still accumulate these skills after he became a god. Special energy was expanding. Saran suddenly felt that his body was rising, but this was an illusion. His body was still in the same place, but his consciousness suddenly crossed into space and appeared in a silvery river. Everything below his feet became small. Saran saw an island, islands around the sea, a shrinking continent, the Frost Kingdom stretching for thousands of miles in the north, and a towering glacier in the South Pole. The endless sea. The largest land was in the center, and the other two were in more desolate places. Among them, there were terrible deserts that occupied nearly half of the land area, which was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Finally, Saran saw a plain, as though it was a piece of drawing done by some powerful god. That was the material plane. Saran's figure stood under the endless starry sky, and he saw the other planes that the starry world had at full speed. There were also hay planes that may have been left by previous kingdoms. The stars were shining above him. But when he looked over, he saw not the stars but the kingdom of countless gods. There was a realm calling for him as if waiting for his return. Saran stood in emptiness. Behind him was a silvery river, and everything in front was amazing. This was something only gods could see. Soon, his consciousness descended again. When Saran opened his eyes, he was still on the ground. The ground was still soaking with blood. It was as though what he saw just now was an illusion, but he knew it was real.